We are live from New York, and I'm Erin Burnett. Voters here tonight are asking the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates about the climate crisis. Scientists tell us we have only 11 years, so that's until 2030, to cut global pollution by half if we want to avoid the very worst consequences of the climate emergency. Think bigger fires in the West or deadlier heat waves, supercharged storms like the one we've seen now, Hurricane Dorian, which is hovering off the coast of the Carolinas as I speak. We're going to hear from Senator Amy Klobuchar and former Vice President Joe Biden coming up. But joining me now to answer your questions, please welcome Senator Kamala Harris of California. See you. So nice to see you.
Thank you.
And please sit down.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
So, if you become president on day one, Senator Harris, do you declare a national emergency on the climate?
Well, I certainly would declare an emergency, a drinking water emergency. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to stand. And also, I think it's critically important that we immediately, on day one, get back in the Paris Agreement. I think it's important that on day one we immediately ratify the Kigali Agreement in terms of the Montreal Protocol and that amendment. And I think it's critically important on day one that we end any fossil fuel leases on public lands. And that I'm prepared to do on day one as a matter of executive action.
So I want to go to the audience right away. Michael Estrada is from Deerfield Beach, Florida. He works for the environmental group called Green for All, which was co-founded by our own Van Jones, Senator. Michael, what's your question?
Good evening, Senator Harris.
Hi, Michael.
We knew moving towards a green economy for all is critical for our planet. As we make the transition from dirty diesel and coal, our industry workers, many of whom voted for Donald Trump in the last election, may fear losing their jobs, benefits, and ability to provide for their families. How will you work across the aisle to support all workers and build trust with Republican constituents dependent on a fossil fuel economy?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Michael. I think that, first of all, let me just tell you, I think about this issue through the lens of my baby nieces, who are 1.5 and 3 years old. And when I look at those babies and I think about what the world will be like in 20 years if we don't act, I'm really afraid. And as it relates to those Republicans in Congress, where I've now been for 2.5 years, every one of those members need to look at the babies, the grandbabies in their life, and then look in the mirror and ask themselves, why have they failed to act? Because on the issue of this climate crisis, I'm going to tell you, I strongly believe this is a fight against powerful interests. And leaders need to lead. So lead, follow, or get out the way. And get out the way starting with Donald Trump. So yeah, we need to work across the aisle. But I'm going to tell you, I've been there now 2 years and some months. I'm seeing no evidence of it. I'm seeing, I kid you guys not, in our United States Congress, I was part of a committee hearing during which the underlying premise of the hearing was to debate whether science should be the basis of public policy. This on a matter that is about an existential threat to who we are as human beings. So again, back to the United States Congress, here's my point. If they fail to act as President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. Because we have to act.
Senator, let me ask you on that. And obviously, that's significant because you would have to do that to pass things through the Senate, of course.
If there's no cooperation.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, President Trump, of course, has moved at an unprecedented rate to remove environmental regulations, restrictions. By one count, it's more than 80 that he has either rolled back or is in the process of rolling back. But if you had to go that way to reinstate all those things, what would stop the next president from just undoing it and sort of having this become a seesaw?
Well, first of all, we have to have action. I mean, this is one of those issues that is demanding an incredible sense of urgency. The UN has told us, we're all very clear, if over the next 12 years, which is such a short period of time, if we don't take drastic action, it will be irreversible. So yes, I'm going to attempt to work across the aisle. I'm going to hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle look at the babies in their life and see what we see and see the science and stop denying the science. But ultimately, leaders need to lead. And so I am prepared, when elected, to lead. I'm going to first attempt to work across the aisle, but if we don't see any traction there, yes, I will take executive action. And yes, I will do whatever is necessary. Because this is about the health and safety of our country and our world. And America has to regain its position as a leader, agreeing that we are in this together with our allies and our friends and our neighbors. And this is about our mutual investment in our future. And so I'm not going to be burdened, frankly, by a concern about what the next president will do after I'm elected, because I know there's action we can take immediately that will at least stop, if not reverse the harm. But starting with taking on these powerful interests, which I've done before. As Attorney General of California, in a state of 40 million people, a state that is the 5th largest economy in the world, I was proud to be a fighter and took on the big oil companies. Great, powerful interest. I was proud as Attorney General of California to defend the toughest environmental standards. And I'm going to tell you something, Aaron. Part of my passion and commitment to this issue is I've actually seen firsthand what happens when leaders lead. Any of you go to Los Angeles, California about 20 years ago and remember what that sky looked like? It was brown. Babies had asthma. There were warnings that seniors should not go outside because breathing that water would cause incredible damage to their lungs. And then leaders led. The public said enough. You look up at the sky in Los Angeles today, it's blue. We can do something about this. It is within our ability, and we have evidence of this fact. But leaders have to lead, and I'm prepared to do it, because on this issue, guys, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a question of debating the science. It's a question of taking on powerful interests, taking on the polluters, understanding that they have a profit motive to pollute. And so let's take them to court, and let's require that if they don't change their behaviors, they will pay those fines and there will be accountability and consequence.
You mentioned those powerful interests, and there's a question about that. Of course, when you look at the severe weather, certainly we're seeing it with the hurricane now, Senator. But in your state, you are being hit by a lot of severe weather that many scientists attribute to climate change, including the deadliest state fire in history, which of course happened in Paradise. David Leon Zink lives there, has a home there, suffered through that, is a musician and consultant. David, go ahead with your question.
And Senator Harris, thank you for being here, for your leadership, your passion, your energy. Big petroleum and big coal were exposed in the media about confusing the public with contrarian science on climate change.
That's right.
Well, big tobacco did the same thing with smoking.
That's right.
And my father lost his life as a result. My wife and I just lost our home and our town, Paradise, California, to a fire that most scientists connect to climate change.
That's right.
How would you rein in these disinformation campaigns of big business so that our daughter's future is better than ours?
I am so sorry. David, I visited Paradise while the embers were still burning there. And I don't need to tell you what you know and are living. But for everyone else, so going to Paradise, California, while the embers were still burning, entire neighborhoods were wiped out. Like literally leveled, where the only thing that stood were the chimneys from the fireplaces that to me looked like tombstones in a graveyard. The devastation was enormous. There were firefighters that were fighting fires while they knew their own homes were burning to the ground. And so you are a living testament to, and thank you for your courage to share your story about the real devastation on a daily basis this is taking place in our country and around the world. What do? Well, this is what we did with the tobacco companies. We sued them. We took them to court because you know what happens? People who profit off of harmful behaviors, when you take away that money because you take them to court and you sue them, as I have done, it's extraordinary how they will change behaviors. They have to be held accountable. And maybe this is the prosecutor in me. They have to be held accountable. These are bad behaviors. They are causing harm and death in communities. And there has been no accountability, certainly not by this administration, nor, and I hate to say it so generally, by the Republicans in Congress.
So, Senator Harris, what would you do? Would you sue them? Sue
Yeah.
ExxonMobil?
I have sued ExxonMobil.
I mean, as president, I mean, would you do that? Would you take them on, as with Big Tobacco?
Yes, I would take them on. And as president, and this is part of my plan, what we would do is, one, reinforce the EPA under this administration, right? Under President Trump, who, by the way, you know, I'm going to steal a line from Governor Inslee. Governor Inslee, I'm stealing your line. And he said, you know, so Donald Trump says wind turbines cause cancer. And Jay Inslee famously and very with great humor said, no, they don't cause cancer, they cause jobs, right? And so here's the thing, there has to be an understanding that there has to be accountability and consequence. And when we are looking at the behaviors that are possible, we know if we create incentives and also have a president who understands the science, understands the nexus between bad behaviors and harmful effects, and also understands how we can create
So they're going
incentives
to pay
for
money.
good behaviors.
I mean, they're going to pay money, the big companies.
Yes, they're going to pay money, and they're going to pay fines, and they're going to pay fees. And under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. And that money, a lot of it is going to go to the communities, and this is part of my environmental justice approach to the issue. Part of it is going to be that I'm saying that the fees have to also go to empower those communities that for too long have been ignored. And I'm talking about the communities where children are going to school drinking water out of lead pipes. I'm talking about communities where they have wells as their only source of water, and those wells, because of the flooding that has taken place, have been infected with bacteria. And so my plan includes putting $250 billion immediately into helping re-establish the infrastructure around water in our country.
So you know, you're talking about these fees and fines and at big companies, but what about regular Americans? I mean, you said at a rally in Atlanta earlier this year, and I thought it was a pretty important thing you said. You said, quote, without much change to your lifestyle, we could confront climate change.
Right.
Is that realistic? That as regular Americans, we don't have to make many sacrifices? I mean, we all like our Amazon Prime.
Yeah, but you know, I get it. I'm not saying there won't be any change, but there, you know, we've seen it. I mean, I guess part of my perspective on this is I've actually seen what's possible. I've actually seen what's possible. When leaders lead, I've seen how in California, we put in place some of the, some would say toughest, I would say some of the smartest laws, and required changes in behavior, and we saw outcomes. And I don't think anybody that you talk to who has lived in California over all those years would see there was any drastic change to their lifestyle. Yeah, they may say, well, you know, I'm now driving a car that I can't really hear sometimes, you know, that Prius, right? They might say, you know, sometimes I have to, you know, I am now aware that I should turn off the lights every time I leave the room. My kids are now demanding that I take short showers. Yeah, those are things that are happening.
So will everyone have to drive electric cars?
Well, by my plan, by 2045, we will have basically zero emission vehicles. Only 100% by 2045.
All right, let's go.
And let me add one more thing, Erin, and also school buses. So part of my plan is that by 2030, we will have electric school buses. 25 million children in our country a day ride school buses, smelling those fumes. These are real issues, and again, we can do something about it. And here's what I want to say also. The private sector is really good about saying, if you as government are consistent with your rules and you set a standard, we will innovate and find a way to meet it. I've seen this happen. So, you know, I think that it is a false choice for those who would say, you know, that this is about either you're in favor of the environment or you're in favor of a strong economy. That is a false choice. We can do both.
Jessie Bludorn, I want to go to you. She's a climate activist from New York City. She works with the climate organization 350.org. Jessie has a question on fracking.
Hi.
Thank you. My family lives in Western Pennsylvania, where fracked gas wells have become a common sight, yet the toxic impacts of fracking on the community are immense, from contaminated groundwater to poisonous emissions. Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So, yes, and starting with what we can do on day one around public lands, right? And then there has to be legislation. But yes, and this is something I've taken on in California. I have a history of working on this issue. And to your point, we have to just acknowledge that the residual impact of fracking is enormous in terms of the impact on the health and safety of communities. Yeah, so thank you.
So would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes, and I've, again, worked on that. You could talk to the folks in Santa Barbara about the work that I've done there, where it's a big problem, but it's a big problem in many areas of our country.
All right,
And yes,
two
I
very
would.
definitive answers. I want to go to a video question now, Senator,
Okay.
from Cassandra Valence. She's from Keene, New York. She works for an online retailer and currently supports Senator Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
We're told that there'll be more tons of plastic than of fish in the oceans by 2050, and it's not possible for individuals to drastically cut down on single-use plastics while they are still so widely used by companies throughout the supply chain. What will you do as president to drastically curb the U.S.'s reliance on single-use plastics?
That's a great question. And again, if we look at, I think many of us have seen, and everyone needs to see the images of what these plastic bottles and straws and everything are doing to our wildlife, to our fish, to our oceans. And so it's about, one, creating the incentives. I've seen this again. We banned plastic bags in California and in San Francisco. And again, people had to get
So would
used
you
to
ban
it.
the single-use plastic and say, look, set the standard?
I
no more
think we
single-use
have to
plastic?
create incentives to ban these. We have to create incentives. And there is no question that we have seen, again, we have seen innovation take place when leaders lead. And that's what I'm talking about as it relates to all of this. Look, let me tell you something. Those little plastic bags, when I was growing up, because my mother was into recycling, but her form of recycling also was all those plastic bags that when she went to the grocery store, she would keep a whole stack of them, and then we used them as garbage bags, right? And so then we didn't have those anymore, and we used paper bags as garbage bags. I mean, we can adapt, right? But we need to understand that leaders have to lead. Leaders have to lead, and
Plastic
we can
straws
adapt.
are a big thing right now.
Yeah.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really difficult to drink out of a paper straw when if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend.
Yes.
And then, the little thing catches it. And then, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more.
So you'd ban it, but rely on innovation.
I mean, we got it. Yeah, innovation is a process, right? You don't just do it. Innovation is a process, but let's encourage innovation, and I think we could do a little bit better than some of those flimsy plastic straws, but we do need to ban the plastic.
All right, we're going to have much more with Senator Harris coming up in just a moment, plus Senator Amy Klobuchar and former Vice President Joe Biden. We'll be right back. Welcome back to this unprecedented night here on CNN. We have more questions about the climate crisis ahead for Senator Amy Klobuchar and former Vice President Joe Biden, but now more questions for Senator Kamala Harris. So let's go straight to an audience question now. Carolyn Corson is a lawyer from New York, Senator. She has a question about the impact of certain foods on the environment. Just to give some context here, the United Nations says that livestock cattle, contribute 14.5% of all human-produced greenhouse gases, which is an incredible number. Caroline, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Climate change has been linked to agriculture and the overconsumption of red meat and also the overproduction of crops. Certain countries have changed their dietary guidelines to reduce the consumption of red meat in light of the impact of the climate change.
Yeah.
If elected, will you be supporting change in dietary guidelines? And then how will you plan on implementing the changes so that people effectively change their diets?
Yeah, I mean, and thank you, Carol, for your work and the question. I think of the point that you're raising in a broader context, which is that as a nation, we actually have to have a real priority at the highest level of government around what we eat and in terms of healthy eating, because we have a problem in America. And we can talk about all that we are now, the subject of this conversation, we can talk about the amount of sugar in everything, we could talk about soda, we could go on and on. So the answer is yes. But I'll also say this, the balance that we have to strike here, frankly, is about what government can and should do around creating incentives and then banning certain behaviors. I mean, just to be very honest with you, I love cheeseburgers from time to time, right? I mean, I just do. And I think that, but there has to be also what we do in terms of creating incentives that we will eat in a healthy way, that we will encourage moderation, and that we will be educated about the effect of our eating habits on our environment. And we have to do a much better job of that, and the government has to do a much better job of that.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, you love cheeseburgers. I mean, we all do. I don't know whether
you know, from time to
try
time,
the
I don't eat
Beyond
them every
Burger,
day,
the
but
Impossible
yeah.
Burger, right? They try, but
Right.
it's not quite the same. That's my personal opinion. But would you support changing the dietary guidelines?
Yes.
You know, the food pyramid, but people
Yes. Yes.
to reduce red meat specifically.
Yes, I would. And I'll tell you, I've actually worked on this issue in the past. And it's about, you know, it is about consumer awareness also. And again, maybe this comes from my years of being, doing the work I did as Attorney General, which is I strongly believe that the American consumer is still left without the information that you need and deserve to have about what it is that you are putting in your body or surrounding yourself with and the health implications of those things. And so across the board and with this subject, we have to do a better job. We're going to be taking on powerful interests. But I've always believed that we should, you know, we should expand what's on those cans of those things that you buy in the grocery store. We should expand the list, and included in that should be a measure of the impact on the environment.
So you have said in your new plan, which you released today, you talked about a climate pollution fee.
Yeah.
And just to try to understand what that is. So it's going to go on big companies, right?
Yeah.
They're going to pay this fee.
Yeah.
But how do you make sure that they don't do what they will try to do, which is immediately pass that on to consumers?
Well, we're going to do it in a way that is about what we've always done with industry, which is to say that there has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee. The other piece that is connected to your question and the previous question is also what we do in terms of scoring. So part of my plan is that we will require all elements of industry to actually score, and they will be scored based on the carbon imprint that their business creates. And we will score that. So again, that industry, that business, and we can all be aware of and measure the impact of their behavior on the environment. So there has to be some nexus, though, between what we do in terms of frankly regulating and impact in terms of the harm to communities. And the fee will be the consequence of bad behaviors, frankly.
So you're going to be hiring a lot of people. I mean, this is going to require a lot of hiring, right? I mean, I would say even at the EPA or the DOJ, right?
Well, it's going to require fixing what this Trump administration has done. I mean, listen, guys, let's just be really clear. Donald Trump, he's got everybody excited about those crazy tweets. Meanwhile, with this hand, quietly undoing regulations that were built up over years, including incredible stuff that the Obama administration did, and quietly undoing that. So everybody's distracted by the crazy tweet. Meanwhile, completely deregulating industry. And so, yeah, we're going to have to build it back up. But it is not necessarily about hiring a massive number of people. It's about priorities. It's about saying to the people who are there, listen, I'm prepared to back you up when you put in place enforcement against these big polluters, against the fossil fuel industry for polluting the air we breathe and the water we drink.
One powerful industry is an alternative to traditional fuels like oil and gas, and that is nuclear. And I want to go to a video question now from David Gaines. He's a retired National Park Service employee, and his question comes to us from Yarmouth, Maine.
Good evening, Senator Harris. Given the existential threat to humanity posed by global warming, do you believe that the time has come to put past nuclear power failures in perspective and embrace a new and smarter generation of nuclear power technologies, given all that has been learned and the scale of the crisis that we're confronting today?
Thank you. So biggest issue that I believe we face in terms of nuclear energy is the waste. And what are we going to do with that? And I will tell you that unlike this administration, which on an issue that is next door to me, which is Yucca Mountain, let me tell you, I will never, like, that's a non-starter for me. And which is the kind of disposal that's happened at Yucca Mountain, and also taking away that state's ability to make decisions. I mean, literally, Aaron, they were in the middle of the night, this administration, in the middle of the night, carting in waste into Yucca Mountain without the authority and the permission of the leaders of the state of Nevada. So that's how I feel about it, that, you know, we have to make sure that this is not about the federal government coming in and making decisions about what each state can do in terms of the nuclear waste issue, which is the biggest part of the concern about nuclear energy.
So Senator Sanders now says he wants to phase it out, get rid of nuclear power. And just for context, this country gets 20% of its power from nuclear power. So to say that is not a small thing. Yeah. But he wants to phase it out. Is he right? Do you agree?
Listen, we have to figure out what we're going to do about the waste. And we still don't have the best ideas yet. People are working on it, but we have to figure it out. But my bottom line is that I'm not going to allow the federal government to go in and impose its priorities on any state. It's going to have to be those states who make that decision.
Senator, I want to go now to our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir, who is joining us through the night with questions. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Aaron. Senator Harris, I'm just back from a reporting trip in Alaska and happened to spot one of the Coast Guard's major icebreakers off the coast of Nome there. And that is not easy because our country has 2 total. Meanwhile, the Russians have at least 3 dozen and more on the way, and they're just one superpower that seems keen on dominating all the new melting pathways in Arctic ice and finding all the riches buried beneath. So as Commander-in-Chief, how would you direct your military to deal with this part of the world, this new frontier? And as president, how do you convince both Arctic allies and enemies to heed the science and leave billions and billions of dollars worth of oil and gas under what's left of the ice?
Yeah, okay, so there's a lot to unpack with your point. I mean, first there is what I believe are the motivations of Russia, which is to expand its territory. And but let's put that aside and just talk about our involvement there. We should not be selling or leasing public land for the purposes of drilling. And back to day one, I am opposed to that. And again, under this administration, we are seeing, I mean, frankly, I would call it corruption. I would call it corruption, meaning that there are members of this administration who have for their entire career not been in the business of public service, but in the business of being a part of industries that are profiting off of these kinds of behaviors that are harming our environment. And people who, when they leave this quick stint in public service, will go right back to those industries that they are helping every day by deregulating those industries. And so as president, one of my greatest priorities on this subject will be about preservation of public lands, and that is part of actually my plan.
Getting back to Russia, because you mentioned, obviously, your view on that you think it's about extending territory. Mm-hmm. You know, Bill raised something. This has been a long issue, and we've done nothing about it as a country. 2 icebreakers versus now at least 3 dozen. Would you match them on the icebreakers?
It depends on what the purpose of those icebreakers is. What is the purpose? What are we saying is the legitimate purpose there? If we can answer that question, then perhaps we can have that conversation. But I don't know what the legitimate purpose is.
All right. Let's go now to another audience question. Carson Tuller is from Brooklyn, LGBTQ and disability activist. Carson, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Carson.
So I have a spinal cord injury. And part of having a spinal cord injury means that I experience something called thermodysregulation. Or in other words, I can't regulate my body temperature.
Yeah.
I can't sweat. July of 2019 was our Earth's hottest month on record. Mm-hmm. And I had my health put at risk seriously more than once. Everyone is affected by climate change, but people with disabilities are disproportionately affected by our Earth's changing climate. How do you plan to support already at-risk and marginalized people who are experiencing the impact of climate change now?
Yeah, thank you for giving a voice to this. So I think about this in the context of many things, but ultimately it's about empowering communities that are often ignored, just to be candid. And that is a big part of the emphasis on in my plan, is addressing that. And it is about our disability community, it is about our indigenous people, it is about Black and brown communities, it is about communities that have experienced poverty, and all of those communities have been disproportionately impacted by the change that we are seeing in our climate, not to mention the kind of behaviors by the fossil fuel industry that have been about pollution, about dumping, and all of that. Let me take you back to 2004, when I was District Attorney of San Francisco, and I created the first environmental justice unit of my office. And one of the reasons is that there is a community in San Francisco called Bayview Hunters Point, where the annual, at the time, household income was $15,000. And there were companies that were just dumping full-time into the water around that community with serious health consequences. And so I took it on, and that was one of the reasons I created my environmental justice unit, to take it on, saying that no community should be dumped on. No community should be less than, those communities that have power and influence and access to power and influence. As Attorney General, there's a community in California called Mira Loma, a small community of families where the grandmothers had been for years asking people in power to take seriously the fact that the babies in that community had the lowest rate of lung development of any children in the area. And I intervened. And I say all that to say that part of how I approach this issue is to say that it should be our responsibility, and I have always considered it my responsibility, to make sure that we leverage the incredible power we have in a way that is about empowering those communities that have been long overlooked and ignored. And so on this issue, and I also rolled out recently our whole plan and my plan around the disability community and what we need to do to extend access and to extend resources. So,
Senator Harris, thank you so much for your time tonight and for all of our audience. Thanks so much to all of you for joining us. Next, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar and ahead, former Vice President Joe Biden. Senators Bernie Sanders also will take the stage this evening. We'll be right back. Jennifer, and the storm comes as we are facing a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. Hurricane Dorian is just one thing, one sign of that dangerous world that scientists say we are entering if humans do not cut carbon pollution and cut it quickly. In half, they say, over the next 11 years to net zero by 2050. 7 candidates are still standing by to answer voters' questions about the crisis, including Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. Please welcome now Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. Senator, nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Woman anchor, woman presidential candidate. We've arrived. This is all good, and what a great crowd. Thank you.
So, Senator Klobuchar, it's great to have you with us. I mean, when you think about the climate situation, how big of a crisis is it?
It is a monumental crisis, and I think what we have to dispel is this idea that it's happening 100 years from now. It's happening right now. And it is happening, as you heard that weather report about the hurricane, which we know was a level 5 hurricane when it hit the Bahamas in a way that we've never seen before on those islands. We've seen the rising sea levels. We've seen that melting Greenland ice sheet in Minnesota. 2 of my good friends who are Arctic explorers, Anne Bancroft and Will Steger, they've reported to me what they've seen in the Arctic. But it's important to bring it home when we talk about this. And by home, I mean, for me, to the middle of the country. Because it's also, if we're going to do something about this, we need to make the case of what's happening right now. We see it economically with homeowners insurance up 50% in just the last few years. It's going to cost us like $500 billion every year. So we need to make that economic case. But in the Midwest, and that's where we've not gotten as many votes for moving on this, what do we see? Fires. We saw those firefighters lost in Arizona. We saw raging fires in Colorado. We saw the California video in Northern California of that dad driving his little girl over those lapping flames with their neighborhood burning behind them. And in Iowa, a woman named Fran, who showed me her binoculars, and she says, here, look. She said, this is my house. I bought it with my husband. We live there with our 4-year-olds. I wanted to retire in this house. I love it. I love the way the light comes in the kitchen, but I don't know if I'm ever going to sit in it again. I said, well, where is the river? Because the house was half submerged in water. She said, well, it's stood here for nearly a century, this house. And I said, is this the river? She says, no. The river is 2.5 miles away. It has never come this close to our neighborhood before. That's climate change. That's the crisis that's happening right now. And that's the case we need to make to the American people, as well as the opportunities that we're going to have for new jobs and new technology for our country, just like the greatest generation won World War II, and just like the Civil Rights Movement. This is our challenge.
Because you mentioned World War II, which I know is central to your question. Stephanie Doba has a question. Retired, now volunteers with the Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign in New York State. Senator Stephanie, go ahead with your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I recently visited a museum devoted to the home front during World War II. It was very inspiring. In just a few years, America achieved a massive industrial mobilization that was key to the Allies winning the war. It gave me hope that we could do the same thing now, but instead of building tanks, ships, and planes, we need to rapidly build a new clean energy infrastructure. What will you do to make this mobilization happen, and how will you persuade the American public to get on board?
That's a great question. And the president has a unique role here. And right now, I think you all know we have a guy in the White House that's pretending this isn't happening. And in fact, when I announced my candidacy in the middle of a blizzard in Minnesota with 4 inches of snow on my head, I talked about climate change immediately. And he actually tweeted out making fun of me for doing that and called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, Donald Trump, the science is on my side when it comes to climate change, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So, what do we need to do? Well, let me tell you. In my first 100 days, and you can see this on my website at amyklobuchar.com, I put out a plan, because I think just like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when you talk about the past, did with his first 100 days, we have to change the tone, and we have to do things that actually we can do without Congress, okay? Legally. And there are a number of things we can do. On day 1, I will bring us back into that international climate change agreement. On day 2, bring back the clean power rules that President Obama had worked on for so many years. You can do that without Congress. On day 3, bring back the gas mileage standards, which we know the car companies in the U.S. are ready to meet anyway. On day 4, 5, and 6, I will work on sweeping legislation with the mayors and with Congress and get that introduced. And on day 7, you're supposed to rest, but I don't think I will. So that's the first 7 days. And from there, you make this a top priority to get this passed. And then individual efforts, like Governor Inslee talks about so well. Things like even using cold water for your clothes saves 5 times the amount of energy, and you don't shrink your clothes, right? The light bulbs, you name it. So people, when you have a president that takes this on as a mission, you have to do the big things. And transfer and get out of fossil fuels and move to clean energy. But you also have to talk the talk to make this a mission so people also do the little
Senator
things.
Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders says that this is going to cost a lot. So his plan, he has put a price tag on it of $16 trillion. Now, I know in your plan you haven't put an overall price tag, but you have talked about infrastructure improvements, things like that. You've said that would be about $1 trillion. So, I mean, are these all just made up numbers? Is $16 trillion too much? Is that right? I mean, for context, just so everyone knows, our economy is $20 trillion. So $16 trillion is redoing the whole thing. Is that right?
I do have a price on my plan. So what I would do, and I think this is similar to a number of other the candidates have suggested in this range, is first of all putting a price on carbon. Which is really, really important. And you can do this with cap and trade, something we tried and got very close to getting it done. You can do it with simply a carbon tax, or you can do it with a combination with a renewable electricity standard. I'd want to see who we have in Congress and how far we can move. So that alone will bring in trillions of dollars. And some of that can be used, of course, to help communities that are going to be affected by this and by the transition, and make sure people have jobs coming out of this. My grandpa was an iron ore miner, and I saw what happens when the mines close down and things change. You have to make sure, this is something very close to my heart, that you have the funding so that people will be employed. Then the other part about it is environmental justice, right? And making sure that the communities that most affected get the help that they need. And then, of course, the science, research, development, all the investment that we have to do. So once you do something with the carbon tax, once you repeal parts of that Republican tax bill that were so regressive, with hundreds of billions of dollars going to corporations and going overseas, using some of that money for infrastructure, which I proposed right out the top, you get the funding you need to be, for me, the $2 trillion to $3 trillion range. Part of it is with matching funds. I want to be honest of what I think we can bring in.
And you have been very direct, which is one of the things that people like, right? You've been specific. But
Yeah,
2 to 3
blunt.
trillion. I mean, right, which you are. But I mean, so that's why Senator Sanders says 16 trillion. That sounds like that's way above.
Well, you
where
will
you are.
have
It's
to
too
ask
much.
him about this. I only know how I'm going to get the funding, and I think you got to be honest with people about how you're going to get the money and what you're going to spend it on, or it's going to be really hard to bring along those people that we need to win in the middle of the country. We have to win the Senate. If you really want to move this, we need a different majority leader than Mitch McConnell, who's been stopping it from the beginning.
I want to go to Liza Cohen. She's from Philadelphia, and you're also a student, of course, at Fordham University, majoring in communications in the
Very good.
environment. She currently supports Senator Bernie Sanders. So go ahead with your question, Liza.
Thank you.
You answered a Washington Post questionnaire on fracking by saying that you don't want to ban the method of extracting oil and gas, but would like to regulate it better. You said that safe nuclear power, along with cleaner coal technologies, should continue to be developed. What defines safe nuclear power and clean coal? Don't
Sure.
these sound like oxymorons?
Okay, that's a great question. And I want to be clear, my plan is definite, that we have to go to carbon neutral by no later than 2050. I'm a co-sponsor of the Green New Deal, so I'd like to see it even sooner, right? But at the outset, when I look at the numbers, I think we should at least get this done. We have to by 2050, and we have to limit this to 2.7 degrees warming Fahrenheit, or we are going to be in a whole lot more trouble than we already are in today. So when it comes to those technologies, I think storage is an issue. I know Senator Harris was just talking about this with nuclear. But I would look at all the plants we have right now. It is about 20% of our energy, and as you know, it doesn't emit carbon. So I would look at those plants and make sure they're safe and figure out what upgrades we have to make to those plants. But I wouldn't expand nuclear unless we can find safe storage and figure this out, and Yucca Mountain is not the answer. The second piece about this, you asked about coal. No, I wouldn't allow for building of new coal plants. What we're talking about here as we phase out these coal plants is how we can, while they're still existing, how we can make them better for the environment. And one other thing that wasn't noted is natural gas, of course, is a transitional fuel right now. And one of the things among many that the Trump administration has done that is so bad for our environment that I would reverse is their changes to the methane rules and methane emission. That is very dangerous to our environment.
So UN scientists have said, they've talked about the urgency with which people need to act. They've said we need to end the fossil fuel era as soon as possible, right? Or we're going to have these effects that cannot be reversed. Okay. In a recent interview, you said it doesn't make sense. I just want to quote you to quote, "Get rid of all these industries or do this in a few years." Are the scientists wrong? I mean, are you going to get rid of them in 11 years? Talk about the timing here.
Right. So the timing is to make this our mission, like landing on the moon or the civil rights movement, where our country came together and said, we're going to solve something. And when you do that, you get the new technology and the new results. So what I think we need to do, I was being honest, I don't think we can phase it out in a few years. To me, that's like 2 or 3 or 4 years, right? You have to do it over a period of time. You have to be aware of where people are working and how are you going to do this in a way that keeps our economy going and keeps our economy strong. So that's how I think about it. But right now, we have a leader that doesn't even think at all in the long term. And there's an old Ojibwe saying that is important to me. We have a lot of tribes in our state, and it says great leaders should make decisions not for this generation, but for 7 generations from now. We have a president that can't make decisions 7 minutes from now, okay? So a lot of this is looking, as you say, Aaron, and adjusting. If we can put that money into R&D and work with the private sector, which is a big part of what I think we need to do going forward, if we can get that technology going, perfect the storage for energy, the sooner we can do this, the better.
Let's go now to David Shimoni,
David.
musician right here in New York City. David, go ahead with your question for the Senator.
Thank you. Do you support a jobs guarantee as part of a climate plan? Or do you think we risk losing support for a climate plan by mixing the issues of climate change and full employment?
Okay, so I think that we have to make jobs and employment a major part of this. First of all, let's look at the facts, even in today's economy, that wind and solar are some of the growing areas for new jobs, all right? Let's look at the fact in today's economy, 99% of the wind is going to be rural. It is right now, and we have a lot of issues, not just with urban poverty, but with rural. So there's a lot of exciting things that can happen in rural America out of this. So there's a lot of new jobs. So for me, and I touched on this before, is that you've got to make sure these areas, as you are transitioning out of coal, as you are replacing this oil with electric cars and other new technology, that you make sure that people that are working in those fossil fuel industries have jobs. And under my plan, which is somewhat unique compared to the other ones, and I appreciate the strong support for my plan from the League of Conservation Voters and the statement they made yesterday, you can have incentives for investment in these areas that isn't just about green energy jobs, right? It can be about different kinds of manufacturing jobs as well. But the key is, forever etched in my mind, is when Duluth, Minnesota, and northern Minnesota, where my family is from on my dad's side, they had such hard times during one period of time that literally they put up a billboard that said, "The last one to leave town, turn off the lights," okay? That's how bad it was. But they came back. They came back because of investment in new businesses, because of tourism, and they figured out Lake Superior, what were their attributes, and they came back. Northern Minnesota iron ore mines, and by the way, for some of these car batteries, we're going to need some of this iron ore and steel to build the grid and things like that. They came back as well when we went after steel dumping. So I've seen these changes, but when we do worker training, we've got to make sure it's not just kids, that we're ready to train adults as well, and that we're ready to make sure we find jobs that are suiting the skills that they've had, that they've built over the years.
All right, we are going to take a brief break, Senator, and we'll be back on the other side with much more from Senator Amy Klobuchar, and of course, next up, Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders.
All right, thank you.
And welcome back. Former Vice President Joe Biden is going to be joining us in a few moments to answer your questions about the climate crisis. First, though, more with Senator Amy Klobuchar answering your questions. And Senator, let's get straight to another question from the audience.
Great.
Ari Paparonis is a student at Columbia University. He has been lobbying Congress for the Green New Deal. You're a member, I know, of the Sunrise Movement. Go ahead with your question, Ari.
Good evening.
Ari. Like your shirt.
Thank you, thank you. The Amazon rainforest is currently burning after being cleared for the cattle and dairy industry to expand. And livestock being grown irresponsibly has caused an accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. As a senator from Minnesota, an agricultural state that produces large amounts of cheese and beef, how can young climate change activists like myself trust you to take on the beef and dairy industries that have so much influence in our government?
Okay, well, let's go back a little to the Amazon, which I think we all know. It's just a tragedy what's going on there. And being part of the International Climate Change Agreement again, being able to have some clout and leverage with our allies will make a big difference in trying to put pressure and working with nonprofits and other groups all over the world to try to stop this, because we're at a point between the fires and some of the decisions for deforestation that it's very, very dangerous to our climate. And I think it just shows how everything is interrelated. There's a reason that we have subsistence farmers in sub-Saharan Africa that are now migrating up as refugees. And this all is one big ecosystem that we have to deal with. So that's the first thing. I am hopeful that we're going to be able to do this in a way, especially when I'm president, that we can continue to have hamburgers and cheese. But at the same time, understand that there are many people that choose to eat vegan, and that is great too. But let me tell you a little bit about a different perspective on our farmers and what we can do to make them part of the solution. Because I have seen in rural America many incredible farmers and ones that are struggling right now to keep going. And my solution here, and we've done some of it with the Farm Bill, I'm the only candidate up here that has been on the Agriculture Committee, and I've done that for over a decade, been through 3 farm bills. And first of all, the conservation programs, and we've done some good things. We have to do more, and that is everything. They're called CRP, CSP, and EQIP. You don't want to know what they stand for, but they're good for conservation. The thing that we are doing now, which is really exciting for climate, is by putting incentives out there for farmers for their land to do things that will reduce CO2 in the atmosphere. That's things like planting winter cover crops. And it's a pilot program right now, and as president, I would expand it greatly. I think we all know planting trees is a really good thing. And no one can make fun of that because we know the difference that it can make for a minimal amount of money, not just in the US, but across the country. And I would do more and more with the tools that we have with our Farm Bill to work with our farmers, including farming methods that require less water, figuring out how we can do this in the way that's best for the environment, but yet still being able to produce our own food supply. So we are not dependent on other countries that may not have the same environmental standards that we do.
Senator, you know, it's interesting.
Okay.
Andrew Yang mentioned earlier a recent UN study. It said basically if everybody stopped eating red meat or went vegan, this problem would go away. Now, obviously, that's not where we're going, right? I mean, the point wasn't that that's going to immediately happen. But to this question about the importance of the beef industry and the cattle industry, Senator Harris just said she supports adjusting dietary guidelines, changing what we tell Americans they should eat, and doing so formally. Would you do that?
I would do what the science tells us. And I think we all know there's an issue with obesity in this country. We have to do more. I've been a huge supporter of putting calories on the menus, and so people can be empowered to make decisions on their own. And I think we have to make sure, and this administration has just defied science every step of the way. This president does, and we have to make sure we look at science and we make sure we do everything that's healthy, not just for individual Americans, but also for our environment.
So on the dietary guidelines issue, though, would you adjust them for their environmental impact?
Oh, I think you can look at doing that, of course. But again, I'm very hopeful as I look at all these big things we can do. We haven't talked about buildings, right? The changes we can make to new buildings, energy storage, appliance standards, what I call building a fridge to the next century. I did that to embarrass my daughter because it's like she's out there and it's a bad mom joke. But these basic things we can do with transportation and transit. So I just want to make clear that as we look at this, we have to move forward together as a country. We have to find these things that unite us and see this as our mission. And right now people are seeing this climate change right in front of us. And we have to seize on this moment because that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, it's today. It's happening today.
Let's go to our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir, again with his question. Bill.
Great fridge pun, Senator.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
I am lucky enough that CNN occasionally sends me around the world to check on some of the last amazing creatures left in the world, from the lemurs of Madagascar to the adorable little kiwi down in New Zealand to black rhinos in Namibia. I know as Senator, you were in favor of taking the gray wolf off of the endangered species list. So how would you as president deal with the question of what creatures to save, which to protect, all in the interest of biodiversity, which affects all of us?
Let me make very clear, I am strongly in favor of the Endangered Species Act. I have always supported the Endangered Species Act, and I would do anything to reverse some of the suggestions that the president has made recently to repeal it or to water it down. The wolf in Minnesota, what you are referring to, is a situation where they actually made the numbers in a big way to get off the endangered species list. And we have tried, and it's still happening, during the Obama administration. President Obama's administration supported getting the wolves off of the list. And there kept being problems with the management plan, and there kept being legal challenges to that. And now it is being attempted again. And so I simply think unless you follow the rules, and the Wildlife Federation supports me on this, if you follow the rules, once you've reached you're over a number of animals, then you should allow them to be delisted. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. So that's where we are on that right now. And we'll see what happens if this time the plan will make it through the courts. And obviously, if they go below the levels, they should be delisted.
I want to go to a video submission now. Senator
Sure.
Paul Kazak is from Westminster, Maryland. He is a former aquatic scientist from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, now a lecturer at Johns Hopkins University. Here's his question.
Our least expensive, fastest way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is to simply use less energy in our daily lives. Yet, in spite of how simple this solution is, our energy waste is so large you can literally see it from space. Given the now very apparent effects of climate change and the prospect for far worse conditions in the future, what plans do you have for getting U.S. citizens and businesses to own their piece of the mess and change their behavior?
Okay. That's a great question, because actually Secretary Chu, the former energy secretary, when we had energy secretaries that wanted to work on this, he always referred to energy efficiency as the low-hanging fruit, right? And we've actually found some bipartisan support for energy efficiency. So I would start with some of the things that I talked about earlier, buildings. And when we have new buildings going up, remember, those buildings aren't just even like a car that you get and can replace. Those buildings stand for decades and decades and decades. So putting really strict building standards in place to make these buildings as energy efficient as possible to reduce our carbon. Transportation, when it comes to energy efficiency, this is about finding cars and trucks, moving to electric cars and trucks. And to do that, of course, we need the grid, and that's why my infrastructure plan is so focused on green infrastructure. We need to have the grid, and we need to have storage. Looking at one size doesn't fit all. I'll use some examples of some small electric co-ops that I have visited in my state. So they have these big farmhouses, right? So what they say is, okay, if you buy a solar panel, because we know you might not buy one right away, but if you buy one, they have them right outside their co-op. If you buy one, then we're going to give you a free big water heater. Why is that? Because the big water heaters for farmhouses actually work the best because you can store the water and you can use it at different times. There are just numerous examples of what we can be doing to make energy efficiency, which I agree is this low-hanging fruit. You know why it's popular with the public? Whether it's increasing the gas mileage standards and then eventually moving to electric cars, or the building standards or the appliance standards. It's popular because if people save money, they really like it. And one of the ways we found, talking to people who are in the electricity business, small little co-ops, is what really worked to get people to get their energy uses down and look at turning the lights off. It's not necessarily the total. When they saw what their neighbor did, they're real competitive. Now, they don't see the names of their neighbor, but they see what the averages are, and they think, well, I can do better than this, or I can use less water if I do this. So creating those incentives for people. And then, of course, the ultimate way to push these energy efficiency ideas is by pricing carbon and doing something big like that, which is part of the sweeping legislation I suggested earlier.
So when we look at the sea level changes, right, we've all seen it. It says, well, things continue, right? You're going to be looking at Miami. You're going to be looking at a lot of changes in the coastline of this country. Do you think people will have to literally move inland? That is part of the solution, that people are going to need to move.
Well, I have been through this mitigation issue from flooding in my own state, and we have actually made sure that some of the people move their homes. Sometimes we find a way to move their homes, to move them off of flooding areas that keep consistently flooding, because otherwise they're paying too much money. I still remember being in Austin, Minnesota, and seeing this one house, and they had converted most to a park. They'd moved most of the houses, and they go, that's the guy that wouldn't move last time. And so this is called flood mitigation. There will be some moving. I'm hopeful it won't be in the whole scale that we could happen if we didn't do anything about this. So if we just sit the way we are, we see what's happening. We know that 8 of the 10 metro areas in the country that's going to experience the most flooding is in Florida, the big metro. That's why my first climate change event that I did was in Tampa, because I wanted to make that point, and the point that this isn't just about certain big cities in the country. It's really for our whole country. And so what you've got to do is start acting now. Take this as a mission. Make sure you're appealing to people so they understand they can be a part of this solution, and not just portray everything in a negative, because I actually think there's some real positives that come out of this. There will be some flood mitigation, and our infrastructure we're going to have to do. Some is to reduce carbon, like more transit, but some of it is also, of course, going to be about mitigation and moving things and making it easier and building stronger levees. We have to be honest about that, or we're not going to be able to make it through this.
Now, you talk about Florida. There are other communities, of course, that will be impacted as well. And I know Naomi Hollard from New York City, environmental activist and Sunrise Movement training fellow, has a question about some of those other communities. Go ahead, Naomi.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a 21-year-old woman of color, and I am worried about the impacts of climate change on minority communities. Climate change disproportionately impacts people of color due to massive wealth gaps between white people and people of color. So when fires happen, they can't move as easily, and when heat waves hit, they often lack AC to cool off, causing heat strokes. So how do you plan to help communities of colors in times of climate change-fueled disasters?
Thank you. That is a key question, because we need environmental justice in this country, right? Because when you look at it, and you're exactly right, you even think of just what happened. People with money, what do when a flood may be coming their way or a hurricane coming their way? It's much easier. They get in a plane, they go someplace. They put their family in the car and they drive off to another community, some friends or neighbors that have room in their house for them to stay in. People who are economically disadvantaged and people of color, many times they're the ones left behind. And when those houses get ruined, and you can see it in the Bahamas right now, when those houses go down, it's often the houses of those that can afford it the least. My husband grew up in a trailer home, so I know firsthand those trailer courts and what happens when they get ruined. We certainly saw that in the fire in Paradise, right? So a lot of this is going to have to be investing in those communities. When we look at this fund that we're going to build, a big, big fund from the carbon pricing, then we have to make sure that money's going to help the workers who are transitioning to new jobs, number one. And number two, making sure that people are basically held harmless when they see any effects for people that can't afford it. You could put the money at $150,000 in income or less, and making sure that they are helped as we look at this transition period. And then finally, and that includes, of course, many of our communities of color, and investment, increasing the minimum wage, a whole host of number of things that we're going to have to do outside of the climate change area, because we've got to make this work for everyone, because right now it isn't. Okay?
Senator, you have not joined some of your colleagues who are calling for an all-out ban on fracking. Why?
Okay, so because again, I see natural gas as a transitional fuel. It is better than oil, but it's not nearly as good as wind and solar, right? However, you have situations where you have dangerous fracking that shouldn't be happening. So as president, in my first 100 days, I will review every fracking permit there is and decide which ones should be allowed to be continued and which ones are too dangerous. Then you go from there. And as you put a price on carbon, you will see less of this going on. Of course you will, because once you put rules of the road in place, it's going to become less economically feasible for that kind of fuel. So the reason I'm saying it in that way is, again, I think I'm being honest about what we need to do to get to where we are. I remember only a few years ago we were celebrating a work of the Obama administration for natural gas-fueled buses in one of my communities. Why? It was better than the old kind of buses. So you have to see this as a transition as we move ahead to a better and cleaner environment.
So when Julian Castro says it was a transitional fuel and it's not, that we become too reliant on it, you believe that it still is transitional?
I think it will still exist for a while, and I think the key thing is, as it exists and as we make it more economic for renewables and for wind and solar and the kind of technology that we're going to see and electric cars, that we won't immediately get rid of it. And I just want just being honest with people. But I think that we will reduce it and that we have to also get rid of it where it is very dangerous. And there's a lot of areas when you see what was going on in some of our states and countries where we saw flaring. And the last thing I'll mention, which I said once before, we must reverse the Trump administration's decision on methane. That is what's made it incredibly dangerous. And if we couldn't reverse that, no, I would ban it immediately, because this thing is very dangerous what they've done on methane.
Well, Senator, thank you so very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. And in just a moment, Democratic frontrunner Joe Biden will take the stage. He'll be followed by Senator Bernie Sanders and then Senator Elizabeth Warren.
And welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Anderson Cooper. Now, scientists tell us that if our planet warms more than 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1.5 degrees Celsius, we are facing massive and dangerous tipping points, flooded coastal cities, island nations underwater, and the destruction of coral reefs. So tonight, CNN is dedicating an entire night to the climate emergency and how the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates plan to address this urgent threat. We're coming to you, of course, tonight just as Hurricane Dorian, the strongest storm anywhere on the planet this year, has decimated parts of the Bahamas and is threatening the East Coast. Ahead, we'll speak with Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. Joining me right now on stage, former Vice President Joe Biden. All right, nice to see you, sir. So, welcome. We're going to have an audience question in a minute. I just want to just get some broad strokes here. Your climate plan calls for net zero emissions by the year 2050. There's a lot of policymakers out there who say, look, it's got to be done faster. They're talking 10, 12 years. Your climate change plan talks about spending $1.7 trillion. There's other candidates out there who are talking about spending $16 trillion. Is your plan aggressive enough? I guess that's the question people
Yes, I think it is aggressive enough, and it's gotten good reviews from most of the environmental community. It's been rated very highly, and I think that it is aggressive enough. But look, science and technology are going to change, and as it changes, we learn more, we can do more. I mean, I'd love to do it by 2030. I'd love to do it by 2035 in terms of net zero emissions, but I know of no scientist who says that's able to be done right now. But one thing we have to do, we have to start quickly. We have to start and do things that we know can be done immediately and progress from there and just keep moving. There's a lot we have to do by 2030 just to set in place a set of institutional structures that mean you can't turn it around like this president has done the few things that were, in fact, in place.
I want to go to the audience. I want you to meet Katie Eder from Shorewood, Wisconsin. She's 19 years old. She's the executive director of Future Coalition, which is helping to organize a youth-led global strike later this month to draw attention to the climate crisis. Katie?
Good for you, Katie.
Hi, good evening. My question for you is, older generations have continued to fail our generation by repeatedly choosing money and power over our lives and our futures. So how can we trust you to put us, the future, over the wants of large corporations and wealthy individuals?
Because I've never done it. I've never made that choice my whole career. Simple. I mean, look, I got involved back in 1986. I introduced a climate change plan that PolitiFact said was a game changer. I've been involved in everything from making sure we go with back in the 90s. I mean, everything I've done has been done to take on the polluters and take on those who are, in fact, decimating our environment. I mean, it's been my career.
Would you support a carbon tax? Some other candidates say they would.
Yeah, no, I would. But here's what we have to do. Look, the bottom line of this is, what we have to do is we have to understand that you need to be able to bring people and countries and interests together to get anything done. You can have the plans are great, but executing on those plans is a very different thing. We make up, it is the existential threat of not this generation, but the whole world, the existential threat that exists. If we don't move on it, number one.
You say this is an existential threat.
It is an existential threat. There is no doubt about that. And the fact of the matter is that we make up 15% of the problem. The rest of the world makes up 85% of the problem. If we did everything perfectly, everything, and we must and should, in order to get other countries to move, we still have to get the rest of the world to come along. And the fact of the matter is we have to up the ante considerably. And I have great experience in leading coalitions, both at home and internationally. And I think I can do that better than anybody who, no matter what their plans.
Well, that's one of the things that President Trump has said about the climate change accord. The agreement is that other countries, even if we do everything right, other countries are not going to be following it, and therefore it's not worth being part of it.
Well, he's dead wrong across the board on basically everything. You know, no, I mean, I'm not being facetious. Look, you know, we got to start choosing science over fantasy here. The fact of the matter is that what he did by removing the United States as the leader of the Paris Climate Accord, he in fact dissipated the enthusiasm across the board. The rest of the countries are saying, whoa, wait a minute. Why are we engaged in this if the United States is stepping down? We're in a position where when we put that together, and I was the one that suggested to the President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here, President Obama, that China would be part of this effort when I came back after a long meeting with Xi Jinping in Beijing. And he was. But here's the deal. The deal is now what's happened is that as we have pulled out, there is no leadership. There is no leadership. I know almost every one of these world leaders. If I'd been president today, I would have at the G7 made sure this became the topic. There would be no empty chair. I would be pulling the G7 together. I would be down with the president of Brazil saying enough is enough. This is what we're going to do, and this is what's going to happen if you don't do it. This is to bring the world together. Folks, look, this is such an urgent problem. We need to be able, the first thing I do as President of the United States is call a meeting of all the nations who signed on to the accord in Washington, D.C. to up the ante, because we have learned so much just in the last 3 years about the science of what has to happen quicker. And the world knows it. And we should be in a position where we generate support around the rest of the world, and those who don't do their part, don't participate, then in fact they face consequences. They face consequences.
I want to ask you more about that in a minute. I want to introduce you to Isaac Larkin. He's a PhD candidate at Northwestern University studying synthetic biology, which honestly I don't really even know what that is. I just have to throw that out.
It's awesome.
He currently supports Senator Bernie Sanders, but you could change his mind tonight. Who knows, Isaac?
It doesn't look like I do that.
Senator Biden, I'm 27 years old. Half of all greenhouse gas emissions ever generated by the entire history of human civilization have been released in my lifetime. This despite the now well-documented fact that 40 years ago, scientists at Exxon and Shell knew and reported to their bosses that burning fossil fuels was warming the planet and would destabilize the climate. Fossil fuel corporations, their executives, their trade and industry organizations, and their think tank front groups have waged a decades-long campaign of lying to the public about the science, and it has brought us to a crisis that threatens the entire human race. Now, I know that you signed the No Fossil Fuel Money Pledge, but I have to ask, how can we trust you to hold these corporations and executives accountable for their crimes against humanity when we know that tomorrow you are holding a high-dollar fundraiser hosted by Andrew Goldman, a fossil fuel executive?
He's not a fossil fuel executive, I'm told. He is not a fossil fuel executive. And the fact of the matter is that what we talk about is what are we going to do about those corporations? What have we done? And everywhere along the way, for example, I've argued and pushed for us suing those executives who are engaged in pollution, those companies who are engaged in pollution. I've never walked away from that. I've also been one of those people who, when I was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, got involved in plans to be able to join people together in order to take on these corporate interests. When back in 1986, they entered one of the first climate plans that existed. PolitiFact said it was a game changer. I've been engaged in this from the beginning.
Let me just inform our audience about some of the details that Aaron was talking about, because I think it's important. I think a lot of people don't know about the studies that you cited. 2017, there was a Harvard study that examined both public and private communications from ExxonMobil. The study showed that for 40 years, while the company publicly were raising doubts about climate change and the dangers of it, internally, ExxonMobil scientists and executives were acknowledging the threat to the planet. There was 2018, there was a Dutch news organization which uncovered internal communications from Royal Dutch Shell showing they understood the impacts of climate change and the company's contribution to it all the way back to the 80s. Let me just point out that in response to Harvard, Exxon said, our statements have been consistent with our understanding of climate science. Shell said, quote, its position on climate change has been a matter of public record for decades. We strongly support the Paris Agreement on climate change. But Isaac's question is, will you hold fossil fuel corporations and executives who've lied to the public accountable?
Yes, and by the way, just like we did the tobacco industry that lied to the public, just like we did the opioid industry.
So how do you do that?
Well, the way you do that is you try to change the law. You go after them, you try to change the law.
To his other question, though, about this fundraiser, there is a fundraiser tomorrow night. It's given by a guy named Andrew Goldman. He does hedge funds and stuff, but he also has a company called Western LNG. And their biggest project, which I think was announced in like 2018, is a floating liquefied facility for natural gas. It's off the coast of British Columbia, and it's going to provide Canadian gas to parts of northern Asia. So what Andrew is saying is, if you're going to a fundraiser that's given in part by this guy who has a company that is pulling up natural gas, are you the right guy to go after these?
Well, I didn't realize he does that. I was told if you look at the SEC filings, he's not listed as one of those executives. That's what we look at, the SEC filings. Who are those executives? I've kept that pledge, period.
So are you going to look at that fundraiser tomorrow night?
I'm going to look at what you just told me and find out if that's accurate, yes.
Okay. I think it's pretty accurate. Aaron, I called you Isaac. I called you Aaron. I apologize. Isaac, thank you for your question. And I apologize for taking up so much time, but I thought it was important to give some context. I want to go to Francine Strike.
By the way, every one of my fundraisers from the beginning are open to the press. Press is for there's nothing that's done behind closed doors. Every single fundraiser I've had.
Do you ever regret that?
No, not at all.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is Francine Strike, a community and union organizer from Brooklyn. Francine, welcome.
Hi. So my 24-year-old daughter, Jessie, and her friend Jacob were killed in Superstorm Sandy by falling trees. And many others were killed that night by rising waters. Since then, there have been worldwide superstorms, severe weather impacting hundreds, thousands. We see an example of that tonight. What specific steps, and I mean specific, would you take? You said something before, but what specific steps would you take in your first year regarding policies, funding, safe communities, jobs that would help mitigate the impact of climate change in your first year? And then what would you want to have accomplished at the end of your first term if elected?
Well, look, first of all, what we have to do is go back and turn back all the changes that, in fact, the president has made, from CAFE standards to moving in a direction that we, in fact, deal with providing people who get displaced opportunities to have jobs by sending them back to school, by doing continuing education, whole range of things. I would see to it immediately moving toward, we're in fact in a position now that if, in fact, we dealt with mitigation across the board, just what we did in the last administration and before, leading to a standard that we provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. Billions of I think it's $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air. We should do it across the board. I propose we have 500,000 charging stations in the new green economy. We should own the electric vehicle market. I think we should raise the CAFE standards, bring them back to where they were, which would have saved 12 billion gallons of oil to begin with, and move beyond. I think we should be, in fact, doubling what we're doing immediately with regard to solar and wind. I would make sure that it goes on from there, but the bottom line is to set in place standards that cannot be walked away from when, in fact, the next president, if someone else comes along, does what Trump tries to do.
You talk, and that's an important point. What can you do that President Obama couldn't to make sure that these things are not able to be reversed by, executive fiat?
You're looking at it right now. These people right here. Look, it's a little bit like a whole lot of things that people didn't know before this guy became president, until he started to take it away. And they started to take it away, and he said, whoa, wait a minute, man. Look what that's done. He's changed the CAFE standards. We're not going to meet those standards. Well, that means boom. He's done this. It means bang. Everybody knows now knows what he has done, and it's raised the ante significantly. No one can any longer. I remember when I introduced that bill back in 1986, they said, "What the hell are you talking about, Biden? What's the crisis?" Well, we didn't have Superstorm Sandy at the time. We didn't have all these things that are occurring that people now know and were predicted they would occur. We weren't losing species that, in fact, we find are not going to be able to, they'll never return. I mean, there's a whole range of things. Look what's happening right now in the Amazon. The Amazon is a natural carbon sink. It absorbs more CO2 in the air, from the air, than if we took every single automobile off the road in the United States of America. What's going on? Nothing. Nothing. We're talking about $2 million? We should be organizing the world, demanding the change. They're the things I have done internationally. We need a diplomat in chief as well to be able to put this together. That's in my wheelhouse. I've done that my whole career.
I want to introduce you by video to Sue Mitchell, a retired teacher from Grand Junction, Colorado. This is her question.
Even though President Obama knew of the seriousness of the climate crisis back in 2008, he chose to spend his political capital on health care and then wasn't able to enact the kind of systemic change needed to prevent climate catastrophe. How will you prioritize climate change action if you become president?
Well, first of all, in defense of President Obama, everything landed on his desk but locusts. We were heading toward, we had the greatest financial catastrophe in the world short of a depression. Nothing ever had occurred like that before. It was just getting America out of a ditch. We were in real, real trouble. He got the economy back on a footing and began a period of economic growth. He moved on health care because he thought it was so important that it happened at the time. From the beginning, he also moved to deal with CAFE standards. He pushed very hard. He's the reason why we have the Paris Climate Accord. That's how we got it. No other president came close to doing anything like that. But there's much, much more that need be done. At the time that accord was signed, we talked about, well, we'll reach by 40% by this, and the fact is we've learned a great deal more. The science is accumulating so rapidly but this president pays no attention to it. So what are we doing? What's going on right now?
I want to ask you about the Green New Deal. In your plan, you say that the Green New Deal is, quote, a crucial framework for meeting the climate challenges we face. You say it has two basic truths, that we need to combat the climate crisis with what you say is ambition on an epic scale, and that the environment and economy are, in your words, completely and totally connected. You're not saying that you support everything in the original Green New Deal. Do you think it goes too far? Is it unrealistic, promising too much?
No, it's not. But here's what it is. It doesn't have a lot of specifics. It doesn't have a lot of specifics about exactly what we'll do with regard to greenhouse gases. And it doesn't have specifics of what programs are going to initiate to be able to deal with getting a net zero emission. What programs are you going to move on? What are the things we should be doing? Where should the focus be? It doesn't talk about the 85% of the rest of the world that is, in fact, we could do, we're not, we have to, but we could do everything perfectly well, everything. And we're still going to have a catastrophe nationally, internationally, and around the world because 85% of the problem, 85% is the rest of the world. And so the idea, I think the Green New Deal deserves an enormous amount of credit for bringing this to a head in a way that it hasn't been before. It hasn't been. But the reason, I don't know, I'm not opposed to the Green New Deal. What I did was when I thought beyond, at least in more detail, what the Green New Deal is calling for, how to do the things we need to do, when they have to be done, how quickly we should move, how much we should invest, et cetera. And it's based on science. And look, I just look at all the organizations that many of you belong to, how they rated my plan. On balance, it's been B+ or beyond that by every one of these organizations. And so the idea that, no, you're shaking your head, no, but that's true. The fact of the matter is that where are we?
For you and your thinking, how much do you take into consideration, jobs for folks in Ohio and Pennsylvania, and how much is thinking for 7 generations out for the population of the world.
It's all about 7 generations out, but you've got to deal with what's going on with jobs. This is an enormous opportunity, an enormous opportunity. We can create over 10 million jobs that are making $25 an hour. We're not talking about jobs you're going to get a minimum wage. We can do so much if we invest the kind of money. Well, for example, I call for immediately investing $400 billion in research and development now. And so the idea that we're not going to, look, what bothers me most about what's going on in the country today, we're walking around with our heads down like, oh, what are we going to do? We're in such great trouble. This is the United States of America. There's not a damn thing we've not been able to accomplish once we set our mind to it. We have the best scientists in the world, and when we resolve what we're going to do, and because of all of you in the studio audience and all those organizations that I've been associated with, they've decided enough is enough is enough. We have to act. And so we can create enormous opportunity in Pennsylvania, in Minnesota, in California, across the board. Just think what happens. If we are able to move in a direction that we have 500,000 charging stations for electric vehicles, what does that do? Well, that gives us a corner on the electric vehicle market. That will create thousands of good jobs in the automobile industry. We will own the market. And we will be, in addition to that, transferring the technology that we come up with, more than like any other country in the world with our capacity, selling it to the rest of the world. We'll be creating jobs. And the idea that now the one thing you do have to do, in my view, some people are going to be displaced. And some people in some industries are going to be more displaced than others. And you can't just say, well, what we're going to do is automatically you're going to all of a sudden make solar panels. Or because, when you look at Fortune, they say they're the 2 biggest job creators coming down the road, solar and wind. Well, look what happened to our administration. We cut by an enormous amount of an enormous percentage the efficiency of being able to generate wind and solar energy. And we can do more than that. It's about what we can generate if we set our minds to it. But we walk around like, oh, man, I don't know. What are we going to do? This is terrible.
We're going to have more questions in just a moment, more with Vice President coming up, as well as Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNN Climate Crisis Town Hall. Later tonight, you'll hear from Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. Let's continue right now with former Vice President Joe Biden. I want to introduce you to Barbara Jarmoska. Is that right? Good.
Hey, Barbara.
A retired business owner from Montoursville, Pennsylvania. Barbara?
Good evening, Mr. Vice President. I live in rural Pennsylvania in the bullseye of the Marcellus Shale. Currently, the county I live in is home to 1,600 plus permitted fracked gas wells. I have witnessed firsthand the tragic and appalling destruction of our beautiful forests and Pennsylvania wilds. Sadly, our Democratic governor is all in for fracked gas. As president, what can you do to change the direction of the catastrophic climate change policies and future plans at the state level?
And I just want to point out to our viewers, the Marcellus Shale is a rock formation underground. It's enormous. It's approximately 2/3 of Pennsylvania, as well as parts of New York, Ohio, and West Virginia, and Maryland is the largest natural gas field in the U.S.
I know that. Thank you.
that was for...
No. I thought you were telling me. Thank you. I appreciate the help. Look, number one, I think the way we deal with state lands is we have less latitude, what we say we can and cannot do. I've argued against any more oil drilling or gas drilling on federal lands, that we can and to stop that. I think we should, in fact, be looking at what exists now and making a judgment whether or not those, in fact, that are there, those wells that are there, whether or not they're dangerous, or whether or not they've already done the damage, and what we can do from there by trying to change the attitude of the members of the the governors of the various state and the state legislatures. Now, we could pass national legislation, but I don't think we'd get it done in terms of getting the votes to get it done, to say all fracking that's going on now ends unless you can show there's some physical security need or worried about explosions, et cetera, which is a legitimate thing to worry about. But I would not allow any more.
Also, I just want to point out, in fairness to the governor of Pennsylvania, he's stopped short. He's moved to regulate and limit some fracking, stopped short of calling for a statewide ban. So just to be clear, you would not call for a ban statewide on fracking or nationwide. You said stop new oil and gas drilling on federal lands.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would also go back and look at what's out there now to determine whether or not it is safe, physically safe. There's a called earthquakes and the like. That's what I would do.
Our next question.
There used to be an EPA. And no, you think I'm kidding. It's almost not there now. But anyway.
Our next question is from Daniel Sweeney, a student at Columbia Law School. He said he voted for President Trump. He's now disillusioned with the Republican Party, plans to change parties and vote for a Democrat in the next election. Daniel, welcome.
China is currently the largest emitter of CO2. How, if at all, would you try to get China to lower its emissions as president?
I would make it real clear. That's why we have to bring around the rest of the world. We have to reconfigure what's going on. When we did the Paris Accord that they signed on to, it was agreed that we would constantly up the ante the nations would agree to, contingent upon what the science dictated and the extent of the problem. We have to up the ante what's going on. Number one. Number two, any nation that doesn't do that, for example, what China is doing, they're exporting coal technology. They're building coal plants on their Belt and Road area. They're moving in a way that they're in fact making the environment much, much worse. They, in fact, have increased, I think, 4.5%. They have increased the emissions from China. And so there has to be a price that they pay if they do that. And that's why I would talk about dealing with how we deal with them in terms of tariffs relating to their products that are being sold, if in fact they are involved in continuing to export this climate change. That's what they're doing. But you got to get the rest of the world in on the deal to do it. That's how you get it done. And that's why it's important for us to meet the standards we say we're going to meet. Because it went up 2.5% in the United States, it increased emissions. Just in the last couple of years under this president. It leveled out about 17, and now it's up 2.5%. And so you can't very well preach to the choir if, in fact, you can't sing. You know, I mean, we have to be able to demonstrate what we are prepared to do, what we will do, what we have done, and call the rest of the world to account.
So let me ask you about that, because you talk about exporting. The United States projected to be a net energy exporter by next year, largely because of crude oil and natural gas. Should the U.S. ban fossil fuel exports, as some other candidates are calling for?
Well, I think we should, in fact, depending on what it is they're exporting for, what they're replacing. Everything is incremental. Everything is incremental. For example, you talked earlier about transportation. I've been pushing really hard for mass transit and for rail. We can take millions of vehicles off the road if we had high-speed rail. I've been a champion of that for the last 25 years. We know the corridors where we could do that. It would literally take millions of vehicles off the road. But you have to have a rail system that makes people say, if I get on that rail, I will get there as fast as I would have gotten had I driven. And I can afford to do it relative to the cost of my driving. There's a direct correlation. This is something I spent the bulk of my career on, trying to save Amtrak and a few other little things like transportation. But my point is that there are things that we can do now, that can begin to change the arc in a significant way. And as we, in fact, invest in the science and the technology and the changes that are available and will come to fruition, in fact, we can make it significantly better.
Will there be a point, or would you like there to be a point, and if so, when, that everybody drives an electric car or has to drive an electric car?
Well, I think, look, that's going to be based upon whether or not we can make it economically feasible. And it is economically feasible. Because guess what? Everybody knows where the world's going. You're not, just like, you know, we set out the rules for what kind of plant, coal burning plants. No one's going to build another coal burning. We've got to shut the ones down we have. But no one is going to build a new one. Guess what? They're not efficient relative to what else is available to be done. That's why people are going to move, and that's why it's going to create so many new jobs for us. We have to take combustion engine vehicles off the road as rapidly as we can. But that also can create a significant number of jobs and opportunities for people.
Our Chief Climate Correspondent Bill Weir is here. I know he has a question for you.
Thank you, Anderson. Vice President Biden, as we keep one eye on Hurricane Dorian tonight, it's safe to assume that an awful lot of folks in the Carolina Low Country are thinking about life and safety and probably insurance. There were 14 separate billion-dollar storms or fires last year, a total of $91 billion. And it just seems logical.
Break enough leaves.
Yeah, right. But it seems reasonable to assume that at some point insurance companies are going to stop covering places that are vulnerable, even in fire regions, as you say, as well. But if that happens, it could tank real estate values, and it could gut out property values and the tax base that so many communities depend on. So as president, how would you be honest with the American people when it comes to the dangers of this without feeding into this kind of an economic spiral?
Just like I did at home. My state is 3 feet above sea level, okay? 3 feet above sea level in the southern part of the state, the whole Delmarva Peninsula. And guess what? We know what's going to happen if we don't make significant change. And so we'll be telling people, don't build in these places here.
But what about the people that are already there?
The people who are already there are going to be in real trouble. They're going to be in real trouble because you're right. Eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have insurance companies come along and say, I can't insure that. Because the prospect that that is going to be blown away is overwhelming. And so we have to, be in a position where when we build back, we don't build back to normal, we build back to what is necessary. And so there's a whole range of things that are going on now in terms of, anyway, I'm taking too long, sorry.
I want to introduce you to John Cecil from Phillipsburg, New Jersey. He's the Vice President for Stewardship at the New Jersey Audubon Society. John?
Good evening, Mr. Biden. Across the country and around the world, individuals, families, businesses, we're experiencing climate change, the effects of it now.
Yes.
In New Jersey, where I live, we've had unprecedented rain in the last 18 months. In the South, we see these storms coming through. And in the Western United States, the devastating fires. So all of this is really disruptive to people, families, businesses. My question for you is a bit of a personal one. How has climate change affected you and your family?
Well, it's affected me and my family as I was raised in a little town called Claymont, Delaware. More oil refineries and Marcus Hook at that, it takes care of 10 million people. Prevailing winds are south and southeast. I remember when I was a kid getting up and going to school, the little Catholic high school, grade school I went to, and get in a car, and when my uncle would drive us up, it was the first misty day, turn on the windshield wiper, there'd be oil on the window. I don't know if that's why I have asthma, but I know that's one of the reasons why Delaware at one point was rated as having a disproportionately high number of cancer cases because of what was going on. That's why we pushed really hard to make sure that we, in fact, required mitigation to be taken on all of those plants, some of which we've shut down. And so it's affected my family in a way and my state in a way that's been real, more than it's affected Jersey, more than it's affected Jersey. And so I understand what's going on, but look at the Pine Barrens. You got a lot to worry about there in terms of fires and drought. But the flip of it is, look what's happened in the Midwest. We have a number of significant bases that relate, military bases that relate to our national security that in fact were rendered almost useless, including, I can't go into the great detail to say it, but my point is it significantly reduced our national security. Last thing I'll say, first thing that happened when President Obama and I were elected, we went over to what they call, and some of your military women and men, over to the tank in the Pentagon. Sat down and got the briefing on the greatest danger facing our security. You know what they told us it was? The military. Climate change. Climate change. The single greatest concern for war and disruption in the world, short of a nuclear exchange immediately. And so where are we? Look what happened in Darfur. What's Darfur all about? Darfur is all about the fact that the sub-Saharan desert, because of the change in climate, no longer had enough arable land. Look what's happened in Indonesia. They're talking about moving their capital because it's going to sink. What happens if you get 10, 12, 13, 15, 100 million people on the move? That causes wars. And so it's well beyond whether or not it affects me personally, which it does, and it did my family and still does, just like your families. This is personal. It's personal. Every one of you probably have a story that can talk about what's happened to something you care greatly about, whether it's a species or it's your son or daughter coming down with cancer because of it. So but we can do something. We have to act now.
Mr. Vice President, Isaac earlier mentioned that the fundraiser. I do want to clarify, Andrew Goldman, the guy who's one of the co-sponsors of the fundraiser, he had a company he was a co-founder of a company called Western LNG. He currently doesn't have day-to-day responsibilities. So
what I was told by my staff is that he did not have any responsibility relating to the company. He was not on the board. He was not involved at all in the operation of the company at all. But if that turns out to be true, then I will not in any way accept his help. But my point of the fact is that the point I was told by my staff, and we check every single contribution. That's why we don't list them immediately. We go through every contribution to make sure that we are not accepting money from people we said we wouldn't or we shouldn't.
So the clarification, as I said, a co-founder of the company doesn't currently have day-to-day responsibilities. So as you said, Mr. Vice President, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Bernie Sanders coming up next. He's proposed a $6.3 trillion climate plan for Senator Elizabeth Warren and Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Now, please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. All right, nice to see you, Senator. Welcome. Thanks for being here. I want to get right to our questions from our audience. This is Richard Katz. He's from Needham, Massachusetts. He works in the restaurant industry. Richard, welcome. How you doing?
Good evening. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion over here. Hey, Frank, you're about to... Yeah,
Be careful.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I have large feet.
There's a joke in there, but I'm not saying anything.
Senator, your climate plan is specific about how you will spend $16 trillion, and I'm delighted that somebody's willing to spend that much. Can you be equally specific about where that money is coming from? For example, you say that you will tax fossil fuel companies, but the central idea behind addressing climate change is the limiting use of fossil fuels. How much money can you raise from companies whose income will be drastically reduced or eliminated, and where else will the money come from?
Good. If I could, Richard, is the name? Yeah. Let me begin in predicating everything I'm going to say to you this evening. Donald Trump thinks that climate change is a hoax. I think that Donald Trump is dangerously wrong. I may be old-fashioned, but I believe in science. And Richard, as I'm sure you know, what the scientists have told us, climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. It is already causing devastating problems in this country and around the world. And most frighteningly, what they tell us is if we don't get our act together and make massive changes away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy within the next 11 years, the damage done to our country and the rest of the world will be irreparable. So Richard is quite right. We are proposing the largest, most comprehensive climate change program ever presented by any candidate in the history of the United States. So where do we get, and let me, even before I tell you where we get the money, and I will do that, people say, well, Bernie, you know, you're spending a lot of money. Is it realistic? And my response to them is it realistic to not listen to the scientists and to create a situation where the planet that our children and grandchildren and future generations will be living in will be increasingly uninhabitable and unhealthy? Is that realistic? So I think we have a moral responsibility to act and act boldly. And to do that, yes, it is going to be expensive. This is how we get the money for a start, insanely. But honestly, what goes on right now is we are giving the fossil fuel industry approximately $400 billion every single year in subsidies and tax breaks. Obviously, we end that. And we are paying for this over a 15-year period, by the way. Second of all, we believe that the federal government is the best way to move aggressively to produce sustainable energy like wind and solar. We will expand concepts, public power concepts like the TVA right now, to produce wind and solar and actually make a profit on that as we sell it to electric companies all over the world. Thirdly, we are not going to have to spend money on the military defending oil interests around the world. We can cut military spending there as well. Fourthly, our program will create up to 20 million good-paying jobs over the period of the 15 years. And when we do that, you're going to have a lot of taxpayers out there who will be paying more in taxes. You'll have people who are not getting food stamps and so forth. So those are the basic ways that we pay for this program. But most importantly, we are dealing with what the scientists call an existential threat to this planet. And we must respond aggressively. We must listen to the scientists. That is what our plan does.
I think there's folks out who just heard you talk about higher taxes and taxpayers out there paying more. Would you guarantee to the American public tonight that the responsibility for $16.3 trillion, which is a massive amount of money, wouldn't end up on taxpayers' shoulders?
Well, it'll end up on some taxpayers' shoulders. If you are in the fossil fuel industry, you're going to be paying more in taxes, that's for sure. Yeah. And I happen to believe in general that at a time when we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality, where the richest 3 people in this country own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, where major profitable corporations like Amazon, who made over $10 billion in profits last year, didn't pay a nickel in taxes. Am I going to guarantee Jeff Bezos he's not going to be paying more in taxes? No, I won't.
I want you to meet Justine Burfond, is it?
Burfond, yeah.
Good. Justine Burfond from Brooklyn. She's a student at New York University, a volunteer with the Sunrise Movement, which is a youth climate group. Justine, welcome.
Hi, Senator Sanders. It's really nice to meet you. My family has lived in southern Brooklyn for 4 generations. In 2012, I witnessed Hurricane Sandy ravage this area. You have wavered at times in your stance on eliminating the filibuster. How do you intend to implement the climate policy we need to prevent climate disasters like Sandy if bad actors like Senator Mitch McConnell intend to use the filibuster to block climate legislation?
No, I haven't wavered. What I believe is the Senate should not be the House, and we shouldn't simply have a majority body. But what I have said repeatedly is we need major filibuster reform. And second of all, just as Bush got through major tax breaks for the rich through the Budget Reconciliation Act, we can do that as well. So if your question is, am we going to need 60 votes to save the planet? The answer is no, we will not. There are ways to get that to the Budget Reconciliation Act, which will require 51 votes. And that's the method we will use. Okay?
I want you to meet Mark Alessi. He's a graduate student. Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Alessi, he's a graduate student studying climate science at Cornell University, currently supports Senator Elizabeth Warren. Mark?
Hey, Mark.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, in your Green New Deal plan, you argue that nuclear energy is, quote, a false solution to the climate crisis. However, going forward, we will need every tiny contribution from all renewable energy sources, especially since nuclear energy production doesn't depend on the time of day or the current weather conditions. How can you dismiss this technology when it will be necessary in any drastic switch in our country's energy infrastructure?
Thank you, Mark. Well, here's the answer. Mark, we got a heck of a lot of nuclear waste, which, as you know, is going to stay around this planet for many, many, many thousands of years. And you know what? We don't know how to get rid of it right now. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to add more dangerous waste to this country and to the world when we don't know how to get rid of what we have right now. Number 2, in terms of cost. The truth is that it costs a lot more to build a new nuclear power plant today than it does to go to solar or to go to wind. So I think that it is safer and more cost-effective to move to sustainable energies like wind, solar, and geothermal, and not nuclear.
We have another follow-up question about nuclear power from our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir. Bill?
Yeah, Senator, I want to follow on Mark's question there. Currently, right now, the U.S. gets about 20% of our electricity and power from nuclear, while France is about 70%. Granted, they have much fewer reactors than we do, but do you really believe the French are that much more at risk as we stand here tonight, and of what exactly? And since renewables like solar and wind take so much more land, how can you possibly go carbon neutral without nuclear in the short term?
And I think the scientists tell us, in fact, that we can. And I think if you talk to the people in Japan, in terms of what happened at Fukushima, talk to the people in Russia, what happened in Chernobyl, you know what? They may not feel so comfortable with nuclear power. So I'm not a fearmonger here, and I wish the people in France the very best. But I think that the way forward, the most cost-effective way forward, the way forward that is safest, is moving to sustainable energies like wind and geothermal.
Senator Sanders, just today, the Trump administration announced plans to overturn requirements on energy-saving light bulbs. It's obviously a move that could increase greenhouse gas emissions. Would you reinstate those requirements as president?
Look, you know, it is...
I guess I should have asked, how fast would you reinstate those requirements?
It's fast. Look, one of the great things that's happening, and which gives us some hope, is that there has been an explosion in technology in many, many areas, that if we have the political will to utilize that technology, we can maybe save the planet. And by the way, let me just say this at this point before we get to light bulbs. And that is, everybody in this room knows, I mean, this is a difficult issue. Nobody has a magical solution, I don't. But this is not just an American issue. This is an issue that impacts the entire world. So what I would do, unlike President Trump, who has turned his back on this issue, in fact made it significantly worse by expanding the use of fossil fuel, what I will do, and I'm not here to tell you that I think it will happen like this, but I think it's worth the try, that in this extraordinary moment of global crisis, I think we need a president, hopefully Bernie Sanders, that reaches out to the world, to Russia and China and India, Pakistan, all the countries over the world, and say, guess what? Whether you like it or not, we are all in this together. And if you are concerned about the children in your country and future generations, we're going to have to work together. And maybe, just maybe, instead of spending $1.5 trillion every single year on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other, maybe we pool those resources and we work together against our common enemy, which is climate change. Yeah. So, now, you know, one of the actually, I've followed this issue of LED light bulbs and so forth, and there have been huge breakthroughs. I mean, you all know that we use a much less electricity. These light bulbs last a lot longer. And it is a major, major breakthrough. But that also speaks, Anderson, to the issue of energy efficiency. So it's not just moving to sustainable energies, it is also being much more efficient in terms of the energy that we use. So if you can get electricity from a light bulb that utilizes 1/10 of the power that an old incandescent light bulb used, of course you're going to do that. Of course you're going to encourage that technology. In Vermont, we are making it as easy as possible, helping people buy those light bulbs. And it is in my community in Burlington, Vermont, if I am not mistaken, over the last many years, despite good economic growth, we are not using any more electricity than we did 10 years ago because we have put investments into energy efficiency. So that's the direction we've got to go.
I got to take a quick break. Senator Sanders, we'll have more with the senator in a moment. We've got more questions, plus Senator Warren. Mayor Pete Buttigieg will take the stage as well. We'll be right back. And we are back with more of your questions from the Democratic presidential candidates. Up next, you're going to hear from Senator Elizabeth Warren. I want to continue right now with Senator Bernie Sanders. Let's take another question from our audience. Martha Redioff is a teacher from New Milford, Connecticut. Martha, welcome.
Good evening. Human population growth has more than doubled in the past 50 years. The planet cannot sustain this growth. I realize this is a poisonous topic for politicians, but it's crucial to face. Empowering women and educating everyone on the need to curb population growth seems a reasonable campaign to enact. Would you be courageous enough to discuss this issue and make it a key feature of a plan to address climate catastrophe?
Well, Martha, the answer is yes. And the answer has everything to do with the fact that women in the United States of America, by the way, have a right to control their own bodies and make reproductive decisions. And the Mexico City Agreement, which denies American aid to those organizations around the world that allow women to have abortions or even get involved in birth control, to me is totally absurd. So I think, especially in poor countries around the world, where women do not necessarily want to have large numbers of babies, and where they can have the opportunity through birth control to control the number of kids they have, something I very, very strongly support.
I want to introduce, our next guest, Grennan Milliken. He's a graduate student at Columbia University studying climate and society. Grennan?
Grennan.
Good evening. In order to successfully mitigate the impacts of climate change in the U.S., we're going to the U.S. is realistically going to have to wean itself off of fossil fuel use completely. Unfortunately, this can also mean the loss of jobs. How would you help workers of the fossil fuel industry transition to other respectable fields of work in a future green economy?
Thank you very much for that important question. I consider myself to be perhaps the most pro-worker member of the United States Congress. I think I have a 100% pro-union AFL-CIO voting record, and I've spent my entire life fighting for workers. So let me be very clear, is that the coal miners in this country, the men and women who work on the oil rigs, they are not my enemy. What is my enemy is climate change. And what we have done is built into our plan, our $16 trillion plan, tens and tens of billions of dollars for what we call a just transition. And that says that if some worker, through no fault of his own or her own, loses their job because we're moving away from fossil fuel, we're going to guarantee them an income for 5 years. We're going to guarantee them the education that they need, because those workers are not our enemies. They should not be punished because we're trying to save the planet.
I just want to ask, of all your ambitious plans, free public college, Medicare for all, eliminating student debt,
keep going,
full employment, Green New Deal, every president has to prioritize in terms of what they're going to put. What is the priority on climate change compared to all these others if you have to choose?
Well, I have the radical idea that a sane Congress can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. And you know, Anderson, there are so many crises that are out there today. I worry very much that we lose 30,000 people a year because they don't have the money to go to a doctor when they should, and that 87 million people are uninsured or underinsured. And I will implement, as president, a Medicare for All single-payer program. I am terribly worried that hundreds of thousands of bright kids no longer go to college. Guess they're worried about the debt that they'll incur. We're going to cancel all student debt. So to my mind, it's not prioritizing this over that. It is finally having a government which represents working families and the middle class rather than wealthy campaign contributors. And when you do that, then things fall in place. So you could raise the minimum wage to a living wage. But in terms of this issue, I don't know how any sane person cannot put it at the very, very top of the list. So let me state it again. We are, in my view, not in my view, in the view of the scientists who have studied this issue the most, we are fighting for the survival of the planet Earth, our only planet. How is this not a major priority? It must be a major priority.
Let me ask you. Last month, you tweeted, Donald Trump believes climate change is a hoax. Donald Trump is an idiot. Do you feel...
Did I say that?
Well...
Yeah, I did.
know,
my wife thought it wasn't a good idea, but I said.
Well, let me ask you. There's obviously tens of millions of Americans who support Donald Trump and who believe him on climate change. Are they idiots?
No. Look, what you got, Donald Trump is the only president of the United States that we have. And when you have a president who has access to all of the scientific information, who can make a phone call and bring every bloody scientist in the world into his office in a few days' notice, when you have a president of the United States who rejects and turns his back on that science, you know, maybe it was a harsh word, but he has called me worse. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is just idiotic, if you like, that a president takes has that type of approach toward climate change. And again, it is, forget the word idiot, it is so dangerous. It is dangerous. We are the most powerful country on earth. We should be leading the world to a global energy transition, and you have a president who thinks it's not real. That is idiotic.
This is Catherine Duckett. This is Catherine Duckett. She's a climate science professor at Monmouth University, a member of the Long Branch, New Jersey Environmental Commission. Catherine?
Hey, Catherine.
Hello, Professor. I wanted to ask you about FEMA rules. FEMA rules.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of changing FEMA rules to encourage retreat from properties that have suffered repeated catastrophic losses?
Yes.
And if so, how would you implement those changes in a way that's fair and equitable?
Well, as I understand what you're saying, we have the absurd situation where FEMA will only pay to repair a facility or an piece of infrastructure where it was before it was destroyed. That's pretty stupid. I mean, if it was destroyed once and you rebuild it, it's destroyed twice. Doesn't make a lot of sense to put it there again. So the answer is absolutely, which raises even the broader question of how we are going to protect communities. Look, we're not going to turn this thing around tomorrow. I worry very much. I was just in South Carolina last week. There are scientists who think that parts of Charleston, South Carolina, parts of Miami will be underwater. What do we do to protect those communities? What do we do to protect poor people and people of color, by the way, who are often the hardest hit by environmental degradation and the impact of climate change? And we have substantial sums of money to do that as well.
So would people in coastal communities, you have a house right on the beach, would they have to move?
Well, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to rebuild that house so that it is, knocked down again in the next storm. And
so how do you make that happen as president?
Well, you do your best through carrots and sticks at the federal level. But, if people want to rebuild in an area which will be devastated by the next storm, they're certainly not going to get any federal assistance from my administration to do that.
Let me just quickly ask you about cars, electric cars. Yep. Everybody, obviously, we all love our cars and trucks. How do you manage to get people to relinquish, the car they love for an electric car that may be slower or less powerful initially?
Well, you do it with financial incentives. You make it worth people's while by heavily subsidizing the industry. We can create a whole lot of jobs by moving away from internal combustion engine cars to electric cars. And every day these cars are developing a longer range and they're more powerful. But look, at the end of the day, Anderson, this is where I start from. If I start from the moral position that we have no choice but to do everything that we can with countries all over the world to save this planet for our children and future generations. And that will mean change. That will mean change. And I think that what a president of the United States has got to do is make it clear to the people of our country and the world what the dangers are if we do not act. What is the alternative? Nobody in this room, just think about it, 30 years from now, wants to look your kid or your grandchild in the eye and have that child say to you, Grandpa, you knew back in 2020, 2019, what the scientists were saying. You didn't do anything, and look what you created. Look at the world that you gave me. That is not anything that I want anybody in this room or in this country to have to face.
We have a video from a questioner. Rachel Duvac is her name. She's a retired minister and a psychologist from Denver, Colorado. Rachel?
As we move toward trying to save our planet, how will you address the concerns of businesses, especially small ones, who will be expected to conform to changes in the law to protect our environment that might cost them money, i.e. using sustainable products?
Well, the reason we are making such a big investment is to incentivize and protect small businesses and homeowners all over this country. My goal is to see a massive increase in the use of wind and solar, and we will help people being able to afford to pay for it. I'll give you just an example of one of the crazy things that goes on right now. If you install, and we have, Jane and I have put solar on our house, and it turns out with the tax credits that we got, we pay it off in 7 or 8 years, and then we have free electricity. It's a pretty good investment. We can't afford to do that. There are a lot of families that cannot afford that $15,000 or $16,000. So we're going to make it possible to lend those people that money to put the solar up on their roofs. They will not be paying a nickel more than they're currently paying for electricity, and then they're going to have free electricity after that. That is a sane approach, which also creates jobs. Those are the kinds of things that we want to do for small business and homeowners.
Let me just ask you, during a war, during a crisis, presidents in the past have asked Americans to sacrifice in different ways. I guess for someone listening at home tonight, what is the greatest personal sacrifice you are asking an American to make for climate change, to stop climate change?
Well, I think we are, we're going to have to change we're going to have to change the nature of many of the things that we're doing right now, many of the products that we're using. You used an example. There are people who like their car, which is an internal combustion engine. And we're going to have to say to those people, please, let's work together to save the planet. Maybe people like old-fashioned light bulbs. We're going to have to say we can save an enormous amount of electricity by using LEDs. So I think that in its totality, what we are saying to people that in agriculture, for example, we are saying that we're going to end factory farming because that is a danger to the environment and to climate change. And, there will be a transition. There will be a transition and there will be some pain there. We're going to put money into protecting family-based agriculture, where people can, instead of having food products, transported all over the world or all over the country, you can get that food to do as much as we can, get it locally. So there's going to be change, and we're going to have to ask people to understand that we have got to make those changes now, even though they may be a little bit uncomfortable, for the sake of future generations.
Senator Sanders, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Coming up, Senator Elizabeth Warren is next. Then
Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's get right to the audience. What do you say, Senator? Let's bring in Diana Krantz from Philadelphia. She's retired. She's working on her second novel. Diana, what's your question?
Wow, Diana. What was the first one?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, okay. This was your big chance.
Not related to the climate.
I'm trying to help here, Diana. Okay.
Anyway, thank you for this opportunity. Most economists believe that a carbon tax is the most efficient way to reduce carbon emissions. Would you push for such a tax? And if not, please explain why you don't favor that approach.
So I think of this as what my mother taught me. And that is, you got to clean up your own messes. And that means if you're going to be spewing carbon into the air and messing up the air for the rest of us, it's your responsibility to clean it up. And we've been talking about this for a long time. We've actually started putting parts of this in place in New England and other regional areas. But yes, we need to say that those who are throwing the carbon into the air that the rest of us have to breathe, that the rest of us have to deal with, are the ones who are responsible for paying for that.
So
I'm there.
Yes to a carbon tax. How much? What kind of number you got? Well, if it's President Warren, what do you do?
Actually, what I want to do there is I want to talk about, I'm glad you raised this. I want to talk about the ways we make change and how we think about change. We've been talking about a carbon tax for a very long time. And like I said, we've had some regional experiments, some different places, and it's been shown to have some good effects. But I actually have a more aggressive plan that I want to move to. I want to think about the 3 areas where we get the most carbon pollution in America right now. And what are they? They're in our buildings and homes, right? What we're burning. It's our cars and light-duty trucks that we drive. And it's the generation of electricity, where we're still using a lot of carbon-based fuel to make that happen. So you may remember that Governor Jay Inslee said, let's get tough on this, and let's put in place some real rules about this. So what I've adopted is by 2028, we don't have any more new building that has any carbon footprint. By 2030, we do the same thing on vehicles, on our cars and light-duty trucks. And by 2035, we do the same thing on electric generation. That'll cut 70% of the carbon that we are currently spewing into the air. That's how you make a real difference.
All right, so let's go back to the audience for a question about how we'll be generating power. We want to bring in Zach O'Neill from Staten Island, New York. He's a sustainability manager for Columbia University. Zach.
Hi, Zach.
Hi, Senator Warren. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good tonight.
Good,
I'm good.
good. I'm
Depending
glad.
on this
You feeling
answer.
sustainable? Okay, good.
So my question is, what is your opinion on the prospect of nuclear energy to help replace fossil fuels? And what do the risks outweigh any potential benefits?
So you rightly point out about nuclear energy. It's not carbon-based, but the problem is it's got a lot of risks associated with it, particularly the risks associated with the spent fuel rods, that nobody can figure out how we're going to store these things for the next bazillion years. So here's how I see it. In my administration, we're not going to build any new nuclear power plants. And we are going to start weaning ourselves off nuclear energy and replacing it with renewable fuels over, we're going to get it all done by 2035, but I hope we're getting it done faster than that. That's the plan.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
You know, when you look at Germany as a model, their ambitions, it's being reported that they're going to fall short. One of the problems they have is balancing types of power. When it's bright and sunny, they generate so much wind and solar that it can flood the market. It puts the wholesale price almost to zero. When it's dark in the wintertime, when they need the power, they have to use nuclear. They have to look for other sources. Can the ambition meet the reality of phasing out fossil fuels and not using something like nuclear, at least in the short term?
So remember, it's not only about production, it's also about storage. And to the extent we do a better job, for example, in how to store all of that energy, then you get to use solar power at high noon, but you also get to use it at midnight. So I'm going to tell you where I place my biggest bet, and that is on science. You know, I really believe in science. But really the point is, and this is a big part of one of my plans, and that is that we put a lot of money into the science, into research, into development. Think of it this way. Back when we first started talking about auto emissions, when you couldn't breathe the air for days on end in LA, and they said, we just gotta roll back on these emissions. We set emissions standards that at that moment, the auto industry said, we got no way to meet them. And the answer was, figure out a way. They developed the catalytic converter, and lo and behold, they cut emissions. So I see this is our moment. Make that investment in science, make that investment in research and development, and that's how it is that we will both have more renewable generation, but more to the point, we will also have more storage so that renewable power makes more sense 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
So quick step into the future. You win the nomination.
I like that.
You're
Say
on
that
the debate.
again.
So far, the premise is
Okay.
good. You're on the debate stage. You're across from the president, and he says the Green New Deal is a dream because we're 60% right now on fossil fuels. You're saying you want to put into research and get it done, but you don't know how right now.
No.
So you want to bet our economy on an ambition. What's the answer?
He says the Green New Deal is a dream.
I'm assuming
I would
he
say,
says it. I don't know what he'd say. It may not be that
I'm
nice.
just saying where he is right now is a nightmare. we really do have to start this conversation. Don't sit around and tell me what's not possible. Sit around and look what happens if we don't make change. You know, we've got, what, 11 years, maybe, to reach a point where we've cut our emissions in half, and that's not just America. We're only 20% of the problem. Now, that's a big hunk of the problem. But there's another world out there that's 80% of this problem. So you bet that this is a moment where we better dream big and fight hard, because that's how it is that we're going to make the changes we need to make. Now, part of it is going to be about research and development, you bet. Part of it, we already know how to do. We know how to do offshore wind. We know how to do solar. The question is, are we willing to put the resources into it? And my answer is, yeah, we better be willing to put the resources into it, because the alternative is unthinkable. Life on Earth is at risk. And if we don't make this commitment, we not only cheat our children, we cheat their future and their children's future, and that is morally wrong. We have to be all the way in.
So let's get an audience question about what you want to move away from. Let's bring in Robin Happel, Johnson City, Tennessee, an environmental law student at Pace University.
Fabulous. Good to see you.
Good evening. As someone who is born and raised in southern Appalachia, I have seen firsthand the devastating impact of mountaintop removal coal mining. Would your administration support policies like the Appalachian Communities Health Emergency Act, H.R. 2050, that take into account the impact coal has in our communities and help provide a path forward?
And Senator, I know you know this, but just for the audience, 2050 says that they're going to halt any permits for mountaintop coal mining until there's an assessment done of impact on surrounding communities.
And the answer is yes. We need to go where we were talking about earlier. You don't get to ruin the air for everyone else, the water for everyone else, the soil for everyone else. We don't just to help giant corporations. They don't get to make our kids sick. They don't get to shorten lifespans because it increases their profitability. You know what I think is the fundamental question right now? Is how have we gotten ourselves into this mess? How has it gone this long when the climate science, year after year after year, has told us it's getting more and more dangerous out there, it's getting worse and worse for life on this earth? And the answer is because of Washington. We have a Washington that works great for the wealthy and the well-connected. A Washington that is working great for giant oil companies that want to drill everywhere. It's just not working for the rest of us who see climate change bearing down upon us. When you see a government that works great for those with money, a government that works great for those who can make big campaign contributions and hire armies of lobbyists and lawyers, and it's not working for everybody else, that is corruption, pure and simple, and we need to call it out for what it is. Fight back.
So, Senator, back to the scenario. You win the nomination. You're on the debate stage.
Keep saying it.
And, and your opponent says, okay, I get it. You want to run away from fossil fuels. Fine, science. What about those workers
No,
now?
I want to breathe the air and drink the water.
And so do the people working at the fossil fuel companies.
Yep.
They're worried they're not going to have a job and that all of these solutions go out into the future, but damn them in the immediate. What do you do to those men and women who are working in that industry now who worry about being displaced?
So, I think this is one of the best parts about the Green New Deal. It's not only about setting the targets on green so that we save this planet. It's about a new deal for people who work. It's about justice for people whose communities have been destroyed. It's about racial justice on environmental issues. It's about worker justice. So here's what I propose. I have among my many plans, one of the ones is about a green manufacturing plant. So let me use that one as an example. Coming up, there is an estimated $17 trillion market for green around the world. Think about it. Green generation of power, but also green to take carbon out of the air, to clean up the water, desalination. And by the way, a lot of this stuff hasn't been invented yet. So you see this giant worldwide market. People want to do this, or at least feel like they need to because they see what's happening. What can we do? And I've got a three-part answer to that. The first is make the big investment in science and research and development, the things we do best here in America. Part two is we say to the world, you can produce whatever we come up with in our science, whatever devices, you can have it, you can apply it, but whatever is manufactured from it, you have to manufacture right here in the United States of America. That will produce an estimated 1.2 million new manufacturing jobs, good jobs, union jobs, not jobs that pay less, not jobs that are an afterthought, but real jobs. So that's part one of it. We want to sell this stuff around the world. That's how you generate a change in how we see both our economy, building unions, building good jobs, and at the same time, both saving our own nation and the rest of the world on the climate front. These are the kind of changes that we can make together. And let me say one more thing about workers, because I don't want to miss this chance. Understand, we need our smart workers. We need the guys and the gals who've been sitting around for a long time, who know how to read plans, and they know how to move big equipment, and they know how to help us, because we're going to need to rebuild our infrastructure around this country. There are places where we're going to need to harden our infrastructure. The oceans are rising. I visit a lot of port cities. I live in one. We are going to have to make big change, and that means we need our workers. We need our workers to be there, to help us to be partners in this, and quite frankly, to have the good, well-paying jobs as part of that. This is a win-win for everybody. This is how we go into the future and build an America that is both green and an America that's not just working for the profits for the fossil fuel industry, but an America that's working for everybody.
So, a quick question about going from the worker to the consumer. Today, the president announced plans to roll back energy-saving light bulbs, and he wants to reintroduce 4 different kinds, which I'm not going to burden you with, but one of them is the candle-shaped ones, and those are a favorite for a lot of people, by the way. But do you think that the government should be in the business of telling you what kind of light bulb you can have?
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Is that a yes?
No, look, there are a lot of ways that we try to change our energy consumption and our pollution. And God bless all of those ways. Some of it is with light bulbs, some of it is on straws, some of it, dang, is on cheeseburgers, right? There are a lot of different pieces to this, and I get that people are trying to find the part that they can work on and what can they do, and I'm in favor of that, and I'm going to help and I'm going to support. But understand, this is exactly what the fossil fuel industry hopes we're all talking about. That's what they want us to talk about. This is your problem. They want to be able to stir up a lot of controversy around your light bulbs, around your straws, and around your cheeseburgers. When 70% of the pollution, of the carbon that we're throwing into the air comes from 3 industries, and we can set our targets and say by 2028, 2030, and 2035, no more. Think about that right there. Now, the other 30% we still got to work on. Oh no, we don't stop at 70%. But the point is that's where we need to focus. And why don't we focus there? It's corruption. It's these giant corporations that keep hiring the PR firms that does that. Everybody has fun with it, right? Gets it all out there. So we don't look at who's still making the big bucks of polluting our earth. And the time for that is past. We have a chance left in 2020 to turn this around, but we are running out of time on this one. So we've got to do this in 2020, and that means the first thing we've got to do is we've got to attack this corruption head on in Washington and say enough of having the oil industry, the fossil fuel industry write all our laws in this area. No more.
Let's bring in Robert Wood from Brooklyn, New York. He's a writer and climate organizer for 350 Brooklyn. Robert.
Hi, Robert.
Hi. Bernie Sanders has endorsed the idea of the public ownership of utilities, arguing that we can't adequately solve this crisis without removing the profit motive from the distribution of essential needs like energy. As president, would you be willing to call out capitalism in this way and advocate for the public ownership of our utilities?
Gosh, you know, I'm not sure that that's what gets you to the solution. I'm perfectly willing to take on giant corporations. I think I've been known to do that once or twice. But for me, I think the way we get there is we just say, sorry guys, but by 2035, you're done. You're not going to be using any more carbon-based fuels. That gets us to the right place. And if somebody wants to make a profit from building better solar panels and generating better battery storage, I'm not opposed to that. What I'm opposed to is when they do it in a way that hurts everybody else. You shouldn't be able to externalize these costs. That's the problem with fossil fuels right now. I think that the best way we go forward here is we open up the opportunities. We open up the possibilities. We invest in the science. We invest in the manufacturing. We invest in the pieces that let us build a future together going forward. But, I just want to be clear. We got to have tough rules that we are willing to enforce. And that means we have got to be willing to fight back against these giant industries. And that's where the whole thing starts for me. We put them on their back foot, then we have a real chance to make the changes we need to make. And that's what it's going to take.
Senator Warren, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more questions for the senator. And in a moment, we're going to have South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg will join us next. Stay with CNN. Welcome back. In just minutes, we're going to hear from South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg, and then we have former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. But right now, we have Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's get some more questions. All right. Thanks for being here so
Glad
far.
to be here.
Now, I want to bring in another member of the office. Well, you never know how it goes. You may change your opinion. All right. Chantel Comerdell. She's from a narrow island of land in Louisiana known as Isle de Jean Charles. It's rapidly disappearing because of rising sea levels and coastal erosion. Chantel, thank you very much for being with us. What's your question, Chantel?
Thank you. So, as he said, I'm from the island of Jean Charles, Biloxi, Chitimacha, Choctaw tribe. We've been dubbed as the first American climate refugees. We had a front row seat to climate change for the past 20 years. I had to move my home from my island home when I was little due to mold-induced asthma and from repeat flooding. So my question to you is, if president, what changes would you make to support communities like mine who face community-wide displacement and cultural erasure?
Yeah. So let me start by saying how very sorry I am. It's got to be hard to watch your homelands disappear like this and to know that you've done everything you can do, but that the forces bigger than you have taken over. And so I see it this way. Part one is that everything we spend on climate has to be about reducing our carbon footprint. It has to be about justice as well, though, for people who've been displaced, for workers who've been displaced, for people in communities of color who have, for generations now, been the ones where the toxic dumps got sited next to their homes. Their children breathe the nasty particulates that brought on asthma. Their seniors died earlier. And so part of this change is not only about reducing climate footprint, about reducing our pollution of this earth, but it's about trying to help those who've been injured from all that's happened. So part of what I have reference to in the plan, it's not all the way stretched out yet, and so I'm still working on this, and want to work on this with the communities that are affected, is making sure that this money goes down to the community level, that it doesn't just all happen in 2 or 3 places around the country that can make the most noise, that are the biggest, that it doesn't go, I'll just be blunt, to governors. It goes all the way down to the communities that are affected. And if I can, I just want to add one more piece. You know, when I think about climate, it is the existential threat. It is the one that threatens all life on this planet, that every day we're losing species. It's changing. The oceans are getting more acidic. So when I first started thinking about how to describe what I will fight for when I run for president, I decided I wasn't going to do one climate plan. I decided I was going to try to look at climate in every part of the plans I'm working on. So that means I've got a lot of places where this comes in, because that's how I see it. It's not going to be a one and done that's all confined. It's that it hits in different places. So for example, on the policies about our relationship, our federal government's relationship with our native tribes, it's about respecting the tribe's ability to take care of their own land, to be good stewards of the land. And a commitment as president that I will not approve any plans for the use of federal lands that are near tribal lands that can affect what happens on tribal lands or sacred lands that are sacred to our Native American brothers and sisters, that I will not do that without the prior informed consent of the neighboring tribes. I think that's how we help tribes be the stewards of the land that they had been for generations, and I know they will be for generations to come.
All right. Our Chief Climate Correspondent Bill Weir has a question. Bill. Senator Warren, let me tell you a story about neighbors in Port Arthur, Texas. We have a little video here.
I've been to Port Arthur.
You've been to Port Arthur, then you know what it looks like. This is the Motiva oil refinery. It is the biggest in the world, or at least in North America. It is in Port Arthur, but it's owned by a Saudi Arabian company that made more profit, twice as much profit as Apple computers last year. Although right next door, I met a family in a $60,000 house that can't afford to fix the mold from Harvey. Even though they understand the problems, they would tell you, please don't shut them down because I will die of starvation before I die of pollution. They're worried about jobs. And so what do you tell the pipe fitters and the cafeteria workers in Port Arthur? What will happen to them if these places go dark?
So I would say two things to them. The first one is, that's not the only job in Port Arthur over the next 20 years. I've seen Port Arthur. Port Arthur is going to need a lot of infrastructure rebuilding and strengthening. It's going to need a lot of help right on the water. Those are good jobs. Those are union jobs. Those are skilled jobs. We have a lot of work to do, and I hope the workers in Port Arthur will be a big part of that. That's part one. But part two is, who's making the real money off Port Arthur and those workers? Who's making that money? It's the investors. It's the Saudis who own this company. How is it in a democracy that we could have a handful of corporations that year after year keep dragging in bigger and bigger profits while the oceans continue to rise, while your home disappears, while your children have asthma, while people die? That's not right. And the reason it is happening is Washington. Washington could have put a stop to this decades ago, but they didn't. Washington is corrupt. It is taking money from the fossil fuel industry, from the big polluters, and it's doing exactly what they want, which is mostly nothing. And if we don't call that out and attack it head on, understand, in the next few years, there will be bills that will be called climate bills. They'll have fabulous names. All air has just been cleaned up. Water is now pure and wonderful. That'll be the name of the bill, comma, brought to you by Exxon. Read the fine print on what that bill says. So the way I see this is we have to attack the corruption head on. Because until we attack that corruption head on, so long as those guys continue to call all the shots, then we're not going to be able to make the changes that we must make. These changes are no longer optional. They're no longer there as a maybe yes, maybe no. This is our future. This is our children's future. This is our grandchildren's future, and we are running out of time. So for me, head on is to attack the corruption in Washington that keeps Washington working for these big fossil fuel companies.
Talk a little bit about the ocean there. I want to bring in a video question. This is from Bren Smith. He lives in New Haven, Connecticut. He was a commercial fisherman. Now he works as a shellfish farmer. Brent, what's your question?
Hi, Brent.
My oyster farm was destroyed by 2 hurricanes. Now warming waters and acidification are killing seed coast to coast and reducing yields. Those of us that work on the water, we need climate solutions, and we need them now. The trouble is the Green New Deal only mentions our oceans one time. This is despite the fact that our seas soak up more than 25% of the world's carbon. So what's your plan for a Blue New Deal for those of us working on the ocean?
I like that.
Sure that all of us can make a living on a living planet.
So I thank you. I think it is a great question. I think he's got it exactly right. We need a Blue New Deal as well. Good for you. You know, I just want to say on this one about the oceans, the rising acidification and the fact that now in Boston, right, the lobsters moved to Maine because it's too warm in the waters and the food for them doesn't grow appropriately and so on. I talk to folks who fish commercially off our shores, down by New Bedford, up by Gloucester. You know what they tell me? They keep pulling stuff up that they don't even know what it is. And so what do? I talked to one who said, so I call my brother-in-law who fishes commercially off the coast of Florida because I send him pictures and he says, oh yeah, we used to catch those down here, but now they've moved to Boston and to the waters around Massachusetts and New England. So here's what really scares me. This isn't slowing down. It's speeding up. Where are they going next? And what are we going to be left with? We count on our oceans for life, not just for food, but what it means in our entire climate. So I love it. You want to call it a Blue New Deal? Count me in. But part of getting the carbon out of the air, out of the water, out of the soil, is also about the change in what's happening in our oceans, these big dead patches now and the patches of trash, which goes back to a point I was making earlier. And that is we can't just think about cleaning up the United States of America. We cannot think about from the East Coast to the West Coast, plus Hawaii and Alaska. We can't just think from the Canadian border down to the border with Mexico. We have to think about the whole world. And that's why many of my plans intersect with our global opportunities and responsibilities. Like I said, lots of plans, elizabethwarren.com/climate, because we got to be working on all fronts.
So we have a couple minutes left.
Okay.
Let's talk about one of the metrics of your commitment to the problem. You've said it's the ultimate threat to life on Earth. One of the metrics of commitment is how much money you're going to put toward it. You say $3 trillion over 10 years, and Senator Sanders says he's going to do $16 trillion. Does that mean he is more dedicated to this than you?
No. But let me tell you why. And that is, yeah, I've got plans. I've got a $2 trillion plan. I've got a $1 trillion plan in picking up how we're going to cut carbon emissions by 70% by 2035. But we got to use all the tools in the toolbox. This is not a moment where we just say, you know what, we just need to put some money on it and then we're going to fix this problem. It takes money. Boy, don't get me wrong. It takes money to make this investment, but we need to be willing to use our regulatory tools. That's an important part of it. We have to use our position internationally. So my trade policy also includes climate elements to it. Look, here's a piece of it. I think that we need a climate adjustment fee on products that are imported to the United States. Think about it this way. There's something that takes a lot of carbon to produce. We can't simply export our pollution and say as long as they produce it across the border somewhere else, then it's okay with us and we'll still buy it here. No, we want to create the right kind of competition for our industry here, but we also want to think globally. Then the answer is you want to import something here in the United States, we want to know how much carbon was used to produce that. And let's think about how we have to equalize price on it. People want to get to the American markets. You want to get to the American market? Then you've got to sign on to some basic climate agreements, right? We are not going to give favored nation trading partnership rights to countries that are polluting. We need to think in a global sense. Now, it's not dollars out of the Treasury, but it has an effect worldwide. So I think of this as we've got to approach this from a lot of different ways. I want to say I proudly adopted many of Governor Inslee's plans. He said, have at them, they're open source. My view is you go everywhere where there's a good idea, including a blue New Deal. Pick them up and use them, because the only way we're going to make change is if we're looking everywhere. And we keep testing it, figure out what works, do more of that. What doesn't work, we have to let it go. But we have got to make change, and we've got to make it now.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, thank you very much.
Thank you.
In just moments, joining us will be South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg, a millennial candidate. He says change on the climate is personal for young people. Also, you have former Congressman Beto O'Rourke coming up and Senator Cory Booker. So stay with CNN. And again, thank you, Senator Warren.
Thank you.
All right, one night, 10 top Democratic candidates answering questions from Democratic and independent voters about one urgent issue, the climate crisis. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Chris Cuomo. Now, I want to show you something that just gives you the status of the crisis. Look behind me. On one side, this is a picture of an actual wildfire burning right now. This is just outside Los Angeles, La Cresta, California, okay? So that's one type of situation that we're seeing more and more of that scientists say is indicative of climate change. Now on the East Coast, as you all know, we're dealing with Hurricane Dorian. And again, scientists tell us consistently that we are seeing more intense storms more frequently that are more complicated by the effects of climate change. These are both happening right now on our watch. The question is, what will be done about it? Scientists are telling us we're seeing the consequences of the climate crisis, okay? They also say that we could cross a massive tipping point. If what? If the world warms more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, it's just about 3 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, we've already warmed up the planet 1 degree Celsius since the Industrial Revolution, so we're more than halfway there. Young people are worried about a livable future for the planet. It's not some abstract idea for them. We have 3 2020 candidates left here to talk about this urgent issue. We have former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. We have Senator Cory Booker. They're ahead. Joining us right now, South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you. All right, let's get right to the questions. Let's bring in Dr. Linda Rudolph. All right, she's from Oakland, California. She's the director of the Center for Climate Change and Health at the Public Health Institute. Her family home was destroyed in Sonoma wildfires. We were just showing one burning right now outside Los Angeles. So, doctor, sorry for your loss. Thank you for participating tonight. What's your question?
Good evening. Major health organizations representing millions of doctors, nurses, and health professionals have declared that climate change is a health emergency. Under your leadership, South Bend does not yet have a climate action plan. Given that your own city has been slow to act, how can I and other health professionals be confident that you will address the climate health emergency with the urgency it requires, and how will you do so?
Well, first of all, I'm so sorry about what happened to your home. And we are underway on a climate action plan. We were one of the cities that committed, joining with cities around the world to live up to the Paris commitments, even if our national governments are failing to do it. And right now, we have built out the capacity to assess what's happening with greenhouse gases in our city and act on it. We've undertaken energy savings contracts to make our buildings more energy efficient, set up electric vehicle charging points so that we're modeling what needs to happen with the future of transportation. And we're doing it because we're living in a country where our national government has failed. And cities around the world, beginning with the C40 that New York right here was one of the first members of back in 2007, have said, we can't even wait for the national governments to catch up. Now, having said all that, the reality is cities can't do it alone. This is going to require action at every level of government and beyond government. We are only going to be able to tackle the climate issue when this amounts to a major national project that enlists the abilities of the public sector, the private sector, the academic sector, and folks who up until now have often been made to feel like they're part of the problem, like rural America. We have to stand tall and believe that this is something all of us have pride in and can get done, or it's not going to happen. You know, all night I've been catching at least some of the other sessions that have gone on, and all of us are basically using the same language. We're talking about existential threat, we're talking about urgency, we're competing over which one of our targets is more accurate, but the fundamental question is, how are we actually going to get it done? Because we've been having this same conversation for years. I think in order for that to happen, we have to actually unify the country around this project. And that means bringing people to the table who haven't felt that they've been part of the process. I mean, this is the hardest thing we will have done, certainly in my lifetime as a country. This is on par with winning World War II, perhaps even more challenging than that. Does anybody really think we're going to meet that goal if between now and 2050, we are still at each other's throats? It's not going to happen. We've got to figure out a way to rally, and that means everybody from cities to farms to the federal government to the international community. I'm prepared to lead us to get that done.
A quick question before we go back to the audience. You have a new proposal out about what you do with climate. You talk about how municipalities can work using the Defense Department. You talk about how farmers can deal with it. Not as much attention paid, at least in the writing, to what you do to those who produce the fossil fuels and are making the money off it. We just listened to Senator Warren. That is obviously a big part of her focus on this, is going after the big companies. Is that part of your prospect also, and if so, how?
Absolutely. First of all, it's one of the reasons why I've proposed that we assess a carbon tax. And I know you're not supposed to use the T word when you're in politics, but we might as well call this what it is. There is a harm being done, and in the same way that we have taxed cigarettes, we're going to have to tax carbon. Now, the difference with my plan is that I propose that we rebate all of the revenue we collect right back out to the American people on a progressive basis so that low and middle income Americans are made more than whole. We're going to have to spend a lot of federal money in order to deal with the crisis, but I'm proposing that we get that from other sources, because we need to make sure that the carbon tax is something whose incidence is on the polluters, not on the American people, especially lower income people who are already suffering so much, and climate change is only going to make it harder.
All right, let's take a question from the audience. We have Amanda Freund. She's from East Canaan, Connecticut. Sorry about that. She works on her family's dairy farm. She also sells biodegradable pots made from cow manure. Flower pots, not like pots you cook in. That would be a terrible idea. So what is your question, Amanda?
Thank you. So the average American farmer is 58 years old. I'm 34. My family is discussing the transition of our dairy farm to the next generation, but we're experiencing unprecedented weather events, economic and environmental challenges. And so I am wondering what you can do and what your plan is to bring stability back to the ag sector so that farmers like me can actually meet the environmental regulations that will be put in place to combat climate change and stay in business.
Right. This is so important because the entire way of life is being threatened. And it's hard enough without climate change, right? And it's getting harder under this administration between the trade wars and the things that are happening with consolidation that are making it difficult to get ahead. Uncertainty is one of the biggest enemies that a farmer has, and we're adding an awful lot of it with what's happening with climate change. It's one of the reasons why farmers have the most to lose. But I also believe, and clearly you're pioneering this, that rural Americans can be such a huge part of the solution. To me, the quest for the net zero emissions cattle farm is one of the most exciting things we might undertake as a country. It can be done right now strictly speaking, scientifically, but it's completely unaffordable, of course, to make it pencil out. We need to change the economics of it. And yes, that means federal investment. That means more investment in USDA, the Department of Agriculture's R&D. It also means investing more in things like the Conservation Stewardship Program for growers to make sure that we're doing the right things with soil management. Sounds like this is hitting a nerve, and yet you almost never hear about it, right? I mean, scientifically, and I know we're moving away from cattle a little bit to the planting side, but there is the potential of our soil to take in as much carbon as the entire transportation sector puts out. We've got to unlock that. The way I see it, in the same way that we as a country are rightly proud of Norman Borlaug and the Green Revolution that fed 1 billion people, we should be just as proud of the steps we're about to take as a country, with American agriculture leading the way, to green global agriculture in a different fashion. Imagine what it would mean if a net zero emissions cattle farm were as big a symbol of American achievement in fighting the climate crisis as an electrical vehicle. We'd be so proud of it. And it might also be helpful at coffee after church with folks you know in your rural communities who maybe are hesitating to embrace democratic visions of climate, because it sounds like we're telling them they're part of the problem. So thanks for what you're doing to lead the way on that.
So one of the issues in creating change is that there's so many different sensitivities. There's so many if-thens when it comes to what you do with our environment. For instance, one of the elements of your plan is biofuels as an alternative source. Then you get into people who will say, well, but the way you fertilize corn to make your biofuel adds nitrogen to the water, and that creates hypoxia or dead areas and algae blooms. So that's part of the problem. Now your solution becomes part of the problem. How do you get to where you need to be?
Well, the beauty of things like a carbon tax is it lets a lot of these things get sorted out without anybody in Washington having to figure out all the answers. Right? We make sure that our economy itself, including the productive power of the private sector in America, is driving toward solutions, if and only if the pricing it actually reflects the cost of carbon. So that's part of it. Part of it is making sure that we rally the entire country toward really aggressive goals, and that we're neutral about how it gets done as long as we actually get it done. Look, we're not going to figure out when we're doing a moonshot like this, we're not going to have politicians figuring out every piece of how to get it done any more than President Kennedy had the rocket trajectories figured out when he said we were going to go to the moon. We set the goal, and then we challenge America to live up to it, both with incentives and with requirements and regulations.
Let's bring in Nicole Carty from Brooklyn, New York. She's a progressive organizer, currently supports Senator Elizabeth Warren. Nicole, what's your question?
Hi. Good evening. Mayor Buttigieg, for decades, working class communities and communities of color have been the first to be hit by pollution and the last to rebuild after climate disasters. After Hurricane Katrina, 2/3 of people who lost their jobs were women. And Black Americans are 3 times more likely to die from pollution. How would you use the Green New Deal to bring Americans together and address racial, gender, and socioeconomic disparities?
You know, this is such an important example of the moral stakes of dealing with climate. This is not only a question of generational justice, it is a question of social, racial, and gender justice. And as you cited in your questions, communities of color and communities that have already been disadvantaged by prejudice and hatred in this country are being made even worse off by what's happening with climate. We've seen it in South Bend. Some of those most impacted by some of the historic flooding that we've seen were those who were economically least able to deal with it. We're seeing far more Black kids needing to be treated for asthma than white kids. That's not a coincidence. That's a consequence of things like economic disempowerment, and because a lot of folks were redlined intentionally into neighborhoods that are closer to sources of pollution. And so it's one of the reasons why our Douglas plan for dealing with systemic racism in this country looks at how everything from economic empowerment to housing comes into play. We're also proposing health equity zones, and this has a strong overlap with environment because while some of the reasons that, for example, Black patients are at a disadvantage with public health outcomes has to do with what happens when they go into a doctor's office or a hospital. A lot of it's what happens in your own home, in your own environment, because of these environmental factors. So I'm proposing that we fund communities developing community solutions toward health equity, including dealing with issues that are exacerbated by climate or caused by environmental problems, without saying that we're going to prescribe it all from Washington, but putting real dollars from Washington behind those community plans to deliver health equity and justice, with environmental issues being one of the main drivers of both the problem and potentially the solution.
Got a video question for you. This is from Seth Macy, lives in Wichita, Kansas. He's a programmer at Wichita State University. Here's his question.
What's one question you would ask Donald Trump about climate change during a debate?
Wow. Look, I don't know that you can get to this president by asking him a question. I don't think you can get to him at all. And it's not just him. It's all of the enablers in the congressional GOP, right? I mean, this matters. And they need to know that they will be remembered for generations. You could argue that of all the horrible things that this president has done, the one that will most be remembered 50 or 100 years from now will have to do with the failure to act on climate. At least that's what it'll be like if this goes down in history as the time that we failed to get something done. I mean, Congress right now is it's like a room full of doctors arguing about what to do over a cancer patient. And half of them are arguing over whether medication or surgery is the best approach, and the other half are saying cancer doesn't exist. Think of what a disservice this is. This is a life or death issue. And the president, he's busy drawing with a Sharpie on a hurricane map. He's completely in a different reality than the rest of us. And the problem is we don't have the luxury of debating whether this is an issue. So I can't think of anything I could ask him other than, would you please step aside and allow us to do something about this issue, because you're clearly not ready to leave.
To your own point about what the aspects of persuasion are here, in a recent poll, your home state, Indiana, 51% of people asked believe that human activity is the reason for climate change. And you would also have to deal with the president in terms of what his administration has done to roll back things. So you may not have a question, but you're going to need some answers. What would you say to the people who say, I'm not so sure about this? And what would you say about the people who say, well, he rolled these things back. What are you going to do to bring them back?
Well, look, some of the things he did by executive action, we can undo by executive action. But this time, let's actually put some legislation behind it so it's not at the whim of a president. But I think the real issue we've got to have, especially in very conservative places like where I live in Indiana, the real conversation we've got to have is about what's at stake here beyond the traditional battle lines that have been drawn. This ought to be a bipartisan issue. This once was a bipartisan issue, and now it's gone completely off the rails. So let's talk about some other dimensions of what's at stake. Let's talk about national security. At a time when our military leaders say that this is one of the greatest threats to stability. There's a lot of evidence that the Syrian civil war is one of the first that was partly caused as a consequence of climate change. If we really want to talk about security, let's talk about securing the lives of future generations. Let's talk in language that is understood across the heartland about faith. You know, if you believe that God is watching as poison is being belched into the air of creation, and people are being harmed by it, countries are at risk of vanishing in low-lying areas, what do you suppose God thinks of that? I bet he thinks it's messed up. And you don't have to be religious to see the moral dimensions of this, because frankly, every religious and non-religious moral tradition tells us that we have some responsibility of stewardship, some responsibility for taking care of what's around us, not to mention taking care of our neighbor. And eventually it gets to the point where this is less and less about the planet as an abstract thing and more about specific people suffering specific harm because of what we're doing right now. At least one way of talking about this is that it's a kind of sin.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more of our CNN Climate Crisis Town Hall. Stay with us. We're back with CNN's Climate Crisis Town Hall. We have Democratic presidential candidates answering your questions about the climate emergency. Up next, we'll have former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. But now we have more questions for Mayor Buttigieg. It's good to have you. Let's go right to the audience. We have Bill Jordan, Troy, New York. He's the founder and CEO of Jordan Energy. They do solar panel installation, as well as being the co-founder and board president of the Let's Share the Sun Foundation, which installs solar panels in poor parts of the world. Bill, thank you for being a part of this. What's your question?
Hi, Mayor Pete.
Hi.
I had the pleasure of meeting your dad several years ago when he was administering the Hesper Usker Scholarship Program at Notre Dame. Like most fathers, he was proud of you and sought to help make a better world for his children. How do you and Chasen think about leaving the world a better place, particularly around the climate change issues discussed here today, to the next generation and any children you may choose to raise?
Well, we're hoping to have kids one day, and I want to know that our kids can thrive. When I got into this campaign, I talked a lot about the idea of generational justice. And at first people looked at me funny because I don't think it's something that's been talked about much. But each of us has an obligation to do our part, not only to be just to those around us, but to those who will come in the future. And I think, you know, when we're on the campaign trail now, and more, the questions I get from kids are about climate. They're almost always either about gun violence or about climate. These are personal questions. They're asking about whether they're going to be able to thrive. Again, it's why I think this isn't just saving the planet. This is saving the future for specific people who are alive right now. I also, frankly, think of it a little more selfishly, because when we're talking about whether we hit this target of 2050, decarbonizing our economy, you know, Lord willing, I plan to be here. I would be in my 60s. By the time we know whether we have succeeded and can look back at 2020 and be proud of what we did to begin getting on the right track, or realize that we're the ones who blew it. These are the years. You know, we talk about 2030 as a deadline, but in many ways, 2020 is the deadline, because if we're not underway by the time the new president takes office, we really have lost our last shot. It's why there is so much riding on this election. And for me and everybody I know, for the children that we hope to have, for the people who will be alive at the turn of the century, when if we don't change what we're doing, we could lose half the world's oxygen because of what's going on in the oceans. That is unthinkable. And we owe it to, we just cannot look in the eyes of a child right now with a straight face and say we're doing right by them. We owe it to them to get this done before it's too late.
Mr. Mayor, under the category of being the change you want to see, air travel is about 2% of greenhouse gas emissions. The number of travelers obviously going up around the world. Private air travel, therefore even worse because it serves a smaller population. Your second quarter filing says your campaign spent about $300 grand on private filing. You're going to get the finger shaken at you that you should not be doing that if you're going to be the green guy.
Look, I'm interested in decarbonizing the fuel that goes into air travel. I also don't believe we're going to abolish air travel. This is a big country, and while I absolutely think we can do more to provide alternatives, like trains, I don't think that we're going to solve the question of how to get around the world without air travel. This is the sort of thing that I think we need to look at in a common sense kind of way, and the right loves to sink their teeth into anything we say that makes it seem like we're being unreasonable, when actually all we're saying is that there's got to be a way to make it less carbon intensive. Sometimes I took the subway today. Sometimes I fly, because this is a very big country and I'm running to be president of the whole country. But look, you know, it involves meeting voters everywhere. But look, we do need to do more to provide alternatives to air travel. I mean, think about the train system, right? In a country that views itself as the greatest, the most modern, the most sophisticated in the world, how is it that we have such an inferior train system when trains are a lot easier to power on a green basis because they run on electricity? You know, think of what it would mean for areas like the industrial Midwest, where I live. If places from Indianapolis to Chicago, to South Bend, Detroit, Minneapolis, and so on were just a few hours away from each other by train. I'm not even asking for Japanese-level trains. Just give me like Italian-level trains, and we would be way ahead of where we are right now. But that's going to require policy choices and investment. And to anybody who says we shouldn't subsidize trains, they got to stand on their own 2 feet, think about just how many ways we subsidize driving, which is among the most carbon-intensive things we could be doing.
Italian trains, you'd have a huge upgrade in food, too, probably.
There you go.
On the trains. That'd be a nice
Bonus.
thing. All right, we have our chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir. Bill, what's your question?
Mayor, every hour of every day, actually every minute of every day, humanity buys 1 million plastic bottles. The amount of plastic produced in a year is roughly the same as the entire weight of humanity. And as we know in this recycling crisis, it doesn't go away. It's ending up in everything from salt to seafood. So what would you do about this? Plenty of Democrats want to make polluters pay, but does that apply to every company that puts harmful packaging out into the waste stream?
I think it does, because this is one more example of where corporations are literally pushing out the true cost of what they do into a place where it can't be seen. Only it comes back at us. It harms habitats, it ruins environments, and it is profoundly irresponsible. So we need to make sure that we have regulations and incentives that promote things like biodegradable alternatives to plastic. There's already so much going into this. By the way, some of it is coming from sources that are being grown in the heartland of America. We've got to double down on those kinds of investments so that we feel proud rather than guilty when we do handle something that takes the place of plastic, looks like plastic, but is much more responsible for the environment.
Question from David Lowe, a retired religion professor from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. David.
Mayor Pete, thank you for being here with us. It's not all big business's fault. So car companies manufacture gas guzzlers and ranchers raise livestock because we will buy their products. Do you model the kinds of spending changes that consumers need to adopt?
I try to do the right thing. I think about this when I'm making decisions as a consumer. Before life changed a little bit for me, I tried to bike to work whenever I could as mayor in South Bend. But the reality is no individual can be expected single-handedly to solve this problem. It's going to require national action. And by the way, this is why we, and by we I mean like the human species, invented government. It's for dealing with issues that are too big for each of us to deal all acting on our own. This is the perfect use case for good government decisions.
So when you look at the transition that's needed on the consumer level, all right, one of the big things we hear all the time is, well, what will moving away from fossil fuels mean? Well, it means the internal combustion engine. Yeah. So what do you do to incentivize and to encourage people to move from one of the main parts of our existence, which is how we get around every day, to electric cars?
Well, first of all, and this is in the climate plan that I put forward, we've got to make sure that we have the right kind of incentives for that. Expand the tax credits, set them up in the right way, and make sure eventually that we are requiring that emissions fall to zero in American auto production. By the way, when we do that, the companies can respond. The American auto industry is capable of great innovation, but we've got to set up the left and right boundaries for that. It's one of the reasons why the auto companies were actually ahead of the Trump administration when it was trying to pull us back. And again, this is something we try to do the right thing on personally, too. I can't afford a Tesla, but we did get a plug-in hybrid. And I think that the potential from a consumer perspective to embrace these kinds of technologies is phenomenal. We just got to do our part to make sure that the economy reflects it. And the carbon taxing is part of that. Regulations are part of that. And making sure we build a culture in which we embrace green solutions is going to be part of that, too.
Part of the competition in campaigns is about timing. Yeah, I'll do it, too, but I'll do it faster. Coal being removed from the economy in 10 years. That sounds hyper ambitious. Is that a realistic period?
So we envision that taking longer, but I will say that we've got to do it as quickly as humanly possible because we see the consequences of this. They are upon us. Now, our vision, which includes decarbonizing industry on a net basis completely by 2050, but intermediate steps from making sure our vehicles, our light vehicles, and then our heavy vehicles, and then our power grid are each in turn eventually turning into net zero emissions, gets us there in time, at least if we believe the scientists' projections about what we have to do. But look, I don't think anybody's going to object to doing it quicker. The real issue is, again, not who set the right targets. I'm not going to quibble over a 5-year difference between this plan or that plan when we've been wrangling over the same plans for my entire adult lifetime. The question is, how are we going to break the logjam and actually make something happen? And that is going to require a different level of political will. It's going to require democratic reform so that dollars can't outvote people. And by the way, if the only way that we can establish as a matter of American constitutional law that a corporation is different than a person and that spending money to influence an election is different than speech, if the only way we can clear that up is with a constitutional amendment to reverse Citizens United, then that's what we're going to have to do, because otherwise we see the consequences.
All right, let's bring in Nancy Romer from Brooklyn, New York. She's a retired psychology professor and full-time volunteer climate activist. Nice to have you with us, Nancy.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. All people want good jobs, and as a proud union member, I'd say we all want good union jobs. That
That's
ensures
right.
the good jobs. And everyone wants a safe community to live in,
Yes.
clearly. But what would you do to ensure a just transition for displaced workers in the new renewable energy economy and for people from communities, particularly communities of color, most affected by climate change in your vision of a Green New Deal? And will you support the upcoming global student strike on September 20th for climate?
Great. So I'll start with the last one's easy, which is I'm very supportive, so yes.
Great. Thank you.
And again, there's something about the moral authority of young people looking into the eyes of those in charge and saying, what are you doing to protect us? That I think on issues from guns to climate is part of why we're finally going to see change. And so we've got to embrace these actions that make it possible for the political conversation to be shaken up the way that it needs to be. Now, in terms of the broader question about jobs, this is extremely important in the industrial Midwest where I live. And again, people need to see where they have a role in this future and a role besides that of victim. And we can do that. As you know, a lot of the jobs that are being created in the green economy are also good-paying union jobs. And not all of them are exotic. A lot of them are good old-fashioned building trades jobs that we're going to need more of to do the retrofits to get the energy efficiency that we need. We can create tremendous economic opportunity, but let's be honest about the fact that this also means transition for a lot of people. It's one of the reasons why my climate plan includes funds that will support everything from retirement to healthcare to transition assistance for people who do find, as a result of this national mobilization we've got to undertake, that their role in the economy is shifting. But let's be honest, this is about more than money. As important as it is to replace the income of people whose incomes are disrupted, this is also about identity. When somebody has been in a certain industry, perhaps providing for their family for generations, we're going to make sure that we recognize that that has been a source of community and identity and purpose, as well as income. And that's why sometimes these well-intentioned retraining programs, at least where I come from, leave a lot of people cold. So we got to make sure that we're providing the same source of pride, the same source and sense of identity that you get from whatever your role might have been in a form of the economy that's going to have to transition out. You have that same sense of pride for what you're doing in helping us move toward a new economy that we're going to be proud of for generations to come.
So you have the anxiety of the worker. But as David was asking earlier, there is something about the anxiety of the consumer and the citizen. One of the things that we keep being told by science is, this cattle issue is a real situation. And as he was pointing out, it really is about supply and demand. If you don't want the beef, they don't raise the cattle the same way. But that's a big ask in American culture. So what do you say to the Americans that you want to persuade who maybe aren't that left? Maybe they're in the center or center right, and they're saying, you want me to eat less beef?
Look, first of all, I'm from Indiana, and secondly, I love cheeseburgers. So I get that this is an issue, and the important thing to understand and get across is that we can have a more balanced diet and therefore a more balanced footprint, and not propose that they abolish the cow, which is what a lot of people are saying about the Green New Deal. Not because that's what it actually envisions, but because it's an easy Republican talking point. Of course we need balance in all of our consumption patterns, and part of what a carbon tax and dividend does is it resets the price signals in the market to help make that happen without ordering Americans to abandon something that is very important to them. Instead, we change the economic signals, we bring it into balance, and balance is what we have lost when it comes to our relationship with creation, with the earth that sustains our ability to live.
Let's go to a video question. Brianne Foster, she's in Montgomery, Alabama. She's an Air Force reservist and a school science teacher. Great. Here's Brianne's question.
Good evening. The U.S. military is heavily reliant on fossil fuels and is a significant contributor to global greenhouse emissions. Additionally, military resources and bases are at risk from sea level rise and increased heat. What is your plan to ensure that the military helps to solve the climate crisis instead of contributing to it, while also preparing for a new climate reality?
What a great question, and there's a lot of pieces in there. Part of it's the threat side, the fact that global threats are evolving as a consequence of climate. We already mentioned Syria, but also there is a lot of reason to believe that migration and immigration issues are going to get more difficult at our own borders as a consequence of climate-related disruption. So we know it's changing the threats. We know that bases right now are vulnerable. The exciting thing is that the military can also be a huge part of the solution. You know, one of the things that was certainly true when I was in the military is that you just figure out a way to get done what you have been ordered to do. The military's got an amazing capacity to rally to achieve what is being asked of them. And frankly, there have been times, even though we think of the military as a conservative institution, there are times when the military has actually been out front relative to a lot of parts of America. And by following instructions to get something done, helps bring other parts of America along. It was true with racial integration of the armed forces. It was true in some measure with the end of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, too. A workplace that is ahead of some other workplaces, sadly, in this country, when it comes, at least officially speaking, to LGBT equality. Imagine if we harnessed that same ability to get things done when it comes to the biggest crisis on our plates, by making sure that, for example, fleet and future uses of fuel are relying on biofuels, by making sure that the installed base of the American military footprint is carbon neutral or carbon negative. Even making sure, before you get to the ships and the airplanes and the bases, just making sure that the U.S. military, which is a huge purchaser of things like ordinary cars and vans, is leading the way in ensuring that we meet targets of doing it that are, of purchasing vehicles that are zero carbon. And my plan calls for us to do that very quickly. I think that the purchasing power of the U.S. military and just the resolve of our service members to get stuff done when it is a national priority could help lead the way for the rest of society and be one more example of how we create the sense of a national mobilization, a national project that summons everything that all of us bring to the table in order to deal with something that we know we will regret if we don't act fast.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you.
All right, in just moments, you're going to have former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke. He says climate change is the greatest threat the nation faces. Plus, you're going to have Senator Cory Booker. That's all ahead. Again, thank you, Mayor Buttigieg, and please stay with CNN.
Thank you.
You know, scientists have partly blamed human-induced climate change for the intensity of these storms that are hitting our coastal states. Which brings me now to our next candidate. So everyone, please welcome former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke. Welcome, Congressman. Good to see you.
Good to see you
so much.
well. Yeah.
Right off.
Thank you all. Gracias.
The first thing that you would do to deal with this climate crisis?
Day one, re-enter the Paris Climate Agreement. On that same day, make sure that we lead the world in going well beyond the Paris Climate Agreement. Ensure that we regulate and enforce reduced greenhouse gas emissions from methane, and then get to net zero on public lands by ensuring that we have no new oil and gas leases on federally protected lands and on offshore areas that are now being drilled today. Those three steps are a great place to start and a good pace to set. And then we follow that up by making sure that we have legally enforceable standards every single year over which no polluter can emit. We make sure that we get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, earlier if we can, halfway there by 2030, and then we protect the most vulnerable communities, those who are on the front lines of climate change and pollution, make sure that we lift them up, protect their populations, and ensure that there's environmental justice in this country.
Speaking of lifting up, I should have worn taller shoes.
Yeah.
All right, Congressman, let's get started. I want to get things started with Priya Sabharwal. Priya is from Frisco, Colorado. She's a student at New York University, majoring in environmental studies, and she currently supports Elizabeth Warren. Priya, what's your question?
Hey, Priya.
Hi. So your climate proposal is unclear as to whether or not you support a carbon tax. What deters you from a carbon tax or from a cap-and-trade system? And if you are unwilling, what standards would you alternatively put in place to create a legally enforceable standard for emissions?
So we should certainly price carbon. I think the best possible path to do that is through a cap-and-trade system. There would be allowances granted or sold to polluters, not just in the energy sector, but in transportation, as well as our industrial sector, cement, steel, the chemicals that we produce. There would be a set number of allowances that would decrease every single year. Because the clock is running, we have a little more than 10 years left. We don't have time to experiment. So I think that is the best possible path to ensure that there's a price for carbon and pollution in our economy. Set the standard here, and then lead the globe, convene the other powers of the planet to make sure that they're doing their part as well. Thanks for the question.
Just to be clear, do you support a carbon tax, yes or no?
No, I think that a cap and trade is the best possible path. I think that's the best way to send the pricing signal to ensure that there's a legally enforceable limit. And so that's the path that I'm going to choose.
All right. Congressman, I'm going to bring in Lauren Skinner. Lauren submitted a video. She's from Bel Air, Maryland. She's a teacher and a mother to 2 boys. Here she is, Lauren.
Great.
I am trying my best to go green, and I'm finding it to be quite expensive. For instance, even with state and federal tax credits, solar panels cost thousands of dollars. The average American does not have this kind of money set aside when they have so many other expenses. My question for you is, as president, what will you do specifically to make going green more affordable for all Americans? Thank you very much.
So, Lauren, thank you for your question. And it's related to Priya's question as well. I was talking about cap and trade. Those allowances that we sell, that income, that revenue is used to help Americans meet the cost of a transitioning economy by making sure that all of us can meet our obligations when it comes to climate change. So that's investment in those communities that are on the front lines. That's investment in making sure that you can afford solar panels or an electric vehicle. That's an investment in communities to make sure that we have transit or housing that is closer to where people work. I routinely meet people who are driving 1 or 2 hours to work, who are being paid a minimum wage or maybe a little bit more, unable to afford the life that they have, so they're working a second or a third job. If we create more housing stock closer to where people live and have the resources to invest in that through a cap and trade system, then we're going to be able to meet our challenges and improve the quality of life of our fellow Americans.
What would you like to see Americans do to help fight climate change? What can we all do in our own lives?
Yeah, I want us to respond to this with the urgency that this crisis demands. And I see that, by the way, from so many of the people who are here, so many young people in particular who understand that we don't get a second chance at this. I see that from my own kids who are going to be younger than I am right now by the year 2050, whose judgment I fear more than anything else, who I love more than anything else. And I want to make sure that we get that right. And I feel that same urgency, that same ambition, and that same understanding that this is America. And we are up to this challenge. We can convene the ingenuity, the innovation of the private sector. We can lead from the public sector through those parameters and mandates that we set. We can perform to that, and we can lead the world on the greatest challenge that we've ever had. To quote Winston Churchill, this could be our finest hour. And I want America to come together regardless of Republicans or Democrats or your geography or any other difference. Do not allow that to divide us at this critical, important, defining moment. This is our challenge, and I know that we are up to the test.
I didn't offer you a seat. You okay standing?
I'm great standing.
You'd rather
Thank
stand?
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring in Todd Fernandez, who's international human rights lawyer here in New York. Todd, what do you have for us?
Hi there.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm so panicked by this crisis that I've now dedicated my future career to climate activism full time. And I grew up in a Republican household in Florida a long time ago. And my question is, Republicans used to be the protectors of nature. So how do we renew that spirit among the people of Texas and America in general?
Yeah, great point. I'm thinking about Teddy Roosevelt, one of the great Republican leaders of more than a century ago, who was so instrumental in protecting our public lands. Republicans, as well as Democrats, as well as independents, have kids and grandkids, care about the future of this planet, care about the future of the generations that will follow them, and want to do the right thing. How do I know that? I campaigned for the United States Senate in the state of Texas. Every single one of the 254 counties that I went to, we talked about climate change. We talked about freeing ourselves from a dependence on fossil fuels, about investing in wind and solar, the renewable energy technologies that will allow us to meet our obligations to that future generation and also create the high-value, high-wage, high-skilled jobs that are demand in this country right now. And at the end of the day, we won more votes than any Democrat had in Texas history, won independence for the first time in decades, and more than 400,000 Republicans, like my mom, who we convinced to vote for me, supported us in that election. So I found that this is more of a popular issue across party lines than I would have imagined before. This is something that can unite us, and I think we just have to speak boldly and confidently about a progressive agenda that allows us to get there, and the country is there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You had to convince your mother to vote for you?
I did, yes.
I just want to let me follow up on her question here, because, as you know, President Trump has rolled back a number of Obama-era environmental regulations, including plans announced just today to reverse a rule about energy-efficient light bulbs. Would you bring back all of those Obama-era regulations?
Absolutely. Higher vehicle emissions standards, a clean power plan so that the electricity that we're generating is clean, and we completely electrify this economy from our power sector to our transportation sector to our industrial sector. We put farmers in the driver's seat. The next iteration of the Farm Bill pays them for the environmental services that they want to provide, planting cover crops, keeping more land under conservation, allowing them to use regenerative agriculture and ranching. That's the way of the future. And those farmers and ranchers and producers and growers are already there. They want to lead the way. They just need a government that reflects that. So yes, let's not only reverse the damage that Donald Trump has done, and he's done a lot, but let's go much further than any administration before his has gone. That's our opportunity right now, and I want us to meet that challenge.
All right, let's continue on with the audience questions here. Standing in front of you is Juliana Hassi de Camargo. She lives in Washington, D.C., where she works as a fellow at the Sunrise Movement, a youth climate change, a chairman, at the Climate Change Advocacy Group. Juliana, what do you have?
I'm from Brazil, and I immigrated to various countries before coming to the United States. I witnessed the climate crisis in each country I've lived in, from droughts in Angola, from flash floods in Brazil, to contaminated water in Ecuador, and extreme weather in the US. Now the Amazon is being burned. A big incentive for deforestation comes from US investors in the Brazilian meat industry. How will you use US trade leverage to encourage Brazil to protect these vital resources and the indigenous people who live there?
Great question. Juliana, thank you for the question, and also thank you for your leadership on this. You and other members of the Sunrise Movement are going to be the ones who are going to receive the credit for this change that we're talking about today. You have forced those in positions of power and those who seek positions of public trust to do the right thing and to address these issues. So you mentioned our involvement and investment in Brazil. This is one of the pernicious outcomes of Donald Trump's trade policies, this trade war with China that has not only closed markets that farmers in Iowa and across this country have worked their entire lives to open up, it's not only put them further in debt at a time of declining farm incomes, it is providing an incentive for people to burn down the Amazon rainforest, to plant soybeans so that they can sell into China, because China right now is looking for new sellers, new producers for those soybeans that they are no longer buying from the United States of America. So our trade policies, our leadership, the blown opportunities at the G7 summit to convene those other top wealthy economies, to make sure that this is our focus, to save the lungs of the planet that produce 6% of the oxygen that we breathe, and to ensure that we do not trigger a crisis in the Amazon. Once it is set, we will never be able to roll back. This is our opportunity. That is the threat that we face. And so we must be an international leader on these issues. In Brazil, in Guatemala, where we've helped to precipitate a drought that they have never seen before, which has forced families to travel 2,000 miles to come to this country seeking asylum and refuge and salvation, only to have their children placed in kids and their parents deported back. We have to understand that we are all connected on this planet. We all have a responsibility, and the United States especially, the indispensable country, has the opportunity to lead. And as president, I will. Thank you for asking.
All right. Congressman, everyone stand by. We're going to have more voter questions for former Congressman O'Rourke in just a moment. And in minutes, Senator Cory Booker. All right. Welcome back here. A historic night here on CNN with the top 10 Democratic presidential candidates. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Senator Cory Booker, but we want to get more of your questions now for former Congressman Beto O'Rourke. So let's bring in now, I want to bring in Peggy Shepard, Congressman, bring her into the conversation. She is a co-founder and executive director of We Act for Environmental Justice. It's based in New York, right on in New York City. Getting lots of applause. It's a group that fights for equal environmental protections for people of color and low-income residents. Peggy, what's your question?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
An important environmental justice concern is extreme heat, which kills more residents each year than storm surge. So what would you do to address this issue through building codes or policies that really begin to address the escalating energy costs and the lack of air conditioning and the lack of the ability to pay for air conditioning by vulnerable populations. Over 31%, over 31 million households in this country are energy insecure.
Peggy, thanks for the work that you're doing. Thank you for asking the question. And thank you for pointing out a very real and present crisis that we have in this country right now and across much of the world. We talked about the ability to spend on helping those communities who are on the front lines of climate change right now through the revenues from a cap-and-trade system. So that means that those communities very often lower income, and right now race and ethnicity is the best predictor to your proximity to a polluter, are first in line to get the help that they need, that they deserve, and that they've missed for generations. This is a personal issue for me. El Paso, Texas is the second fastest warming city in the United States of America today. We've had more than 14 days over 100 degrees over the month of August, which broke the record for as long as we've been setting records in our community. And I'll tell you something, Peggy and Don. My son Henry, who's 8 years old, when I was talking to him the other night, he asked me, Dad, if you win and you become president, we get to live in El Paso, right? And I said, no, if we win the way this works, we would live in Washington, D.C. But he knew, because I had told him about the warming that we face, that our community will be uninhabitable, will not sustain human life along this current trajectory unless something dramatically and fundamentally changes. So the people of El Paso and the Desert Southwest and the Lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans and Charleston, South Carolina and Miami, Florida, really the people of this country are counting on all of us right now to stand up and be counted and do the right thing. So we will make those investments, but the most important thing is to arrest the rate of climate change on this planet, to ensure that we do not warm 1.5 degrees Celsius over those pre-industrial revolution levels, and that is my #1 priority, and that's why climate was the first plan I released as a candidate for the presidency. Thanks for asking the question. Appreciate it.
Congressman, Romaya Lays is standing right in front of you. I think it's important to point out that she was living in Puerto Rico when Hurricane Maria struck. She's now living in Rochester, New York. What's your question?
Yes. We all know about the recent events that made Puerto Rico to be in the international media, especially about the wrong handling of funds and other types of assistance that were sent after the hurricane hit. This made us victims very angry, feel betrayed, and heartbroken. What will your plan be if another natural event happens to make sure that victims get their necessary assistance on time and in a fair way?
It makes me angry as well. I hope it makes everybody angry, the way that we've treated the people of Puerto Rico, our fellow Americans, who devastating thanks to our necessary investment in the infrastructure to mitigate the storms that we knew were going to hit them, that are only more severe and more frequent and more devastating thanks to our excesses, our emissions, our inaction in the face of climate change. And to add insult to injury, President Trump is taking money away from FEMA to send it to the U.S.-Mexico border, one of the safest places in America today, to try to build a wall or put more kids in cages or try to militarize a problem that we do not have in this country right now. And that's at the expense of the people in South Carolina and Florida, North Carolina, and Puerto Rico. So I want to make sure that we fully fund those disaster response agencies. I want to make sure that we fully fund pre-disaster mitigation grants, because we know the people of Puerto Rico are going to see more storms like the ones that they've seen in the past, only they're going to be much larger and much deadlier. And so we need to invest ahead of time, not afterwards. And then the last thing, we need to make sure that the people of Puerto Rico can determine their future. Now, whether that is independence, whether they want to remain a territory, or whether that is a statehood with 2 U.S. senators who can go to town for them in the U.S. Congress to bring down the resources that they need, we need to support the people of Puerto Rico. Thank you for asking.
Congressman, as you know, Texas has been hit hard by climate disasters recently, and you know Harvey was particularly damaging to Houston, Texas. Yet it has been reported that many people are rebuilding, moving right back into homes in the exact locations that are known to flood now, badly now, or in the future. The question is, parts of Houston or Texas, are there parts that people should simply not live in because they're too risky now?
We should help people move when they need to move, when they have repaired their homes not once, not twice, but 3 times just in the last 5 years, because Houston, Texas, the example you gave, has witnessed 3 500-year storms in 5 years. They should be good for 1,500 years. but they're not. Because if we listen to the scientists, and I do, we know that those storms are going to become ever more frequent. We were in the Kashmir Gardens neighborhood with their neighborhood president, Keith Downey, and he was showing us some of these homes a year after Harvey hit that had still not been rebuilt. On every other lamppost or telephone pole, there was a yellow sign that said, "Sell your home for cash." And people were. They'd worked a lifetime to build up the equity in those homes, but they could no longer afford to rebuild them, and they were going to lose them for pennies on the dollar. This is an issue of environmental justice that Peggy was talking about. So let's, as Americans, invest in the people of Houston and the southeast of America and every community that's on the front lines of climate change to rebuild where we can and to move where we must. It's not an inexpensive proposition, but what is far more expensive is to continue to pay to rebuild, to measure the cost of climate change if we do not meet it in not the billions, but the trillions of dollars going forward. So let's invest now so we can pay less now than we would have to be paying down the road.
Are there parts of Houston and parts of Texas where people simply should not live because it's too risky?
I think there are neighborhoods that have repeatedly flooded. People who would move out of those neighborhoods if they could, they are sick and tired of being flooded and rebuilding, but they cannot afford to do that. And that's why under my administration, we are going to invest the resources that will allow people to move to safer ground, rebuild their homes, rebuild their businesses, and rebuild their lives.
All right, Congressman. I want to move on now to Daniela Samari. Daniela is a graduate student studying environmental science and policy at Columbia University. She currently supports Senator Elizabeth Warren. Daniela?
Good evening. Drastic environmental consequences of the climate crisis have caused enormous human migration movements for communities in the global south. What would be America's strategy to address migration and the potential influx of immigrants under your administration?
Danielle, thank you for the question, and go Lions. I'm a Columbia grad. Let's begin by acknowledging our culpability and our responsibility connected to that. It is the global north, the wealthiest countries in the north that have produced the majority of the climate change that we are seeing that is disproportionately impacting not just the global south, but countries like the Bahamas. What if we started there, given the fact that they just got pounded by the largest storm they have ever seen? What if we offered temporary protective status, TPS, to anyone in the Bahamas who wants to come and seek shelter and refuge here in the United States of America? What if to those in Guatemala, who are facing the greatest drought that country has ever seen, what if we don't turn them away from the U.S.-Mexico border, make them remain in place in Ciudad Juarez, which has 13,000 people who are fleeing the deadliest places on the planet and those places that have borne the brunt of climate change so far, honor our own asylum laws and the best traditions of this country of immigrants and asylum seekers and refugees, and allow them to apply for asylum and include as a permissible part of the application those who have been impacted by climate change. It's the right thing to do. It's just. It's part of our great tradition as a country of immigrants. And by the way, those who come to this country will reveal their genius here. They will make us better by their very presence, stronger, more successful, and safer, as I can attest, in El Paso, Texas, one of the safest cities in the United States, a city of immigrants, asylum seekers, and refugees. That's the right way to respond.
Can we follow up on that a little bit, because you mentioned asylum seekers who were affected by the climate crisis. Currently, people who migrate because of the climate crisis don't have special protections under international laws, as refugees under international law. Secretary Castro has proposed creating a special category for climate refugees. Would you do the same thing?
Yes. As I just said, I think that is part of our responsibility. And also, we, better than any other country on the face of the planet, understand the benefit that we gain when immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers come here. They do great things for themselves and their families. They do great things for all of us. That is what has made us the greatest country on the face of the planet. So I see this as both an obligation, a responsibility, but also an opportunity.
Yeah. See that guy staring at you right there?
Bill.
That's Bill Weir.
It's a long night for you.
He's our chief climate change correspondent. He's got more questions for you, Bill.
We're coming down to the ninth inning, Congressman. Good to see you. A question I'm sure you hear in Texas every now and then. To grow 1 pound of beef, it takes 20 times the land and creates 20 times the carbon pollution as 1 pound of plant protein. So as president, how do you think the American diet should change, agriculture should change, and to all those carnivores in your state, can they have their steak and eat it too?
Yeah.
Drones. Yeah, I knew that one was going to die.
Thanks for asking the question. The answer is yes, but what we eat, what we consume, how we live is all going to have to reflect the true cost of carbon and climate change and pollution. And I'm confident that those ranchers in Texas, whom I've visited with, and my wife grew up on a cattle ranch in New Mexico, they're going to be able to meet the targets that we set. I believe in the ingenuity of the American rancher and the American farmer. I believe that we can be up to these challenges, and I reject any notion that we have to radically or fundamentally change how we eat or what we eat. I think we just have to be more responsible in the way that we do it. And the best way to do that is to allow the market to respond by setting a price on carbon in every single part of our economy, every facet of American life.
Yeah. You got one lady applause, and
Yes.
she's wearing the Cow Pots T-shirt, sitting right in front.
Go dairy farmers. Yes, yeah. Appreciate it.
Colin Evans is here. He is a PhD student at Cornell University studying atmospheric science. Colin, welcome.
Hi, Colin.
Good evening. Congressman, many candidates on stage tonight and you in the recent past have said that climate change is our greatest existential threat. Those are really strong words. And while I agree, I think it's important to know why. So I'm curious to know if you've sat down with climate scientists to discuss what's actually going on, if you have a climate scientist on your staff, and do you fully understand the fundamental physical problems of greenhouse warming?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. Yes, I've listened to and read the work that scientists produced 300 years after the Enlightenment. I think they're the best subject matter experts on what we're talking about today. So I believe in that science and in the truth and in the facts. And that's reflected in the policies that we've adopted, the proposals that we make, the $5 trillion that we want to be able to activate over the next 10 years to meet this existential threat. But I also read a book that changed fundamentally how I look at this, Uninhabitable Earth, which describes the consequences of our inaction, which says that in the year 2100, when my 8-year-old son, Henry, is going to be 88 years old, this planet will have warmed 4.5 to 5 degrees Celsius. As scientists say, at that point, we are screwed. We will not be able to live in the places that we call home today. There will be a fierce competition for resources on this planet. Wars that were precipitated by climate change, like Syria, will pale in comparison to the wars that we see in the future. And if you think that apprehending 400,000 at the U.S.-Mexico border last year was a big number, wait until some parts of the Western Hemisphere can no longer support human life, because that's exactly where we are headed unless we decide to change course now. 10 years left to us, not as Democrats or Republicans or even as Americans, but as human civilization. We do not have any room for error. So I will continue to listen to those scientists. They will be part of the team leading the effort in my administration, and we will be up to this challenge and overcome it. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
Another video question for you from Annie Tomlin. Great.
You're from an oil-rich state. How does your climate plan create opportunity for people whose economies have relied on fossil fuels like oil towns in Texas and coal towns in West Virginia? What do you say to people who think that green energy threatens their way of life and financial future? And how will you get them on board with your plan?
Great question. I come from an oil and gas-rich state. I come from a wind and sun-rich state. We lead the country in the amount of wind generation that we produce. We will soon lead the country when it comes to solar energy generation in our state. We've invested in the transmission lines and the infrastructure that makes it possible. And by the way, y además, the high skill, the high value, the high wage jobs that come along with that. So the best way to answer her question is to go to those towns that are at the center of the oil and gas industry. And that's what I've been doing across the state of Texas, listening to those who work in the oil fields about what their future holds. And listen, they care just as much about this issue as any one of us do. They just want to know that they will be made whole, that they'll be okay, that they can receive the education and training necessary to transition into those wind or solar jobs or some other career or profession. They want to know that we're going to elevate the role of unions, create 5 million apprenticeships over the next 10 years to make sure that we have the skills, the trade to command those high-skill, high-wage jobs that we can create in this country if we only set our minds to it. Last week, I was in Bland County, Virginia. This is part of coal country in the southwestern part of the state. I was told by those at the town hall meeting that no presidential candidate from either party has ever been to Bland County before. Many of them worked in the coal industry, know that that's not the future of this country, but want to make sure that we protect their pensions and their health care, and that we electrify or connect their communities to broadband internet, which they're missing right now, which they know is fundamental towards completing an education, looking for a job, starting a small business. Those aspects of modern life that many of us take for granted that are missing from many parts of this country right now. They too will be first in line in our investments to make sure that we make everyone whole as we transition this economy and this country to meet the greatest challenge that we've ever faced.
All right. Let's talk about offshore drilling for oil. Would you ban it?
Yes, absolutely. Going to follow the lead of Joe Cunningham in South Carolina, who's going to make sure that we do not destroy our heritage, that we do not foul our beaches and our opportunity to attract tourism to South Carolina, and that we stop putting oil wells along our coastal areas. The people of Texas and Louisiana know all too well the price of offshore drilling. When we make mistakes, they are big ones, and they are hard to reverse, they're hard to clean up, they damage those communities, the wildlife, the economies of those parts of the world. So no new oil and gas leases offshore, no new oil and gas leases on federally protected lands. All existing leases will reflect the true costs of pollution, climate change, and carbon. I think that's the best way to keep that oil and gas in the ground and make sure that we fully free ourselves from a dependence on fossil fuels.
Finally, I want to ask you, the biggest personal sacrifice that you're asking, quickly if you can, that you're asking Americans to make to solve this climate crisis?
I'm asking Americans to make this our priority as a country. One of the reasons I love the framing of the Green New Deal is it uses some of the language that we might associate with the way that we met the response of Nazi Germany in World War II. All of this country coming together with a singular focus of making sure that we overcome what was at that time an existential threat to this country and to our democracy. And by the way, lifting millions of people out of poverty and creating what was at the time the world's greatest middle class, creating the world's greatest country in the process. We call them now the greatest generation. That could be our opportunity right here in 2019 and in this election that we'll decide in 2020. I know Americans are up to the challenge because I've been listening to Americans all across this country. We just need leadership that reflects that opportunity, that ambition, our aspirations, and the hard work, the commitment, and the ingenuity that we'll bring to that to get it done. I want to be the president who achieves that for America.
All right. Thank you
very much.
I really appreciate it.
Gracias.
Yes. Our town hall is going to continue in just a moment with Senator Cory Booker. And welcome back, everyone, to the CNN Climate Crisis Town Hall. We've heard from 9 top president candidates so far, but we have one final candidate left. You know, scientists say that humans only have 11 more years to avoid the catastrophic consequences of this crisis. Food shortages, rising sea levels, more extreme weather events like Hurricane Dorian, which is turning toward the Carolinas as we speak. To discuss this, much more, joining me now is New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. Welcome, Senator Booker. How you doing? Very good to see you. Good to see you too. Right off the bat.
Hello, everybody.
First thing you would do to deal with the climate crisis?
Well, first of all, I just got to give a lot of credit to the audience here. Most people who are watching at home don't realize y'all been in these seats for about 4 hours. And I just want to say that that's grateful. And I want to just say, number one, I want to give a lot of credit to CNN. This is historic. Never before. I've watched presidential campaigns. Have we ever had a forum like this discussing what is, for humanity, as has been said by every single candidate, the most existential crisis to our country and to the planet Earth? So thank you very much.
Thank you. What would you do first?
Yeah. So first thing I'm going to do as President of the United States is go right to action. Climate is not a separate issue. It is the issue, the lens through which we must do everything that we do. It is an everyday mission. That means every one of my departments, every one of my agencies, every one of my cabinet members, from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of Agriculture, has to be coming up with an aggressive climate plan. I'm going to use the power of my pen to right away go after the executive orders that Donald Trump did to unravel the things that Obama did. I'm going to make sure that I go further than that, banning extractive oil fracking from public lands, going after the drilling and licensing, stopping them from our coasts, making sure that we're setting standards to put ourselves on a mission to have zero emission electricity by 2030 and a carbon neutral country by 2045. We can do these things and we'll do them, we'll get them done together.
All right. Let's kick our audience questions off with this guy. You see what he does. It's right there on his shirt. His name is Anthony Chiampa. He is a registered nurse in New York City and is on the leadership team of his union, the New York State Nurses Association. Welcome, Anthony.
Anthony, God bless you. Anybody who's had a family with a health crisis knows how incredible unsung heroes nurses are, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Booker. Registered nurses are fierce advocates for our community, and the climate crisis is something of particular interest to all of us. When Superstorm Sandy hit our city, we experienced something that none of us were prepared for. Along with many, many others, I lost my home. Our new reality is that these storms are getting more frequent and more devastating. What is your administration planning on doing to make sure that as a nation, we are as prepared as we can be for these unnatural disasters?
So, first of all, I'm sorry for your loss. And I was the mayor of the city of Newark at that time. And not only did I have my neighbors and others lose their homes, but we lost lives in the city of Newark, and I know you did here in New York City as well. These are nightmares that we're still recovering from in New Jersey, still trying to put a lot of the pieces back together. In vulnerable communities, often urban communities, these are folks that see the most kind of not only devastation, but life dislocation. And so having been through that experience, no power for days, senior citizens whose life depends upon having electricity to pump oxygen into their lungs, these are crises that we have to be prepared for and doing the things necessary to make sure that they're not coming with this kind of fierce, increasing nature that they are right now. So much of what I'm going to do is going to be about climate resiliency as well, making the kind of investments we need in making sure that communities are not as susceptible to flooding, whether that's the flooding in the Mississippi or sea level rise that's affecting cities like Atlantic City. It means making sure that we're investing in the kind of emergency preparedness and not have the kind of backwards reality that I see in Washington, where every time there's a natural disaster, you have to work through Washington, D.C. politics just to get the resources a community needs to recover. Enough of that. I will set up permanent funds to make sure that politicians aren't making this decision, that we're making it with our heart. We're Americans, we take care of our own.
Senator, I'm going to ask you a similar question that I asked the former congressman earlier. You know, sea levels are rising because of climate change. Do you think there are some coastal communities, perhaps even in your home state of New Jersey, where people they need to move inland because this is going to get worse, until things get better?
So a lot of people have this misperception that we're not already seeing climate refugees. I was down in Louisiana meeting with proud Native American community who's already having to move because it's not for flooding, it's that the sea level is rising above now their low-lying communities, ancestral communities. And so we have to make really tough decisions. I think we have to invest in resiliency to protect Miami, to protect Atlantic City, and a lot of other cities. But we have to make tough choices as well. We have to begin to create the right kind of incentives in a community that have building and investment going on in places that are on higher ground. But resiliency, resiliency, resiliency. We cannot be a society anymore that, to use this metaphor, that puts our servers in the basement. Mm-hmm. We have to prepare for what is coming. Even if we do solve this crisis, we're going to see weather events like we've seen for the last 5 years, from the fires to the floods to the storms. We have to be prepared.
All right. Here, this is Anuja Farashi. She is a student at Columbia University. She previously worked on the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016. Currently now, though, she is undecided. All right. So there you go, Anuja.
Anuja, how are you?
Thank you. I'm doing very well. Senator Booker, you recently unveiled a $3 trillion plan to tackle climate change, specifically meant to support low-income individuals and communities of color. Born and raised in Iowa, I have seen firsthand the effects of climate change on agriculture. Iowan farmers saw an immense amount of flooding this summer, which destroyed a large portion of their crops. So my question to you is, how will your plan support Iowans and the Midwest in protecting the domestic agriculture industry?
So first of all, we need to be honest. This problem didn't just happen. A lot of the question we should be doing is, what are folks already doing? When you're running for president, it's easy to tell people what you're going to do. I've already put in legislation to help farmers and ranchers deal with what we're seeing as an increasing crisis, not only on bigger issues of climate, but also other issues that are affecting family farmers right now, the independent family farmers under crisis because of corporate consolidation and these massive factory farms that are gobbling up a lot of our heritage. And by the way, that is not only an issue of antitrust and the monopolization of our society, which must be stopped, but it also has powerful impacts on our climate, especially as these corporations get bigger and bigger and pump more money, thanks to Citizens United, into the corrupting of Washington. And that's why so much of our heritage is under attack from the very fundamentals of our democracy, which is the person that gets the most votes to go to office. Well, with gerrymandering or voter suppression, we see things that are undermining our democracy and allowing corporate interests to prevail in Washington in a way that is hurting real people. So my climate stewardship plan right away understands that in this, we can't leave sectors of our society out of the solutions to this crisis. This has to be a unifying call. And farming, we have to understand that farmers are a part of the solution. They're a necessary, indispensable part of the solution. And so when I drive through Iowa, and by the way, people might not know this, I'm a Northeastern guy, but my grandma, born and raised in Des Moines. And when I've been going out there, what I've loved seeing since I've been going out there for family reunions is the emergence of windmills and other things on farmland where farmers are getting new sources of revenue. Well, my plan is going to have farmers be incentivized through hundreds of billions of dollars. We're going to be putting into a fund that's going to incentivize practices, whether that's cover crops that are going to pull carbon out of the air, or whether that is just common sense stuff like ranching practices that help to preserve the soil and minimize the carbon footprint. We can do this, and farmers don't get hurt by that. Actually, family farmers will be able to create new sources of revenue by doing practices that preserve our heritage, enrich our environment, and help to deal with this larger crisis.
So you're a vegan?
I thought you were a vegan too, man.
No, we don't want to go there. So you're a vegan, and when you've talked about being a vegan in the past,
yeah.
And I want to quote you here, let me get it right. You said that you don't want to preach to anybody about their diets. So my question is, your administration wouldn't have any programs to encourage healthy diets that would also combat climate change?
Oh my gosh. So let's go right at this because I hear about it all the time. Booker wants to take away your hamburger. That is the kind of lies and fear-mongering that they spread out there, that somehow the Democrats want to get rid of hamburgers. Look, I am a vegan. I take my diet very seriously. I actually became a vegetarian when I was still a college football player, coming out of playing college football. But this is the point. We live in a society right now, going back to the corporate consolidation that we're seeing, where the farming practices are becoming so perverse. I've been to a place called Duplin, North Carolina. My dad is from the state, and activists asked me to come down there. And you see this massive factory farms where the farmers themselves are living like sharecroppers, deeply in debt. Their lives now they're not making great money. These large companies like Smithfield now, international companies, I think Chinese owned at this point, are doing practices where they have treatment of farm animals in ways that is contrary to what I see farmers in Iowa. They put them in these massive, they don't want people to see what's going on, so they cover them. All that pig refuse is going into massive lagoons, and then they spray it over fields. And I went there and I stood there in a black community. I watched how the stuff fell on the fields but missed it into the black community. I sat in a room packed with activists who said, we can't open our windows. We can't put our clothing on the line. We can't run our air conditioning. We have respiratory diseases, asthma, our creeks, because when storms come through, they pull that stuff out and pollute creeks and rivers. There's not a person in our country seeing that misery that wants to take a part in that. But yet we have, thanks to the corporate lobby of these big companies, we're incentivizing those kind of farm practices and not the kind that represent our heritage and support independent family farmers. And so this is something, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be a president that's giving tax breaks to people who are polluting folks, causing cancers, destroying our environment as well. And so let me tell you where we've got to go as a country. Freedom is one of the most sacred values. Whatever you want to eat, go ahead and eat it. But when I come to you right now from the only person in this entire campaign, the only person in the Senate that lives in an inner city, black and brown, low-income community, you know what we're furious about in my community, communities all across this country, is that we don't have access to fresh and healthy foods. We live in food deserts. There's a guy, you would love this guy, and you should interview him. He's one of the best TED Talks I've listened to. Is a guy named Ron Finley. They call him the Guerrilla Gardener.
He's producing for me now.
Yes, you should. He has this saying about South Central. He says, in South Central, we have drive-bys and drive-throughs. And more people are getting killed by the drive-throughs than the drive-bys. We live in a country right now, and we battled this when I was mayor. We got our first supermarkets built in decades. We turned entire city blocks into urban gardens, gave guys coming home, men and women coming home from prison, jobs on the farms, had help with our heat island that we had, all helping our environment, but giving access to fresh and healthy foods. Because I'm sorry, corporations like McDonald's, who oppress their workers, do not pay living wages, and are the only option in communities, feeding things to folks that are making them ill, that is not a healthy food system. If I am your president, all of these issues, already in the first 10 minutes, we've talked about corporate corruption, campaign finance, agriculture, environmental justice. All of these things are interrelated. You can't separate them out. And so I'm going to be the president that says, when we talk about healthcare, let's not just talk about doctors and nurses, let's talk about healthy food systems and the toxins that are in our community. And so I will always be about the freedom to eat what you want. But we are going to have to make sure our government is not subsidizing the things that make us sick and unhealthy and hurt our environment, and it start to incentivize the practices that get farming and get agriculture and get the health of our communities back. We need to especially be looking at communities that are low income and vulnerable, and investing in those communities so that they can have health and well-being as well.
I want to talk about nuclear energy, because you say nuclear energy is key to fighting climate change, but you know there are inherent risks in that, and that's the possibility of disasters like Fukushima, like Chernobyl, like 3 Mile Island. The fact is there are currently no safe ways or permanent ways to dispose of the most dangerous radioactive waste. What would you do to help mitigate those dangers?
So this is where study is actually, and science is really important. So let's deal with the facts and the data. When I was mayor of the city of Newark, I used to have strong people coming with strong opinions, strong emotions. And I used to say, in God we trust, but everybody else bring me data. And we need to look at the numbers right now. So my plan says that we need to be at a zero carbon electricity by 2030. That's 10 years from the time that I will win the presidency of the United States of America. And right now, nuclear is more than 50% of our non-carbon causing energy. So people who think that we can get there without nuclear being part of the blend just aren't looking at the facts. But here's something that I want to tell you right now. The disasters from Chernobyl to Japan, trust me, when you live in a community, as New Jersey does, with nuclear plants, and my mom, who lives in Nevada, and all this stuff, all the fights, righteous fights to protect what they plan to do at Yucca Mountain, I'm very aware of these things. And so I decided, you know what? I'm going to double down. I'm going to read everything I can about nuclear. I'm going to visit with nuclear scientists. I'm going to talk to folks. And this is the exciting thing. Next generation nuclear, where the science is going, is, to me, at first, it sounded like science fiction. We're talking about historic plants, but where the science has gone right now is new nuclear actually portends of exciting things where you have no risk of the kind of meltdowns we're seeing, where they eat spent fuel rods. We actually can go to the kind of innovations that make nuclear safer or safe. And so this is the point I'm making. I'm a competitor. I'm a baller. I played football in the Pac-10, go Stanford, now Pac-12. And I'm a competitor. This is one thing that really ticks me off. We used to have the most R&D intensive economy on the planet. We are no longer the research in terms of percentage of our GDP that we invest in R&D. We're no longer there. We're falling behind. Other countries want to out-innovate us for the ideas of the future. That's unacceptable to me. Call it pride or call it just confidence that if America can compete, we can win. So government needs to step up in a much more significant way. That's why my plan has a massive moonshot-like investment in the technologies of the future, which range from everything from battery storage technology to the aviation industry, all the way to nuclear. The future we need to not be fearful of, We need to embrace the possibilities. And nuclear, I believe, if we start doing the research, making the investments, I've already been in Washington working across the aisle to clean up a regulatory regime that's made for the nuclear reactors of the 70s to prepare for the possibilities of the future. We've got to get people excited about what's there. And we, as a society, as Americans, must make the investment so that we lead humanity to the innovations, to the breakthroughs, to the jobs of the future.
And by R&D, you mean research and development? Is that correct?
Research and
development.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Senator. We're going to be right back. More questions for the Senator in just a moment. Welcome back to CNN's Climate Crisis Town Hall. We're going to continue on now with Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. I want to bring in Joseph Sarno, who's standing right here in front of you. He's from Huntington, New York. He's the president of the Huntington Young Democrats and a member of the Suffolk County Democratic Committee. Joseph, welcome.
Can I be a young Democrat in spirit still?
Yes, you're young in heart.
All right, young in heart.
How will you communicate effectively to the skeptics on climate change in order for them to realize the urgency and need for everyone to act?
I appreciate that question. So first of all, let's understand the reality we're in right now is young Republicans, millennial Republicans, are really with us. I'm not one of these people that wants to vilify an entire party. The reality is the people that need to be vilified are Republicans in Congress, who are the only major political party on the planet Earth. Remember, in Europe, there are right-wing parties, left-wing parties. This is the only major political party whose leadership on the planet Earth denies the science of climate change. We have the majorities for so many of the things that we're talking about, Republican and Democrat. And before I decided to run for president, I went through a period where I was making a point of going out to sit down at a table. I'm a big fan of Brene Brown. She says, you can't hate up close, so pull people in. So I went out to look for Republicans. I went out to Midwestern states. Back then, my staff wouldn't let me go into Iowa because they thought there'd be a suspicion that I would run for president. But I went to Western Illinois. I went to Nebraska, met with farmers that were Republicans. And I was amazed that once they got through the skepticism of a Democrat from the Northeast sitting down with them, we found common cause and common purpose on the strategies that work. The battle we have right now is the obstruction that is going on by the Congressional Republican Party. And what is important, and this is why I praise this, is that this is as much a cultural battle as it is a political battle, which is letting folks know who are with us. I'm a child of civil rights activists. And this was a period where we faced an impotency of empathy in America, where folks just didn't understand the crisis and the reality of families in places like Alabama or even places in the Northeast. But the activists there, like I see in the Sunshine Movement and other climate activists, they were artists of activism. What they did was they were able to expand the moral imagination of this country. And there are good people here that then responded, and we created new American majorities for the civil rights movement. This is no less urgent of a cause now. And we all have to take responsibility. I'm going to warn folks right now. If you elect me your president, I'm going to ask more from you than any other president in your lifetime. Because I grew up from parents who taught me if there is no struggle, there is no progress. I'm not going to ask you to put up with more, turn on the TV and be embarrassed of your president more. But what I'm going to ask you to do is to be involved in a larger movement for justice in this country. Because we've seen that in my grandparents' generation. My grandmother bragged about her victory gardens. My grandfather working on assembly lines. My parents' generation were civil rights activists. If more of us get active more, we can ignite that moral imagination of this country, and we can deal with this problem. As big as it may seem, it's not bigger than who we are as a people together. And by the way, I know the Chinese symbol for crisis, as you know, is danger and opportunity. This is a crisis. There is danger. But if we do the right things, we have tremendous opportunity to expand millions of jobs, to boost our economy, to give pathways out of poverty, to deal with environmental injustice. This actually is a crisis that presents a chance to deal with restorative justice issues as well. That's the kind of president I'm going to be. And if I'm president, I need us to be who we really are, Americans that understand that democracy is a verb, and we must all act.
I want to ask you a couple quick questions, very important. Would you ban offshore drilling?
Absolutely yes. I will ban offshore drilling. Why? Because again, Where have we seen these leases and this is why I've been fighting, doing demonstrations on the Jersey Shore to stop new licenses. Why? Because when we know they drill, they spill. Ask Alaska, ask California, ask the Gulf Coast, destroying the environment. If my goal is to get our electricity zero carbon emission, that means phasing off of fossil fuels. If we're going to get there to net zero carbon emissions by 2045 for our whole nation, we have to get off of fossil fuels. So why would I allow new leases? But this is not just offshore drilling. This is things like fracking on public land.
That's my next question. Would you ban fracking?
Listen, right away on public lands, absolutely yes. And then we need to set.
Wait, just on public lands?
No. Let me finish.
All right.
Because as I just talked to somebody from Iowa on a virtual town hall who talked about the injustice of turning on your water. I know this in Newark. We have millions of Americans who turn on their faucet and can't get access to clean water because we have not dealt with these issues. And so we will transition off of fossil fuels, natural gas, coal, oil. We must transition off so that those things are something of the past and the innovations and the breakthroughs and technologies lead us into a future where we dealt with.
What about the export of fossil fuels from the United States? Would you ban that?
Again. Thank you very much. This is what I'm used to, being close to Jersey, is people that tell me exactly what they mean. Absolutely, we must get to that point. Absolutely.
All right. Our chief climate change correspondent is Mr. Bill Weir.
I've been seeing him.
Climate correspondent, I should say.
heard of
He's
me?
standing there looking at you. Go ahead.
You and I feel good. We're in prime time.
That's
in Hawaii. I want to say hello to all the Hawaiians out there.
Wait till the last. Wait for
Yeah.
everybody else to make the mistakes, right? Senator, so many folks around the world watched in horror recently as the Amazon burned, and a lot of folks are blaming the policies of what some call the tropical Trump, President Bolsonaro of Brazil down there, his promises to mine and farm and deforest the Amazon by some estimations would be the equivalent of adding another China and a half to the global carbon footprint. And next door, I've seen firsthand how illegal gold miners are ripping up the Peruvian Amazon just right under the noses of the government there. So as the commander-in-chief, how would you save something as vital as the Amazon when it is under the control of leaders who either don't believe in climate science or just don't have the means to enforce conservation?
And let's just go further, because remember, the crisis, we may be noticing the fires, but the crisis of the disappearing of rainforests on this planet have been happening every single day. More and more rainforest is being torn down, principally, by the way, for grazing lands and large international corporate animal agriculture and more. We have a crisis at a time that my plan calls for the planting of billions and billions of trees from urban areas that desperately need them all throughout our nation. And by the way, people who hear that number think, oh, he's a big dreamer. We did it under FDR, which was the last time we had the most massive period of reforestation through something that I'm going to reinvigorate called the Civilian Conservation Corps. So before we turn in a self-righteous way and preach to others, let's make sure that we are also getting our own house in order and showing this, that we are going to lead by example, because we got to be the change we want to see in the world. And then number two, let me tell you, forgive me if it sounds like I'm criticizing my party, but I listen to people getting applause for saying I'm going to rejoin the Paris Climate Accords. I'm sorry, that is like a cost of entry even to run for president or talk about the presidency if you're not doing that. So I'm going to tell you this. I've already told you, everything that I do will be done through a green lens and the urgency of climate change. So every lever that I have on foreign policy, every single one.
Including military action?
No, sir. I want to get to that because that is such a deep point. But let me give you all the levers a president has. Number one, I see our president meeting with world leaders. I mean, he meets with Putin and won't even bring up the fact that he's attacking our elections right now. But that's soft power. You can make it a priority in everybody you talk with. You have billions of dollars of foreign aid going to countries all around this planet that should be contingent on them doing things on climate. You have your trade deals. Labor and climate should be the center of any trade deal we do right now. You have alliances as well. But let's talk about military, because a UN report just came out talking about what's going on in Yemen and America's role in this. We are amping up militarization in this country in ways that are not only violate our Constitution, but violate our morals. That we think we're going to solve problems by dropping bombs. And in the case of Yemen, we didn't drop the bombs. We just fueled the planes that dropped the bombs, and the bombs were American-made bombs. We need to understand that as we ramp up and make such massive investments, thinking we can solve problems with military interventions that often cause problems, hello Iraq War, hello Yemen, we need to start to understand that this incredible amount of resources we're pulling into our military, we need to begin to have a dividend or pull resources and start plowing it into dealing with the climate change problem, which will not just bleed our economy, trillions of dollars spent in wars overseas, but it actually will fuel our economy by investing in things that create a multiplier effect and benefit in terms of economic growth, in terms of jobs, new industries, expansion in manufacturing, and more. And that's the kind of president I will be.
All right. You see this gentleman standing in front of you?
Yes.
He's from New Jersey. You know where Manasquan is? He's in Manasquan, New Jersey. His name is Alan Roebuck. He is a professor of climate science.
Manasquan,
oh,
correctly.
come on.
All right.
Philly.
All right.
Come on.
Yeah, I forgot,
That's
man.
right. He's a professor of climate science at Rutgers University. Professor, go ahead.
Hold on. Where exactly? Because you say that with pride and bass. Put some bass in your voice when you say that university.
Rutgers University.
Rutgers University. Scarlet Knight.
I've been a climate scientist for more than 40 years, and I'd like to echo your praise of CNN for having a whole evening on climate.
Yeah.
That's great. Senator Booker, here's my question. Do you support research into climate intervention, also known as geoengineering? Do you think we have to be informed about the potential benefits and risks of blocking the sun with a cloud in the upper atmosphere to cool Earth if global warming gets too dangerous, despite our best efforts at mitigation and adaptation?
Sir, I have to say, I don't know if it's cheating or not, but I listened to a lot of the other people who came out here. And by the way, incredible array of my colleagues, many of them my friends, who talked about these issues, and they deserve a lot of respect for being out here and moving the national conversation as they are. So I heard about the geoengineering question. I have to say it's an area of science I don't know much about, sir. My plan calls for a massive investment, not only in expanding the technologies we know of, but what I call R&D, research and development moonshots, in every single state. And so where you see states are already becoming hubs of new innovations, Pittsburgh, for example, is now the autonomous vehicle, one of the autonomous vehicle capitals. I believe that every state, we can use this research and development for state universities, on farming practices, on battery storage, on the aviation industry, which must be addressed, and what kind of innovations we can do. So I'm a big believer in R&D and doubling down on R&D. And this is a commitment I'll make to you, is I'm going to read a lot more about geoengineering, which is something I'm just not familiar with, besides what I saw on Star Trek, because I am a bit of a Trekkie and have watched them go to planets and help them out with these situations and issues. That might just be the headline coming out of this. Booker confesses that he is a Trekkie.
You might get a role.
Live long and prosper.
Thank you. I wish I could do that. I can't do the finger. Thank you, Senator.
Thank
Booker.
you.
I really appreciate you doing this. So everyone, thank you, Senator, for joining us. Thanks to all 10 of our candidates who participated in tonight's unprecedented event. And thanks to our studio audience for your questions, of course. Listen to this. CNN is partnering with the Human Rights Campaign Foundation.
With that, please welcome businessman Andrew Yang. Thanks very much. Welcome. Thanks very much for coming. Please be seated. Mr. Yang, so what's the first thing you would do, and welcome to the CNN, this is a historic town hall. Welcome. What would be the first thing you would do to deal with this climate crisis if you were elected president?
Well, the first thing I would do is rejoin the Paris Accords. We need to let the world know that the U.S. is open for business when fighting climate change is concerned, that we want to be the leader. And then I would redefine our economic benchmarks to actually include environmental sustainability. Because right now, the trap that Democrats are in is that we're being told that moving towards a green economy is bad for jobs, it's bad for business. And that couldn't be further from the truth. We actually need to redefine our economic measurements to include clean air and clean water and let America know that.
So how do you change that?
Well, the great thing is we made up GDP almost 100 years ago. Really. And even the inventor of GDP at the time said this is a terrible measurement for national well-being and we should never use it as that. And here we are almost 100 years later following it off a cliff. So all we need to do is, as your president, I will go down the street to the Bureau of Economic Analysis and say, hey, GDP, 100 years old, kind of out of date. Let's upgrade it with a new scorecard that includes our environmental sustainability and our goals, the carbon footprint that companies are putting out there, but also our kids' health, which is tied to the climate, health and life expectancy, also tied to the climate, mental health and freedom from substance abuse. These are all things we can tie to our economic measurements, and then you will see us accelerate in a big way, because we can't fall into this trap, this false dichotomy that what's good for the planet is bad for the economy.
All right, we have some questions, starting with Evan O'Neill, who's here. He's from New York City, works for the New York Solar Energy Industries Association. Evan, go ahead.
I live at sea level in New York City. You said in a presidential debate that we need to retreat from vulnerable neighborhoods such as mine. Is this a viable option for New York? It's one of America's great cultural and economic assets. How do you propose to help places at risk due to climate change? Will funds be available for adaptation and relocation? How will those funds be generated and distributed?
Thanks for the question. I was just in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where they have hundreds of homes that are flooding on a regular basis, 26 times or more per year. So imagine living in a home that's prone to flooding at that level of frequency, which is even more extreme than I suspect your home here in New York. So we would 100% make funds available to communities around the country for adaptation and resilience. And then we would take, and the big picture is we subsidize the fossil fuel industry to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. And so now everyone's looking around being like, where's the money? Where's the money? It's like, well, we know where the money is. We put hundreds of billions into the fossil fuel industry. We're still subsidizing it to this day. And now it's time to take some of that money and channel it to the needs of the American people. We're looking around, there are already climate refugees in the United States of America, people that we relocated from an island that was essentially becoming uninhabitable in Louisiana. We moved those people. None of this is speculative anymore. We need to get with the program, wake up to the reality around us, and let you know that you're not on your own. This is not a you problem, this is an us problem. And what do sophisticated, advanced societies do when there's an us problem? We put some of our collective resources to work and we solve the problems on the ground.
Would you eliminate some subsidies for fossil fuel or all subsidies?
I'd get rid of them all. I mean, why would you leave any of them on? And I have to say, well, it's even darker than this, because you know how they've been spending some of their money, their billions of dollars in profit, on a misinformation campaign to the American people. And they've taken our legislature hostage. They have the fossil fuel lobbying industry that's in the tens of millions a year. And so we have to take back our government for the American people. I've been running for president now for a number of months, and this is the brutal truth in our society. There's the people on one side and the money on another. And you know a lot of the money is fossil fuel companies. So what do we have to do? We have to bring these together. We have to align the people and the money. Now, how the heck do you do that? My plan is to give every American citizen 100 democracy dollars that you can give to any campaign or candidate that you like in any given year. This would wash out the lobbyist cash by a factor of 8 to 1. It would make it so that if I'm a candidate and you like me, and then I get 10,000 Americans to like me, let's say in a congressional race, that's $1 million. And then when the fossil fuel company comes and says, I've got a check for you for $50,000, you can say, I don't need your $50,000 check. I have the people. That's how we take the government back from fossil fuel companies and start getting our government working for us again.
All right, I want to stay on this subject. We have a question from Vic Barrett from White Plains, New York. He's a fellow with the Alliance for Climate Education, has spoken at the UN Conference on Climate Change. He's among 21 youth activists between the ages of 10 and 21 who are suing the government for its contribution to climate change in the case of Juliana versus the United States. Vic, go ahead.
Oh, innovative.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Do you agree that the President of the United States has the constitutional obligation to end federal government support and promotion of a fossil fuel energy system, considering it endangers all citizens, especially young people like myself and future generations?
As I just stated, I would end all fossil fuel subsidies, and I'm going to take it a step further. I proposed a constitutional amendment that makes it the responsibility of the United States government to safeguard and protect our environment for future generations. It's part of my $5.5 trillion plan to help address climate change. We need a constitutional amendment. We need to move our economy towards sustainable sources of energy. Here's another brutal truth. The United States of America is only 15% of global emissions. So if we really want to get the best of climate change, we have to make it so that countries in Africa and the developing world choose wind and solar over coal. And right now, the Chinese are going to African countries and saying, I've got a power plant for you. Great news, it burns coal. And what does that African country say in response? Great, because they're just looking for cheap energy. So if we're going to get the best of climate change, we have to go into these countries and make renewable sources of energy more competitive. So that's number 2 or 3 if you include the constitutional amendment. Number 4, we need to get our people to higher ground. You're not on your own. We need to start making our communities more resilient and protect ourselves. And you all know, if you've heard anything about me in the campaign, what's my flagship proposal? Freedom dividend. Everyone gets $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year. That would help citizens of this country protect themselves in a natural disaster, because we all know when Hurricane Dorian or Hurricane Harvey hits, who suffers? Poor people, people of color, people who don't have a car they can get into and just drive to some relative's house. So we need to actually start protecting ourselves. And the last thing is we need to start trying to reverse the damage we're doing to our environment. It's not enough to do less of the bad. We have to do some of the good. So that's reforestation, that's ocean seeding, that's starting to actually rebuild the ecosystems that we're harming.
I got 3 quick questions. You give me yes or no if you want. Would you ban all fossil fuel exports from the United States?
Well, I think we have to stop subsidizing the industry, but I don't think that includes banning exports, because if our industry, fossil fuel industry, which is going to be around for some period of time, is competitive and cost competitive enough to export to another country, I wouldn't stand in the way of that.
Are you in favor of a carbon-free America? And if yes, when?
I'm in favor of a carbon-free America, and my plan has us getting there in the next 30 years.
Do you support a carbon tax, and how much should it be?
I do support a carbon tax. You went to my website, Wolf, you would know this. Yang2020.com. We need to have a carbon tax because we need to have polluters internalize the cost of their pollution. And so you start at $40 a ton and then you ramp up to $100 a ton to give them time to adjust. But these companies only operate on the bottom line. You can't say do the right thing and then have all the executives get paid for making tons of money at the expense of the earth. So what you have to do, again, you have to tie these things together. And this is a big theme of my campaign. This country runs on the almighty dollar. Truthfully, it does not run on doing the right thing by us or the planet. So what we have to do is we have to tie people's incentives to doing the right thing, and then you'll actually see their behavior change very quickly.
I want to bring in CNN's chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir.
Mr. Yang, a moment ago you mentioned that sinking town in Louisiana, and I'm so glad you did because we have a map. It is called Ile de Jean Charles. That is the Gulf of Mexico, and this is 1985. Watching a single generation, how much seawater has taken over this part of America.
Oh my gosh.
And this is what it looks like. It is in a lifetime slipping into the sea, and it's so doomed that the federal government is spending, as you said, $48 million to move about 24 families 40 miles north. But I spent time there, and half of them do not want to leave the only home they've ever known. Some don't trust the government. They think this is a land grab. So if it's this expensive and costly to move less than 100 people, how do you envision a managed retreat for maybe millions from places like Miami, Charleston, elsewhere?
This is one of the great challenges of our time, and most Americans like where they live. Most Americans do not have a strong inclination to leave, even in the wake of a natural disaster. So first, we need to try and invest in making some of these communities more resilient, which will not work in some cases, as in this town, but it will work in others. New York is an example where if we were to invest significant resources, we might be able to save. Essentially, it's one of those situations where you invest $1 billion and then save perhaps $5 or $10 billion in damages if you do it right. So there are some instances where you pre-invest before the disaster hits. The second thing is that when there are communities that need to be rebuilt, we need to do a better job of, frankly, building institutional trust in our society and the government again. Because right now, many Americans mistrust our government. We're living in a country where 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Almost half can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. So when you come to them and say, hey, we have your interest at heart, they have their heads down and there's not much optimism or faith. So the freedom dividend of $1,000 a month, it has many effects, but one thing it does, it gets people's heads up. And studies have shown that getting the boot off of people's throats economically, one, it gets them focused on the big problems like climate change, because it's very hard to focus 10 years in the future if you're worried about next month's rent. But the second thing it does, it restores public faith and optimism and trust in our institutions, and then we'll be able to galvanize more energy around relocation over time.
We have more questions for you, Mr. Yang. I want to take a quick break, a lot more on the climate threat. And in just minutes, it will be Senator Kamala Harris's turn on the stage. We'll be right back. We're back with the CNN Climate Crisis Town Hall in minutes. Senator Kamala Harris and Amy Klobuchar. Let's continue now with businessman Andrew Yang. Mr. Yang, I want to go to Sarah Smith, a graduate student at Columbia University studying climate and society. Her question is about geoengineering technologies that would aim to reverse global warming. Sarah?
Your platform relies heavily on geoengineering and locally based efforts rather than aggressive federal emissions policies. Geoengineering poses major risks, and according to last year's IPCC report, even aggressive development of carbon removal technology is unlikely to keep warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, absent substantial rapid reductions in emissions. Can you quantify the reduction in CO2 attainable from the geoengineering strategies you propose?
I just want to clarify a point that she's making for some of our viewers. Sarah's question mentioned 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the temperature increase that the international community, as you well know, considers catastrophic.
Yeah. Congrats, Columbia is a great school. I went there myself. That doesn't make it good. So first, geoengineering is not the primary approach at all. We have to reduce emissions first and foremost. And if you look at my plan, of the 5 trillion, like a fraction of one of the trillions is looking at geoengineering. We have to get the best of emissions. It's the primary driver of climate change. The geoengineering, I just want us to think very, very big picture of what's happening. You have countries, island countries on the other side of the world that are literally sinking underwater. And we're lifting people. The UN is helping people move. Now, they don't have the capacity to do something dramatic to alter the environment. But imagine a country like China 25 years from now who's going to be bearing the brunt of climate change in the same way that we are. They're not very consultative. And so you can imagine them doing something that affects us and the rest of the world, spraying sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. So we need to face facts about the scope of the challenge and lead globally. So I would convene a geoengineering summit and get countries from around the world to make sure that we don't have rogue actors just going off on their own. So this is my approach. It is not the primary approach, but it's something that we need to explore in the days ahead, because the reality is the last 4 years have already been the 4 warmest years in recorded history. July is the warmest month in recorded history. The Earth is likely getting warmer around us, and even as we're attacking emissions, we need to start researching innovative methods to address climate change.
I want to follow up on that specific point, Mr. Yang, because you want to invest in these new technologies.
I do.
Like space mirrors and, as you point out, cloud seeding, which is actually spraying sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. Why divert federal money, which is obviously scarce, to these unproven and potentially risky ideas when there are known solutions out there that we all know, solar power, wind, stuff like that, that we know already works?
We are here, Wolf, together because we know this is a crisis. And in a crisis, all solutions have to be on the table. And so if you are attacking on one side, you also should be researching various alternatives on the other, and that to me is just responsible management and responsible leadership.
Are all Americans going to have to drive electric cars?
Well, electric cars, it's not something you have to do. It's awesome. And so over time, yeah, we're going to make it so that electric cars are the thing to do. You feel like I did not just say that because Elon Musk endorsed me just the other week.
So what's the answer? Are we all going to have to drive electric cars?
We are all going to love driving our electric cars.
Will we have to drive electric cars?
Well, there will still be some legacy gas guzzlers on the road for quite some time, because this is not a country where you're going to take someone's clunker away from them. But you are going to offer to buy the clunker back and help them upgrade.
All right, we got a question from Rebecca Eastwood. She's the advocacy coordinator for a faith-based nonprofit in Washington, D.C. Rebecca.
Thank you. I am originally from Iowa, and many in my family are farmers. Iowa's economy is deeply tied to industrial agriculture, yet the recent UN report on land says land use globally, including agriculture, is responsible for 23% of human greenhouse gas emissions, and that emissions from agriculture are increasing. What is your plan to protect farming communities in the Midwest while at the same time addressing how our food systems contribute to climate change?
I've been spending a lot of time in Iowa. I love the state a great deal. It's another thing about running for president. We need to help farmers modernize their land use in terms of the environmental impact. And once again, this is an issue around economic incentives being one direction and then what's good for the climate and what's good for society in the other. So we have to try and bring those together by providing economic incentives and resources to help farmers modernize and rotate plant crops and try and actually measure the impact they're having on the environment. Now, the big issue in the farming community is that right now, what's happening, all the mom and pop farms are getting gobbled up by these conglomerates. And you go, and instead of some beautiful vision of a family farm that you have in your head, it's some mega farm conglomerate with automated tractors as far as the eye can see. So the goal, in my mind, should be trying to create incentives so that if you are farming in a responsible and sustainable way, that we can actually make family businesses possible by supporting a food ecosystem that includes more farm-to-table dining. And to me, I'm an American that I believe most Americans would be happy to pay for a locally sourced farm-to-table supply chain as opposed to the mega farm monolith that unfortunately right now produces most of our food.
Well, let me follow up on that as well, Mr. Yang. Meat consumption, beef in particular, is a major driver of climate change. Should Americans change their eating habits and eat less beef?
You know, the UN just released a study that said we're going to be okay if the vast majority of the world goes vegetarian immediately. You guys see that? So it's good for the environment, it's good for your health if you eat less meat. Certainly meat is an extraordinarily expensive thing to produce from an environmental sustainability point of view. So I think it would be healthy on both an individual and a societal level for us to move in that direction. But again, this is a country where there's a lot of individual autonomy, and so you can't force people's eating choices on them. All you can do is try and shape our system so that over time we evolve in a productive way.
What aspects of the Green New Deal do you support and which do you reject?
I love the vision of the Green New Deal. The framers of it have done us all a great service by energizing so many people around a vision. And to me, the only issue I have with the Green New Deal is the timing and the timeline. I mean, they are right that we need to take urgent action, but the timeline that they put out there would do away with commercial air travel and a lot of other things in a particular time frame, that if we have a little bit more time, we can head in the same direction and achieve most of the same value.
President Trump today announced plans to roll back light bulbs that are more
what is up with that?
efficient.
I think he's just messing with CNN on that one.
Should the U.S. government have a say on what kind of light bulbs we use?
Well, certainly, if we do have a say in what light bulbs we use, we need light bulbs that don't burn out. Because you know these light bulbs are in manufacturers, they intentionally burn out. So there's an industry and we replace them over and over again. Do you think that's good for the earth? Of course not. So if anything, we should be pushing regulations that make it so that our light bulbs consume less energy and need to be replaced less often.
Let's go to Wendy Fleischer,
Can't believe I'm
who's
talking
with
about
us.
light bulbs.
You know, that's what happens. Wendy is from Brooklyn. She's a consultant for environmental and social justice initiatives. Wendy.
Thank you. You mentioned China a few times. Some climate action naysayers say that China should act first. So tell us why the United States should lead in moving the country and making a transition, a just transition to a clean, healthy, clean energy economy. And who would benefit from the changes you propose? And how does your plan ensure that hardworking Americans are benefited and not hurt?
Well, to me, the U.S. is vital to building an international consensus on climate change. And so we need to act first because by forming the table and saying who's with us on this, then we can galvanize dozens of our allies and partners in the Western world. And I believe that China would be a partner because they're seeing the worst effects of climate change on an epic, almost unimaginable scale. And if you take a look at some of the smog in some of their major cities, like people literally just wear masks just for their own health and safety. So the U.S. has always been a global leader. We are still the focal point of the world's economy. And if we lead on this, then we can move people in the right direction very quickly. As for American workers, I was just with Ned Reynolds, who's an entrepreneur in New Hampshire. If you imagine what we have to do, we have to install solar panels on hundreds of thousands of homes and buildings around the country. Think about the jobs that's going to create. Ned Reynolds started his own business. Now he's up to 260 employees, primarily solar panel installers in New Hampshire. So when you talk about what's good for American workers, I think Ned's business is the business that we should be emulating around the country.
I want to follow up on that, because how can you ensure that America's efforts to cut emissions won't be in vain if carbon pollution, let's say in China or India, continues to expand over the next decades?
Yeah, that's why we need a global effort, Wolf. That's one reason why, to me, the Paris Accords, the only issue I have with them is that they didn't go far enough, because a lot of the enforcement mechanisms really aren't there. There are a lot of countries that sign them and just essentially it's like, well, you know, I signed it, I feel good, but then their corporate actors are not necessarily integrating them into their operations. So one principle that we're going to have in our businesses here is that if you are a very large business, you need to measure your carbon imprint and your effect on the environment. And then if we extend that to operations in other countries that are either of U.S. companies or over time our trading partners, then we can have more sophisticated standards that include environmental impact, not just for American companies, but the companies and countries we do business with.
As all of us who have followed your campaign know, you're an advocate for what's called universal basic income. Do you think that policy of cutting everyone a check would be enough to help, for example, coal workers, others in the fossil fuel industry who would be put out of work in a transition to a green economy?
Well, $1,000 a month is a game changer for tens of millions of American families. And while it's not going to replace someone's job, if you have a household with 2 adults, $24,000 a year is enough for you to make affirmative plans about your future, possibly go back to school, move, start a new business, take care of yourselves, make your family more resilient. And a lot of it, Wolf, is that people put this $1,000 a month. The question in my mind is, what's the alternative? Like, we know many of these jobs are going to be automated away or fade away in a transition to a renewable economy. So the question is, what do we have for American workers so they feel protected and part of the process?
Tina Savaitis is a student at Fordham University here in New York, originally from Norwalk, Connecticut. Her question is about PFAS, toxic chemicals that have been found in U.S. drinking water sources.
Good evening. There's a lot of new studies coming out on the destructiveness of PFAS and how it harms human health. They're prevalent throughout the environment. So what is your plan for regulating the materials that go into the products that are used by everyday Americans?
We need to do much more. I'm the parent of 2 young boys, one of whom is autistic. And as a parent, when you have your kids drinking water or using various toys and household items, there's always something in the back of your mind, which is this safe? And I just came from Flint, and while this is a separate issue, it's kind of the same in the sense that the folks in Flint discovered that their water was toxic after the fact and are still recovering. So to me, safe drinking water is a fundamental human right, and that if you're an American, you should not be stressed out about the water that you are drinking and your kids are drinking. And this is, again, the problem with having the almighty dollar running our society, where people look up and say, oh, replacing the pipes is expensive, or, oh, another substance would be more expensive. Are you kidding me? You know what's expensive? Poisoning our kids.
Yes.
As you know, Mr. Yang, 20% of U.S. electricity is generated from nuclear power plants. What would you do with those plants? Would you decommission them?
To me, nuclear energy needs to be on the table in a transition to a more renewable economy. Because our society consumes a great deal of energy, and nuclear right now, it gets a bad rap in part because the technologies we're using are antiquated. And so if you look up, we are working on these new generation nuclear reactors that use thorium instead of uranium, and thorium is not natively fissile or radioactive. So the odds of a catastrophe drop precipitously. It's much, much safer to dispose of. It produces much more energy. So we need to upgrade to thorium-fueled reactors. And to me, though, trying to get rid of all the nuclear power plants that produce 20% of the nation's energy is not going to help us accomplish our goals.
Would you ban all offshore oil drilling?
Yes, I would.
Okay. We got another question here. There she is right there. Laura Cottingham is a lawyer who specializes in environmental litigation and private practice. She also works with Columbia University Sabin Center for Climate Change Law.
Tackling the climate crisis will require contributions from all sectors, including the private sector. In your view, what is the role of corporate leadership and responsibility in this area? How will you work with businesses to create the necessary incentives and initiatives to drive meaningful progress on climate change?
I'm happy to say that American business is waking up. And the Business Roundtable led by Jamie Dimon recently announced that they need to have a broader view of their own economic impact than shareholder value. They need to expand it to stakeholder value, which includes their impact on the environment. So working with businesses, first, a carbon fee is going to go a long way because all of a sudden they have to pay when they pollute. So that's going to be immediate. And they'll just look up and they'll do the right thing by their own businesses. But the second thing is if we make economic impact part of our economic measurements, and then each company has to report on them, then you'll see their behavior change very, very dramatically because in this country, you aim towards what you measure. One of the big problems in America is we are measuring the wrong things. Under my presidency, we will start measuring the right things, and businesses will be my willing partner in this.
Let's go to a video question submitted by Patrick Stolenwerk from Chicago. He's a PhD candidate in physics at Northwestern University. Patrick.
According to the Cost of War project by Brown University, 1.2 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases have been released by the military since the start of the 2001, quote, global war on terror. What will you do about the role of the military-industrial complex in contributing to climate change?
It's a great question. My father actually got a PhD in physics. I'm talking to him like he's here. He's not here. Just disappeared from the screen. We're spending $750 billion that we know of on our military-industrial complex every year. And I'm going to share a story that I heard secondhand, so I can't verify it. But there was a Top Gun, a fighter pilot, who said that his least favorite time of the year is at the end of the fiscal year because he flies over the Pacific Ocean and dumps oil into the ocean. Now, why is he doing that? Because they have to use all the oil that's budgeted or else they won't get the same amount budgeted the following year. So this broke his heart. Broke my heart to even hear this story. What we have to do is we have to take some of the $750 billion and start channeling it towards our infrastructure, which will be an evergreen need. We know we need to make it more sustainable over time. But again, in America, we follow the almighty dollar, and right now there are hundreds of billions being spent on our military that is generating a ton of emissions and pollution. And so if we take a significant portion of that budget and channel it towards infrastructure, we can make a good out of right now a huge net negative.
What's the biggest personal sacrifice you want the American people to make in order to deal with this crisis?
You know, well, I was thinking a lot about this. Like right now, we feel all this pressure to have our micro impacts be low. So you carry a bottle instead of getting bottled water. You get those really irritating straws, sometimes not of your own choice. You know, you recycle, you compost, but then you have this sinking feeling in the back of your mind that your actions are not actually going to move the needle in the context of a $20 trillion economy. And so what I would ask of the American people is to think bigger about the changes we can make collectively, and that stop thinking that if you take some personal action, it's going to solve things, because the reality is we need to bring the entire world together.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Wish I could stay for selfies. Thank you all.
To our viewers, up next, Senator Kamala Harris, followed by two more top candidates hoping to distinguish themselves tonight, Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Elizabeth Warren. Former HUD Secretary Julian Castro. Thank you very much.
Matching together.
Welcome.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Secretary Castro, welcome. Thanks very much for coming in.
Great to be here.
This is an important evening for all of us. As you know, scientists already are telling us that we're seeing the consequences of the climate crisis right now, but we'll cross what's seen as a massive tipping point, if the world warms more than 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. We've already warmed up the planet 1 degree Celsius since the Industrial Revolution. So we're now more than halfway there. what would be your first step to address a crisis of this magnitude?
Well, and first of all, Wolf, I want to say thank you to you, to CNN for hosting such a historic event for the Democratic presidential nominees on such an important topic. And to all of the folks here in the audience and to everybody that's watching. I also want to give a shout out to Governor Jay Inslee, who did a fantastic job of bringing this issue to the fore in this campaign, as well as to folks like the League of Conservation Voters and the Sunrise Movement that have been pushing for those of us who are running for president to address this as we should. What you've described is the most existential threat to our country's future. And the UN has told us that we have about 12 years to get this right, or the consequences could be catastrophic. You know, we see that now. You mentioned Hurricane Dorian that's about to hit landfall. These hurricanes are happening more frequently, and they're happening with greater intensity. It seems like these floods that they call 500-year floods are happening every other year now, right? We see the Arctic ice caps that are melting, right? The Amazon on fire, right? So we don't need climate scientists to tell us what we see with our own eyes, although their report is striking. You know, when I see these things, when I hear about them, what I think of are my own two children, my daughter Karina and my son Christian, who are 10 and 4. And there's a resolve to make sure that our children inherit a planet that is healthy, where they're going to breathe clean air and drink clean water.
So what would your first step be in dealing with this crisis?
So, first of all, I believe that on the afternoon of January 20th, 2021 at 12:01 p.m., that we're going to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate. My first executive order that afternoon will be to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord so that we lead again on sustainability. But it's actually what comes next after that that is the most important, right? A series of other executive actions and legislation. Just yesterday, I put out a plan called People First, Planet First. And we would make investments to get the United States to net zero by 2045. We would incentivize wind energy production, solar energy production, invest in renewables, right? We would challenge the rest of the world at latest to get to net zero by 2050. We would institute a carbon pollution fee to help make the investments that we need to make. We would also take executive orders, for instance, prohibiting fossil fuel exploration, permitting of it, and extraction on federal lands. So we would take a number of steps to make sure that we hit those targets that we need to hit in the United States by 2045 to get to net zero, and then work with countries around the world to get to net zero by 2050.
All right, let's get to the questions. As we've said, Hurricane Dorian is continuing to threaten the East Coast as we speak right now. It's sitting off the coast of Florida. Our first guest tonight is Lisa Rinneman from Jacksonville, Florida. She is the St. Johns River Keeper, advocating for that river's health in the community. She's on video.
Sea level around Florida is up to 8 inches higher than it was in 1950. Unfortunately, every inch of sea level rise makes hurricanes even more damaging due to increased storm surge along our coast and further inland along our rivers. This threat is made worse due to aging infrastructure that was not designed to deal with rising waters. What will you do to address this growing threat?
I appreciate that question. You know, I'm running for president, and I'm one of the few folks that are running that actually has executive experience. So when I was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development for President Obama, one of the things that we worked on was something called the National Disaster Resilience Competition. This was $1 billion competition among communities that had been hit by a natural disaster within a few years before applying for funds. And the goal was to invest in those communities so that they could recover in a more sustainable way and be prepared in case there's another natural disaster. My plan calls for investing in national disaster resilience investment and also, very importantly, in pre-disaster mitigation. We don't want to wait until there's a natural disaster to actually make our communities more sustainable. I would invest in that. And then most importantly, we actually have to tackle the issue of the climate crisis so that these storms are less likely to happen in the first place. And that means the entire menu of investments that we need to make to cut down on carbon emissions and slow the process of the climate crisis.
We have a question, Mr. Secretary, from Emily Wilkins from Durham, North Carolina, a state that could see significant flooding, as you know, as Hurricane Dorian makes its way toward there. She's a retired middle school teacher. Emily?
Thank you. This is a very common and very personal question. The credit union, the State Employees Credit Union in North Carolina, my husband and I own our one and only 2,000 square foot house, which is in the 500-year floodplain. We are required to carry FEMA flood insurance, but it rises in cost 18% every year. We may lose our house at some point when we can no longer afford the insurance. What proposals of yours would help us stay in our home?
Thank you very much for that question. And your situation is like the situation that a lot of Americans find themselves in. I remember when I was a councilman in San Antonio, and we had this flash flood that happened in 2002. There were about 150 homes that were affected by it. And a lot of the folks that were affected by it found out that they had no recourse. They had no flood insurance. So I've seen it from that perspective, and we need to make sure that more people are protected by our National Flood Insurance Program. The challenge, as you point out, is that too oftentimes it's getting so expensive that folks can't afford it. So here's what I would do. In my plan, we actually help subsidize the cost for folks, because I want to make sure that people are protected, that their property is protected, and in those instances where, because of a natural disaster, they have to rebuild, that they're able to do that. When I was HUD Secretary, I traveled to places like Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I traveled to the Rockaways and watched as people who had built their entire livelihood, and this was their only asset really, their home, felt helpless, like there was nothing that they could do because they had lost it all. I want to make sure that people are protected, and that's why we would make an investment in the National Flood Insurance Program, not only to make sure that it's around, but to strengthen it and improve it for everyday Americans who need it. And we also recognize that there's a component of environmental justice at work here too, because you all know that oftentimes the first folks that get flooded out are the poorest communities. They're often communities of color. They're the ones that can least afford to deal with the climate crisis. I grew up, my brother Joaquin and I grew up on the west side of San Antonio, and there were still a lot of streets there, and I'm sure many folks here in the audience can relate to this. There were a lot of places in those neighborhoods that all it had to do was rain a little bit, and people's property would get flooded out, or they would, the water would start creeping into their garage or their living room, their part of the house. As we experience more storms with more intensity, we need to both take the right steps to prevent climate change so that that won't happen, but then when it does, if it does, to address it, no matter who you are, and make it affordable, in part through that National Flood Insurance Program. I'm committed to doing that.
We have a question from Macaulay Dong, who recently graduated from New York University, now works at a jewelry company here in New York City. Go ahead, Macaulay.
Hi, my question for you is, what is your plan for holding corporations accountable for their contributions towards pollution, deforestation, and other climate change-inducing activity?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. First of all, we need to end the influence of big special interests in Washington, D.C. That starts by ending Citizens United so that the people and not corporations speak in Washington, D.C. I think this is an important place to start, because throughout my time in public service, I've been committed to that. When I was a city councilman, for instance, I introduced successfully the first campaign finance legislation in San Antonio City Council history. It used to be like the Wild West, basically. There were no limits. We imposed limits. We strengthened the ethics code. And then when I was mayor, we did the same thing. I would do that as president. So what we're going to do is that we're going to impose a carbon pollution fee on the biggest polluters, industrial scale polluters. We're also going to set a clean energy standard and ensure that we're able to get to net zero because we have a strong clean energy standard across the United States. And we're going to crack down on corporations that violate our laws. I'm going to appoint an EPA administrator that actually believes in environmental protection and then goes and enforces those laws in the next administration.
You just mentioned cracking down on corporations. When you were secretary, as part of your climate plan, your new climate plan, you said you would empower the EPA to pursue environmental justice against corporate polluters. That's what you said. Who are the corporate polluters, and how are you going to go after them?
Well, right now, I think there are too many to count. Well, I mean, there are many companies across the United States that are basically shoving off the negative externality, the cost of their business onto the public by polluting. And so, you know, number one, we would have an EPA that actually is going to enforce the Clean Air Act. We would also strengthen the Clean Power Rule, right? We would ensure that we're able to implement a carbon pollution fee and then use that revenue to make investments that we need to make to get to net zero. And we wouldn't be afraid of taking these folks to court and enforcing these laws. I believe that by doing those things, we can hold these corporations accountable and ensure that we set a standard of compliance unlike never before in our country. And we need to do that because the fact is that this administration, the Trump administration, has let them off the hook. I mean, they're appointing lobbyists all over the EPA and other departments that are in charge of enforcing these important environmental laws. I would go in the opposite direction and not only appoint people who believe in enforcing our laws, but strengthen our laws.
We got a question from John Ingram from New York City. He's a retired teacher and administrator. He's also active with the climate group 350.org. John.
Good evening, Mr. Castro. Thank you for your campaign. Is it fair for us to expect our children to continue the cycle of family and generation in a world whose chaotic climate future we knowingly create and so far have done little to address?
Well, I mean, I think you're right that we're basically passing off onto our children. For those who can't hear it, there's a phone that just went off. Right now, if we don't act, we're passing off to our children, to our grandchildren, and future generations a problem that we can solve. And I know as a parent that I want to make sure that my children don't have to grapple with the challenge on climate that we're having to grapple with. And so that's why I believe that, you know, we don't have any time to waste. This generation needs to act. This is the call of our generation. And if I'm elected president, I will make sure from my first day in office that we take this existential threat seriously, that we do that for the benefit of our children and future generations. And also, this is an important point, that we see this as an extraordinary opportunity to unleash tremendous economic potential, good jobs, right, for people that need them in our country. So, you know, I see the part that we're giving to our children by taking these actions and making these investments is the chance to have a good job, to have a good livelihood, to provide for their families. That's part of, I think, the silver lining that will come out of acting now and acting with urgency against the climate crisis.
Mr. Secretary, Scylla Inanolu lives in Massachusetts. She sent us this question via video. She's a high school student, a climate activist with the Sunrise Movement. She will vote for the first time in the presidential election next fall. Her question is about fracking, a process of oil and gas drilling that's led to a significant increase in American energy production and jobs, but also raises serious environmental concerns. Scylla?
Reports warn that we only have 11 years to get off fossil fuels to have a safe, livable future. But as mayor of San Antonio, you welcome the fracking boom. Why should we trust you as president to transition our economy to renewables, given your past middle ground approach?
I appreciate the question from Scylla, and I want to commend the Sunrise Movement. As you know, they've been pushing for a democratic climate debate, which I hope happens. I'm glad that we're having this. I'm glad that we're having this conversation today. First of all, she's right. When I was mayor of San Antonio, I did believe that there were opportunities to be had in fracking that was going on in South Texas. The thing is that back then, which was almost a decade ago, we had been saying that natural gas was a bridge fuel, right? We're coming to the end of the bridge. And my plan calls for moving toward clean, renewable, zero-emission energy in the years to come. That's what I would focus on. A good example of that is that a few days ago, I was in Iowa, in Newton, Iowa, and I visited this company called TPI. Newton used to have a Maytag facility that made washing machines, manufactured them there. And then it closed. And TPI came in and they manufacture wind turbines. They put 750 jobs, right, decent paying jobs, put people back to work that had been out of work. In other words, this transition is already happening. Two of the fastest growing jobs in our country are wind turbine service technician and solar panel installer. They're already growing tremendously. In Texas, in my home state of Texas, last month there was more energy generated from wind than from coal, right? And today in Iowa, y'all can imagine, I mean, everybody's been spending quite a bit of time in Iowa. In Iowa, in 95 out of the 99 counties in that state, wind is already the cheapest source of energy. And in the other 4, it's solar. So we've been working for years on this, and we're ready to make that transition.
So just to clarify on fracking, if you were president, would you ban fracking? Would you ban fossil fuel exports?
Look, I support local communities and states that want to ban fracking. Okay, I have not called for an immediate ban on fracking. What I am doing is moving us away from fracking and natural gas and investing in wind energy, solar energy, other renewables to get us to net zero by 2045.
So are you in favor of a carbon-free America? And if so, by when?
I am in favor of a carbon-free America. I believe that we can get to net zero by 2045 and that we can achieve in our electricity sector, for instance, relying on clean, renewable, and zero emissions energy by 2035.
Mr. Secretary, we have a lot more questions just ahead. Plus, remember, 9 more candidates, including Senator Kamala Harris, former Vice President Joe Biden, others. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Back to our CNN Climate Crisis Town Hall. Next, we'll be hearing from businessman Andrew Yang and Senator Kamala Harris. Let's continue right now with Secretary Julian Castro. I want to bring in Mr. Secretary Ari Moma. He's a registered nurse from Brooklyn.
Good evening. I work as a registered nurse at Interfaith Medical Center in Brooklyn. We are considered a SafeNet hospital located in a low-income community. Oftentimes, communities like these are the ones who suffer the most from climate change and environmental inequities. What will your administration do to give voice to this issue, also known as environmental racism?
Yeah. All right, thank you very much for the question. Thank you for your work as a registered nurse. We know that this climate crisis is going to affect all Americans and all folks around the world. But as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we also know that it's going to hit some people particularly hard. People are the first people to get affected. And after I announced my campaign, the first visit that I made was not to Iowa or to New Hampshire. It was to San Juan, Puerto Rico, to tell the people of the island there that we were with them and that we would make sure that they could recover from Hurricane Maria. When I was there, I went into this neighborhood called La Playita, and I met on the street a gentleman who was 90 years old, who had a can of paint on the ground. He was like rail thin, and he was painting back his property that had been damaged in the hurricane. And I think about that gentleman in La Playita. I think about poor communities along the East Coast. I think about, frankly, I connect the dots to places like Flint, Michigan. And I know that too often times it's people who are poor, communities of color, who take the brunt of storms that are getting more frequent and more powerful. And so my plan actually calls for new civil rights legislation to be able to address environmental injustice, including making sure that there is a private right of action to go to file lawsuits against polluters. This is the way that it used to be until a Supreme Court case a few years ago. The problem is that when you get administrations like the Trump administration, you can't rely on the government to make a claim. I want to vest that power back in the people so that when we can show a disparate impact of certain practices, of companies, of polluters, that everyday Americans are able to file suit to try and get some sort of recourse. I also believe that we need to invest in these communities and their ability to withstand storms and other natural disasters, in their ability to have something as simple as clean water or breathe clean air. When I was Secretary of Housing, one of the things that I found out was that 70% of HUD-funded public housing or subsidized housing was within a mile of a Superfund site. Think about that. That's the environmental injustice and racism that we're dealing with. And my plan would equip Americans with the tools to fight back and also make investments so that we can bring justice to right now what is a tremendous injustice.
Secretary Castro, I want to bring in CNN's chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir.
Secretary Castro, good to see you. I brought back some beauty shots to frame my question. This is Tongass National Forest up in Alaska, the last great temperate rainforest left on Earth, old growth trees, 500 years old, an amazing array of biodiversity. And I went there because President Trump and the governor of Alaska want to open about 9 million acres of this for new roads and mining and logging operations. You propose setting aside half of American land and oceans for wildlife, for biodiversity. Where does that come from? Where do you get the thousands of square miles when places like Tongass aren't really that protected, obviously?
Well, thank you very much, Bill, for the question, and thank you for bringing us some delightful images amidst all of this talk. But that's because we need to go and we actually need to undo the damage that this administration has done and then expand the lands that we're protecting in our country. We can do that. A few weeks ago, before I put out my climate plan, I actually put out something that we called PAW, Protecting Animals and Wildlife. I have to be honest with y'all, some people when they heard that, like, what? You're putting out a plan to protect animals and wildlife? It's not usually something that a lot of presidential candidates do. But again, we need to connect the dots. In that plan and in my climate plan, I've connected the dots of actually preserving more of our lands, both for the benefit of wildlife and for our benefit to combat climate change. And so we would go back and reclassify places like Bears Ear and other land that this administration has gone backward on, and then look for other land that we can also protect and preserve. And we need to do it. We need to do it, and we can do it.
Secretary Castro, would you end oil and gas drilling on public lands?
Yeah, I would prohibit the permitting of oil and gas leasing on public lands. I don't believe that that should happen on our public lands. I think that that goes contrary to the purpose of preserving public lands, and this is consistent with moving to sources of clean, renewable energy instead of dirty fossil fuel energy.
Let's go to Kathleen Nolan, who's from Mount Tremper, New York. She's a pediatrician, bioethicist, and the senior research director for Catskill Mountain Keeper, where she works on issues related to the health impacts of fracking. She's also an elected county legislator. Kathleen, go ahead.
Good evening. Do you see any point in your career in public service where you wish that you had taken more forceful action to protect the quality of our air, water, and soil? And what would you do differently if you face a similar point today?
I think that looking back with the challenge that we have, right, with this UN report that says now, I guess it's 11 years that we have left. It was 12 years in 2018 when they released it. I think many of us look back and say, wow, the earlier we could start, the better. So of course, if I were mayor of San Antonio again, would I approach things a little bit differently? Yeah, perhaps. But I also know that there are some ways that I've stood up, for instance, for clean water. When I was 26 years old, I got elected to the city council, and I was employed at the biggest law firm in town. And a few months after I got elected, the law firm got a client, and the client of our law firm wanted us to incentivize a land deal, and the land deal was to build a golf course over our water supply because we relied on an underground aquifer in San Antonio for water. And I wanted to vote against it because I figured that all of the chemicals that you would use on that golf course could endanger, compromise the integrity of the water. But under the ethics rules for lawyers, you can't just go against the interests of a client of the law firm that you work for. So I was stuck. I had a decision to make. My livelihood, the new house I had bought, the loan payment, school loan payment that I had, the car payment, my livelihood basically depended on me shutting up and taking a conflict of interest and telling my constituents that wanted me to vote against this because they were afraid of what might happen to our water, telling them, hey, I can't help you out because I have this conflict. So one day I walked into the law firm that I worked at and I quit my job. And then I went and I voted against that land deal on the city council. So, I will do the same thing to stand up for protecting our air, our water, our natural resources, our wildlife if I'm elected president. There's nobody that gets tested more in public service than the President of the United States. This president has failed that test. I won't.
Secretary Castro, what's the biggest personal sacrifice you're asking the American people to make in order to deal with this crisis?
Well, all of us have a role to play in making sure that we do right by our environment, right? It's amazing, for instance, I think of my kids today. We're raising a generation that is much more environmentally conscious. It's second nature for them, for instance, to recycle. Remember, even my generation growing up, certainly other folks know, it wasn't the same. I think the number one thing that we can do is to raise the youngest generation in a more environmentally conscious way. But it also means that we're thoughtful about the choices that we make, right? Making use of public transportation or when we make a decision about what car we're going to drive. In so many different ways, each and every one of us can help ensure that we meet those climate goals in the years to come. And that's what I'm asking the American people to do.
You talk about the next generation. I want to go to Gianna Lum, who is from Hillsborough, California. She's the associate director of the student climate nonprofit called Climatepedia and a graduate student at Columbia University studying climate change. Gianna?
Our beliefs and habits start at an early age. Should climate change be taught in schools? And if so, how should climate education be implemented in the school curriculum?
Yes, I believe that it should. In fact, I believe that it's essential if we want to raise a generation of Americans that will, do right by our planet, make the little decisions in life that are going to help ensure that we can get where we need to get to net zero. I think if we're going to get there, though, and this doesn't just apply to curriculum about the environment, it applies to a whole bunch of other stuff, we need to do things like end this system of people that get elected, whether it's in Texas or other states, they get elected and then they sit on a statewide board that determines what is in curriculum. And too oftentimes, right-wing conservatives have taken over these boards in places like Texas, and they affect who gets into the history books. It's slanted view on social studies. It's probably against including any kind of meaningful curriculum on the environment. So there's some structural changes that I believe that we need to make, but I do believe that that kind of curriculum should be taught in our schools because that's how urgent this crisis is. And we also have a role to play as mothers and fathers, family members too, right? I know that I've encouraged my children to be more environmentally conscious, right? To recycle, for instance, and understand the impact that their actions have on the environment, to teach them about that. I hope that all parents, all families are able to do that. And we should encourage that because all of us have a role to play. Our schools do too.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for being here,
Appreciate
kicking
it.
off this discussion. We really appreciate it very much. One town hall down, 9 to go. Up next, businessman Andrew Yang.